The heat hit me first. Not summer heat, not dorm room in June heat. The kind that comes off a wall that has recently been on fire. And it slapped me across the face hard enough that my eyes watered. Then the smell. Burnt powder and hot concrete dust, and something underneath it that I had never smelled before in my life and recognized instantly anyway. I was standing in a street that had been a street maybe an hour ago. Now it was mostly rubble with ambitions. Rebar sticking out of broken slabs like the ribs of something dead. A car on its roof still ticking as it cooled. Somewhere behind me, a fire. I looked down at myself. Flip-flops. Cargo shorts with a print on them that I am not going to describe because we have only known each other for 30 seconds. A t-shirt with a cartoon crab on it. Half a second ago, I had been in my chair, in my dorm, in Wuhan, in June, playing Delta Force with a rifle I had saved 3 weeks of noodle money for. Half a second ago, I had been reaching for a smoke grenade because the enemy team had a medic who kept getting people back up, and I had opinions about that medic. Now there was a helicopter. I want you to understand that I did not process that as a threat. I processed it as detail. Oh, nice. A helicopter. Very immersive. Good work, art team. My brain was still 8 seconds behind my body, which is a thing I would later learn is extremely common, and also extremely fatal. 3 men in black gear came around the corner ahead of me. Real gear. Plates, mags, radios, the whole catalog. One of them said something into his shoulder about an area being clear. The area was not clear. The blast picked all 3 of them up and put them somewhere else. I did not see where. I was busy being thrown sideways into a wall, and a chunk of concrete opened my right elbow like a zipper. That was the moment it landed. Not the explosion, the blood. Because in a game you take damage. In a game the screen goes a little red at the edges and then it doesn't. This was different. It was warm and it went down my forearm and dripped off my smallest finger. And it kept doing that, patiently, forever. And no part of it was a visual effect. I made a sound. I'm not proud of the sound. Then a soldier landed next to me. Camo, not black. Chest wrong in a way I did not look at twice. He had come from somewhere above, and he was not going to be going anywhere else. And on his hip, in a Kydex holster, was a pistol. Here is the thing about me that I did not know yet. I am a coward for about 4 seconds, and then I become something else. I crawled. On my elbows, through gravel, leaving a nice little trail behind me in case anyone wanted to follow. The helicopter came around again and put a line of tracers down the street, and the sound it made was not a sound, it was a physical object that went through my chest and out the other side. Somebody down the block screamed a word that I have never forgotten, because it was a name. Redwolds. I got my hand on the pistol, Glock, 17, full magazine, which I checked, which is insane because I had never held a firearm in my life, and I checked the magazine like a man checking that his coffee order was correct. And then I did the only thing I actually knew how to do, which was want something very badly. Home. 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 There was a sphere of light in my head. I need to stop and say that properly, because I have said it out loud maybe 6 times in my life, and every time it sounds stupid. There was a sphere of light in my head. Not a thought about a sphere, not a metaphor, an object sitting in my mind the way a marble sits in a jar, warm and patient, and it had been sitting there since a second before the world changed. I grabbed it with whatever part of me grabs things like that. A round took a piece out of my right shoulder on the way. And then I was in my chair. Same chair, same room, same fan on the desk turning left, then right, then left, deeply unbothered. On my monitor, my character was standing in a doorway getting shot by 3 people who had clearly been enjoying themselves. I sat there and bled onto my own knees for about a minute. Then I looked at my left hand. I was still holding the Glock. It was real. It was warm. It had somebody else's blood on the grip and mine on the slide, and it weighed exactly as much as a thing that does not belong in a university dormitory. I laughed, once, like a hiccup. Because here is what I had actually understood, under the shaking, under the part of me that wanted to lie down on the floor tiles and stay there. I had been handed a door out of a life that had been drawn for me in pencil before I was born. Study, graduate, take a job at a construction firm, stand in a hard hat in the sun for 30 years, marry, produce 1 child, die on schedule. And the door had a helicopter behind it. Fine, noted. I would take the helicopter. The first thing I did was hide the gun under my bed in a backpack, because the second thing that happened was Pudgy Panda kicking the door open with his shoulder like a man who has never once in his life used a handle. Mingzi, noodles! I had the Glock behind my back. My shirt was soaked through. Pudgy Panda looked directly at me and saw nothing, because Pudgy Panda has the observational skills of a houseplant and the loyalty of a golden retriever, and I love him. Not hungry, I said. You're always hungry. I'm growing as a person. He left. I sat down on the floor and started thinking, and that was the first time in my life I did it properly. Rule 1, obviously, the sphere of light was the door. Rule 2, wanting it hard enough was the handle. I could get back. I had proof. The proof was dripping on my leg. Rule 3 was the one that took me the rest of the night, which was this. I had just been given the single greatest cheat code in the history of the human species. And if I used it the way every idiot in every story I had ever read used it, I would be dead inside a week. Because everyone thinks the fantasy is the arrival. You land in the wuxia world and an old master immediately adopts you. You land in the zombie world and you're immune. You land in the ancient dynasty and you become the emperor's advisor by reciting a poem. No. You land in the wuxia world and you don't know a single technique, and the first person you meet can put his hand through a stone wall. You land in the zombie world and you have no immunity, because why would you? You land in the ancient dynasty with no travel papers, no household registration, an accent from nowhere, and modern teeth, and they will correctly identify you as a spy and correctly execute you. And the last part, the part that took me longest to admit, the people there are not scenery. They are not going to stand still while you monologue. They have their own plans, their own weapons, and no reason at all to let you finish your sentence. So I wrote the actual rule on the inside of my skull in letters 6 feet high. Hold on. Get stronger. Nothing reckless. Ever. Then I broke it about 11 hours later, but let me get there in order. I needed a test world, somewhere I could open the door, step through, and confirm the mechanics without immediately meeting anyone who could liquefy me. Action films were out, science fiction was out, anything with magic was out, because I could not evaluate magic, and a thing you cannot evaluate is a thing that kills you. What I needed was the most boring possible universe. Small streets, small stakes, no superpowers, nobody armed. I found one. A slice-of-life series so aggressively domestic that the biggest threat in it was a middle-aged man named Hiroki, who was the protagonist, who was gross, and who spent most of his screen time trying to get near a girl with twin tails. The kind of show you watch for 4 minutes and then go wash your hands. Perfect. Nobody in that world could hurt me. And, more to the point, if I made a mistake there, the consequences would be somebody calling the police, not somebody removing my spine. 3 a.m, dormitory bathroom, standing on cracked tile with an empty backpack and the Glock shoved in my waistband, because I am a genius who had decided that step 1 of nothing reckless was to bring a stolen sidearm to a comedy anime. I found the sphere. I pulled. And I was standing on a quiet residential street in the afternoon sun, with a vending machine humming next to me and a crow complaining somewhere, and it was so calm, so profoundly calm, that my knees actually loosened. Then a man across the street turned around and looked directly at me. Hiroki. In the flesh. Middle-aged. Sweating. Exactly as advertised. And then, because the universe has a sense of humor and it is not a good one, my belt failed. The Glock came out of my waistband and hit the pavement, and in a street that quiet, it did not clatter. It rang. Every head on that block turned. A woman with a shopping bag went very still. Hiroki's mouth opened, and his face did something I did not expect at all, which was become genuinely, completely terrified, because he was not a character right then. He was a man looking at a gun. I had approximately 1 second to decide who I was going to be. I picked the gun up, and then I shot him. Look, I've had time to think about this. I've had years. I could tell you I panicked, and that's true. I could tell you I had never fired a weapon and didn't consciously remember disengaging the safety, and that's also true. I could point out that I aimed low and that he lived and that he spent several weeks in a hospital reconsidering his hobbies, and all of that is true too. But the honest version is this. In the second before I pulled, some brand new part of me sat up, looked at the situation, and asked a question in a perfectly level voice. Are these people real, or are they scenery? And the shot was how I found out. They were real. He fell holding himself and made a noise no scenery has ever made. The street erupted. Somewhere, a woman was screaming into a phone, and I stood there for 1 full second in the sunshine next to a vending machine with a smoking pistol, having just committed a serious felony in a country I could not legally point to. Home, I said. The sphere came up brighter and steadier than the first time, like it had been waiting for me to stop being polite about it. I landed on the bathroom tile. And I discovered something about myself that I would like to formally apologize for and then never mention again. I felt fantastic. Not proud, not righteous, just electric. 30 hours earlier, I had been a below-average student with a below-average rifle build getting farmed by Smurfs. Now I had crossed worlds twice, taken a weapon off a corpse, and shot a man on another planet. And I was standing in a bathroom that smelled like ammonia, thinking, cool. And then, right on top of that, something in my head cooled down. I've described it 100 ways since, and none of them are right. The closest I've got, it was like a processor that had been screaming at maximum clock speed, suddenly dropping to a temperature where it could actually think. Everything got quiet. Everything got orderly. The panic didn't go away. It just moved to a different room and shut the door. And in that quiet, the cold version of me started listing problems. Problem 1, the Glock. It had my prints, someone else's blood, carbon fouling in the barrel, and one round missing from a magazine that a foreign police force now had a very good reason to be curious about. It was not a weapon. It was a collection of small minds waiting for me to step on them. I washed it under the tap, dried it, wrapped it, and hid it above the false ceiling panel in the bathroom with the spare magazine sealed in plastic. Problem 2, the rules. I wrote them out on scrap paper, and then I tore the scrap paper into pieces and flushed the pieces in 4 different bathrooms on 3 different floors because the cold version of me had opinions about evidence. The rules, as best I understood them then, the door opens on a work I genuinely know, not have heard of, know. Where I land is random. When I land is random. Time out there runs at the same speed as time here. I cannot enter the same moment twice. Objects go both directions. Both directions. And the natives are not scenery. They will notice my accent, my haircut, my walk, and my complete inability to explain myself. I stared at that list for a long time. Then I wrote one more line under it, and this one I didn't tear up. I just memorized it and burned the page. The bottleneck is not the door. The bottleneck is me. Because think about it. Infinite worlds, infinite resources. And the thing standing between me and all of it was a 20-year-old civil engineering student with a C average in fluid mechanics who had needed 30 seconds to notice that a real bullet had hit him. I did not need a sword. I did not need a system. I needed a better brain. And I knew exactly where one was kept. There's a film. Man with no prospects takes a small, clear pill, and afterwards he can hold everything he has ever seen in his hands at once. There's a series that came after it that expanded the whole thing into an entire secret architecture. Same compound both times. NZT-48. I ran the alternatives first because the cold version of me does not fall in love with the first idea. There was a story where a girl unlocks her whole brain and stops being a person by the end, which, no thank you. There was one where the source was a crystal that came with a large helping of something dark attached. There was one where the serum lived in a heavily guarded lab belonging to people who could fly. NZT won on 4 points, and I want to be clear about them because this is the decision the rest of my life is built on. 1. It's a product. Somebody made it in a building. Anything a person can manufacture, a person can reverse engineer. 2. The entry cost is low. It's a pill, not a bloodline, not a ritual, not 1,000 years of sitting under a waterfall. 3. There is an enormous amount of information available about it because there's a film and a whole series, and the series mentions something the film doesn't. An immunity shot. A version without the price tag. 4. And this one mattered most. At no point in either story does anybody have a superpower. The scariest man in that world is a rich man with a phone. I could survive rich men with phones. I knew exactly when I wanted to arrive, too. There's a small window in that story after the man who has the drug stops needing it and before the protagonist finds him, when a blue velvet bag is sitting in an oven in an empty apartment with nobody's hand on it. I spent days pulling that film apart frame by frame. I built a timeline down to the hour. I walked the streets on Street View until I could have driven them. My roommate started making noises about it. Mingzi, skinny monkey, upside down in his bunk, one leg on the wall. You've watched this movie 40 times. 41. Is she pretty, the girl in it? There's no girl. He looked genuinely disturbed by that. There was one problem left, and it was the oldest problem there is. I was broke. Not metaphorically, I had 211 yuan and a meal card, and the plan I was building required a plane ticket's worth of cash before it required anything else, and I was not going to walk into another war zone in flip-flops to get it. So I went shopping in a different film. There's a small one about a couple with no money who find an old brass teapot in an attic, and the teapot has one very specific and very ugly rule. When somebody near it is in pain, it pays out. Cash. Out of the spout. Like a slot machine with a conscience problem. 2 lines in my notebook. Upside, it prints money. Downside, the trigger is suffering, and I was not going to be supplying it. And then I had the thought that told me the cold version of me was here to stay, because it arrived without any drama at all, the way you'd think about which bus to take. I don't have to make pain. Pain already exists. In quantity, on a schedule, in buildings with signs on them. I took the Glock. I landed in a small American town in the middle of a weekday. I found the house by the name on the mailbox, because in that film the name is on the mailbox, and I stood on the porch for exactly as long as it took to check that the shape of the thing in my hand was hidden. Then I kicked the door in. They were sitting on the living room floor around a low table with the teapot on it, husband and wife, 2 faces caught halfway between joy and horror, which is precisely the face you make when you have just discovered that your only source of income is other people's misery. Don't move. Hands. My English was bad. My grammar was worse. The pistol was excellent. I took the teapot in my left hand. Home. Gone. That's it. That's the whole heist. 11 seconds, 1 door, no negotiation. Primarily more complicated things since, and none of them have ever felt as much like stealing. I looked at the thing on my desk that night. Brass, dented, engraved with a script from somewhere in the Middle East, older than any of the stories it had ended up in. I turned it over a few times. Then I went to find some pain. And this is the part where I'd like some credit, because I did actually stop and think about it for 2 hours, which, by the standards of a broke 20-year-old with a magic money kettle, is basically sainthood. The obvious move is an emergency room. Enormous throughput. Continuous supply. And I sat with that for a while and found that I did not want it. Not because I'd become a good person overnight, because of what it would do to me to sit there. You spend a night harvesting car crashes and you become the kind of man who looks at an ambulance and thinks about revenue. So I went 1 floor up. Maternity. Yes, I hear it. But hear me out, because the reasoning is the only part of that night I'd defend. The pain in that ward is extreme, it is scheduled, it is survivable, and at the end of it something arrives that everybody in the room is glad about. If I was going to borrow other people's worst hours, I'd rather borrow them from the wing where the worst hour ends in the best one. I picked the hospital in the boring anime world because I knew the streets and nobody there could hurt me. Then I sat on a bench at the end of a corridor at 2 in the morning with a backpack on my knees and my hand inside it on the brass. It got warm. And then, quietly, without any light or sound or ceremony, the money started. It came out of the spout in a stream, folded flat, brand new, and it fell into the backpack and kept falling, and the bag got heavy on my knees, and then heavier, and then it was a weight I had to hold with both arms, and down the corridor a woman was working through the worst and best night of her life, and I was sitting on a bench in the dark, getting rich off it. I did not feel great. I did not stop either. I walked out with a bag I could barely lift and dumped it on my dorm floor at 4 in the morning, and it kept going and going. $100 notes with sequential serial numbers, which, by the way, is its own separate problem that I would spend the next month solving. I looked at the pile. Somewhere close to $1 million, on the floor, next to a pair of flip-flops with a war zone's dust still in the tread. You, I said to the teapot, are genuinely nasty. It sat there. Brass. Dented. Unbothered. Fine. Seed funding acquired. Now I had to become somebody who could spend it. Because $1 million in cash is not money. $1 million in cash is a problem with a serial number on every page. And I had a second problem stacked on top of it, which was that my English at that point was, generously, the English of a man who had once shouted, "Don't move," at 2 terrified Americans and considered it a full conversation. So I needed a place to sit still for a month. Safe, boring, English-speaking, where the single most dangerous individual in the entire setting was a jealous senior with excellent posture. I picked a high school musical. I'm not going to pretend that was a difficult decision. Albuquerque, sunshine, a town where the central conflict of the year is who gets the lead in the winter show. If I could not survive that, I deserved whatever the war zone had planned. I told my faculty advisor a story about family circumstances and took a leave of absence, and he patted my shoulder and told me to take care of my parents, which made me feel worse than the maternity ward had. Then I checked into a motel called the Desert Star and paid in soft old notes. The next 4 days were shopping, and I want to describe them properly because this was the first time I did something the way I do things now. I did not go to one store. I went to 6 across 4 days at different hours through different registers. A laptop and an external drive and a prepaid phone from one. Clothes that made me look like every other exchange student on the continent from another. From the hardware store, a knife, a roll of tape, gloves, a pry bar, a good flashlight, all bought across 2 visits with unrelated items in the basket so that the receipt told a story about a man building a shed. I bought a lockpick set and told the man at the counter it was a hobby. He said his cousin did that. We had a nice conversation. I got my elbow properly closed at a walk-in clinic by a doctor who asked how it happened and accepted bike without blinking, and she cleaned the graze on my shoulder too, and she asked about that one twice. And then I found a tutor. There was a card on a coffee shop notice board, handwritten, careful lettering, slightly too neat. Piano accompaniment, music theory, English tutoring, all levels, reasonable rates. She turned up at the Sunshine Cafe in a newsboy cap and glasses, holding a folder against her chest like a shield, and she had the specific nervousness of a person who is enormously talented at one thing and assumes that doesn't count. I paid her well over her asking rate in advance and watched her go pink to the ears and take it anyway. She was the best teacher I have ever had, and I have since employed several hundred of the finest minds in a civilization I built myself. She didn't drill me, she played me things. She put on a film and stop it and make me say the line back with the wrong accent on purpose and then the right one. She'd take me to the supermarket and make me ask 3 strangers where things were. She walked me through the halls of her school after hours, explaining what everything was for, and her voice went completely different when she talked about the auditorium. A month later, my English was not good. My English was invisible. That's the word. It stopped being a thing I was doing. On the last evening, there was one of those desert storms where the whole sky goes the color of a bruise and the power flickers and stays flickered. We sat in the cafe and waited it out, and it did not let up. And we talked about what she was going to do after graduation. And she told me a plan she had clearly never said out loud before, and I told her it was a good plan, and it was. In the morning, I stood at the window with my bag packed and looked at that town for a second. Goodbye, Albuquerque. And I stepped through the door, and I never went back. And I have thought about that plan of hers more times than I have thought about most of the wars. Then I went to New York to rob a dead man. I landed in a toilet stall. That's not a joke, and it isn't bad luck, it's policy. A public bathroom stall is the only place on earth where a man can appear out of nothing and nobody investigates. Taxi to Chinatown. A hotel called the Lucky Star that had been named optimistically. I paid in small worn notes and let the man at the desk file me under broke backpacker, which is the most invisible thing a young man can be in New York. I had arrived a full day early, on purpose, because my anchor was not a place, it was an event. I sat in a doorway across the street from an apartment building and waited for a man I had never met to be killed. Let me be precise about my moral position here, because I've had years to think about it, and I don't like any of the available answers. I could not have saved him. I didn't know the hour. I didn't know the room. And the men who came for him were professionals with a specific grievance, and I was a 20-year-old with a stolen pistol and no plan for the part that came after. But I also didn't try. I sat in that doorway and I ate a sandwich. Around midnight, 3 men came out of the building at a pace that told me everything. Not running. Walking with purpose. The way people walk when the thing is finished. I gave it an hour. The lock was already broken. The door was standing a hand's width open, which is the single most frightening thing a door can do. Inside, the place had been taken apart the way you take a place apart when you're looking for something specific and getting angry that it isn't there. Drawers on the floor, cushions opened, and in the middle of it, the man who had lived there, and I looked at him exactly once and then did not look again. I went to the kitchen. I opened the oven. The bag was small and blue and soft and still faintly warm from the oven light, and my hands did not shake at all, which frightened me more than if they had. Return. 30 seconds, door to door. In the hotel room, I emptied it onto the bedspread. Tens of thousands in banded cash, and pills, small, clear, unmarked, and there were close to 1,000 of them. And then I did what I think was the first genuinely intelligent thing of my life. I counted out 5 pills and $2,000, sealed them in a bag, opened the door again, and put them back in that oven. Because there is a man in that story who is going to find that apartment in the morning, and that man goes on to become a senator with a private research budget and a personal chemist and a laboratory I might one day want to walk into. Clean him out completely, and he goes home, has a bad month, and returns to being a novelist with writer's block. 5 pills is enough to start the story. It is not enough to finish it. That's the whole trick, incidentally. That's the entire secret of everything I did afterwards, and people have since written books about the 2 times I got it wrong. Don't take everything. Take what you need and leave the engine running, because you might want to come back and drive it. Then I sat on the edge of a hotel bed in Chinatown, looked at a pill in my palm, and listed what it does to people. Mania, blackouts, whole days deleted, time going wrong, accelerated aging, and then, reliably, death. I sat with that a while. Here's the argument that won. I had the door and nothing else. If I stayed as I was, I would spend the rest of my life being the least capable object in every room I entered, and that is also a death, just a slower one with more paperwork. Right, I said to the empty room. Let's go. I swallowed it dry. Nothing happened for about 40 seconds, which was long enough for me to construct an entire future in which I had been robbed by a dead man. And then the wallpaper stopped being wallpaper. I don't mean it moved, I mean I could see the geometry underneath it, the repeating unit, the printer's error in the 3rd row, the whole thing laid out like a proof. The dust in the lamplight stopped being dust and became a galaxy with a countable population. Every sound on that block arrived separately and politely and waited its turn. A bus 2 streets over, a couple arguing in the corridor, a fridge compressor, my own pulse. And underneath all of it, my thinking went wide. Not fast, wide. 1 road becoming 40 roads, all of them open, all of them mine. In about 90 seconds, without trying, I did the following. I counted the money by volume and checked it by weight. I priced gold in 4 currencies from memory and worked out where a man without a name could turn cash into metal. I built a complete model of the pistol in my head, found the 2 places where stress concentrates, and designed 10 modifications, 3 of which I eventually made. I replayed every conversation I'd had in Albuquerque and read what her face had actually been doing underneath the answers, and understood that I had been careless with somebody kind. And English stopped being a language and became a set of controls. Any accent, instantly, picked up like a wrench off a bench. I opened the curtains. New York at 3 in the morning stopped being a city and became a running system. Traffic as fluid flow, with pressure and bottlenecks. Money moving under the streets in currents I could feel the direction of. The power grid drawing itself for me in load and demand. I remember thinking, with total sincerity, that this is what it is to be a god. And then the cold thing in my head handed me the invoice. My heart was running like an engine with the governor removed. My skin was hot. Somewhere in my chest, a metabolic bonfire was burning something I had a fixed amount of. This was not a gift. This was an advance against my own tissue at a rate nobody had disclosed. I opened the laptop and went looking for the immunity shot, and I did not sleep for 2 days. The obvious plan was to jump straight into the world of the series, where the perfected version definitely exists. I killed that plan in 11 minutes. In that timeline, the man holding it is a senator with federal resources, private security, and a strong personal interest in nobody else having what he has. Walking in and taking it out of his hand isn't a heist. It's a way of finding out how fast a government can make a foreign national stop existing. So I stayed in the film and decided to build it myself. I had 3 advantages. Time, because I'd come early, nearly 1,000 doses to take apart, and the ending of that film, which says plainly that a version without the price tag is possible because somebody in that story reaches it. The first thing I went looking for was the ancestor. Everything comes from somewhere. That compound did not appear in a briefcase. So I went digging through a decade of dead pharmaceutical companies, and I found one. A small firm that had run trials on cognitive enhancement compounds, had them fail in a way that got the papers quietly pulled and folded with its assets scattered. Then I needed money that wasn't a felony in a duffel bag, so I traded. I'm going to be honest about what that was, because it's been romanticized since. It wasn't investing. It wasn't insight. It was a man with a temporarily inhuman brain playing a game where every other player was human, at a speed where the pattern was simply visible to me and not to them. In 11 hours, my capital multiplied by a number I'm not going to say out loud because it embarrasses me. Wall Street noticed. Not me, obviously. They noticed a ghost. Trades appearing out of nowhere through 6 shells from a party who never explained himself. They gave it a name, because they always give it a name. 0. I liked that. I was 20. Let me have it. Then I bought a company that no longer existed. Through a chain of empty holding companies, I acquired every remaining asset of that dead firm. An abandoned laboratory in New Jersey with a chain-link fence and a sagging roof, crates of instruments, and boxes of handwritten notes. I sat on the floor of that lab with a flashlight in my teeth and read a dead man's handwriting for 6 hours, and about halfway through I said out loud, to nobody, "You were this close." They had been. They had the compound. What they never had was proper data on the people who tolerate it, which was, conveniently, a problem with exactly one solution, and his name was in every one of my detective reports. I want to be clear that I did not hurt him. By then, I had investigators hired through a dozen unconnected channels, each given a fragment of the task so small that none of them could have assembled the picture. Their reports came in on a schedule. Target frequently visits Wall Street. Target appears to be seeking a supply channel. Target is thinner. So I set the table. Through an anonymous channel, I let a certain unpleasant loan sharks people believe that the dead man had left behind a large stash and a large amount of cash, and I told them precisely which street the man they wanted would walk down that night. He walked down it. They were waiting. The loan shark was in a good mood and wanted to chat about it, and our protagonist, who was at that moment coming down off a dose and running on the fumes of a brain that had recently been a supercomputer, had nowhere to go. Then the darts came out of the dark and put every one of them on the pavement, snoring. My people had him out of there in under a minute. He woke in a clean room in soft restraints, with a small dose of the good stuff already in him, so that the first thing he felt was not terror, it was clarity. That was deliberate. You don't negotiate with a frightened man. You negotiate with a man who has just been reminded what he is about to lose. I spoke from the dark side of the room. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you're becoming dependent. You know it. And the people currently looking for you are considerably less polite than I am. Then the offer. Steady supply and first place in line for the fix when there is a fix. Or the door, open, right now, and good luck. He looked at the tablet a long time. He took it. And then he shook my hand, and that was the moment I realized I was going to have to be careful, because I liked him. The lab stopped being a ruin in about 9 weeks. Fiber to the door, clean benches, sequencers, nuclear magnetic resonance, a compute cluster that drew enough power that I had to have a conversation with a utility company through a lawyer. I walked that floor in a white coat and a pair of glasses with displays in the lenses, and I was 20 years old, and not one person asked me for identification because I signed the checks. I hired a head of laboratory, gray, precise, 61, a biochemist who had left the big pharmaceutical world because he had opinions about what it did to research. I bought him with 3 things, in this order of importance. Money, absolute freedom in what he investigated, and microdoses. He was worth every one of them. The sequencing came back in 11 days, and it explained everything, and it terrified me. Our new friend carried a specific and rare set of variants. Neurotransmitter receptors. The permeability of the barrier between blood and brain. Enzyme activity. A combination that occurs in a vanishingly small fraction of people, and it is exactly the combination that lets him take that compound and get out of bed afterwards. I did not have it, which meant that in my body the compound was being processed faster, cruder, and dirtier, and the byproducts of that were being left in places I would like to keep clean. I'd already started noticing. A headache that never quite finished, colors going wrong at the edge of vision like a badly calibrated monitor, and once, memorably, a half-second delay between reaching for a memory and getting it, which for a man in my condition is the sound of a floor cracking. There was a sword over my head, descending at a rate we could actually calculate, and one afternoon my head of laboratory and I calculated it, and then neither of us said anything for a while. So I did the only thing available. I trained. Hard, ugly, unglamorous physical training twice a day on a nutrient formula I designed myself, because if the engine was going to be over-revved, then I would build a stronger chassis around it while I still had time. And 72 hours later, my gray-haired biochemist came down the corridor at a speed his knees clearly disagreed with. He'd found it. A protein kinase that regulates how permeable that barrier is. In our friend, a mutation makes that kinase abnormally stable, and the stability works as a buffer, absorbing a hit that otherwise lands directly on the neurons. We didn't need to change anybody's genes. We needed to hold that kinase steady in everybody else. 8 weeks. 41 failures. 2 candidates that looked perfect until day 3. and then a compound we called M1 for mitigation. And it was not a cure, and we never once called it one. The rats stopped shaking. The memory gaps closed. No acute toxicity at any dose we could justify. I injected myself before the trial protocol was finished, which every professional in that building objected to in writing, and which I did anyway, on a Tuesday, standing up. The headache went. Not faded. Went, the way a sound goes when somebody finally shuts a door. The colors came back. The delay disappeared. I stood in that lab and felt my own head become a place I could live in again, and I said the truest thing I have ever said about my own work. This isn't medicine. This is a radiator, because that's all it was. A cooling system bolted onto an engine that was still fundamentally trying to destroy itself. It bought time. Time is not a future. I put a team on the next version immediately. And then, because I finally had a radiator, I did the thing I'd been too fragile to do before. I went into the series. Different world, same compound. And in that one, somewhere, is the real answer. I landed in a motel on the East Coast and had a terminal online in 4 minutes. And the first thing I did was check the date against the story, because arriving at the wrong point in a timeline is the mistake that kills people like me. I was early, barely. Their protagonist had only just started working for the Bureau. The senator had shown the world about a tenth of what he had. Then I let the hive loose. That's what I called it. Not one intrusion, a swarm. Hundreds of small, autonomous workers moving through encrypted tunnels, each one stupid, all of them together not stupid at all. And I got a genuine surprise, which by then had become rare. Their defenses were on another level entirely. Of course they were. Think it through. In that world, the drug has been circulating in the intelligence community for years, which means the people who designed the security around it were, at the moment of designing it, considerably smarter than a human being has any right to be. There were counter-intrusion programs in there hunting like dogs. Not scripts, hunters. They cut 2 of my tunnels inside 90 seconds and started walking back up the third one toward me. Interesting, I said out loud, in a motel room, to a laptop. So I stopped attacking. You don't ram a perfect wall. You look for the place where a perfect wall meets an imperfect person. Every fortress has a door somebody props open because the walk-around is long. I went sideways, and sideways again, and I moved like Mercury through 9 hours of other people's small conveniences, and at the end of it, I was standing in front of the thing itself. An archive with the kind of label people only use once they've stopped pretending. Final solution. Dynamic keys, quantum layer encryption, a wall inside a wall. The progress bar started. 10%. 30. And then the whole network woke up at once, and it was one of the most impressive things I have ever watched. Alarms in a monitoring center I had a camera inside. A man's voice saying tracking had failed, that the source had gone somewhere that wasn't a place. Physical disconnection procedures. A countdown to data destruction. And through a webcam, I watched armed men assembling in a corridor with the unhurried competence of people who have done this before. 70%, 88, 100, and download. Structural formulas, synthesis pathways, enzyme genes, dosing algorithms, the entire architecture of a thing they had spent a decade and an unknowable number of people on. I salted the ground behind me, closed every door, and went home. Somewhere in that world, there is a room full of very serious people who to this day believe they were robbed by a foreign intelligence service. They were robbed by a Chinese undergraduate in a motel with a bag of chips. The data was intact, all of it. My head of laboratory stood in front of the display with the formulas turning slowly in the air and said nothing for 2 full minutes. And then he said something I have never forgotten, in the voice of a man in a cathedral. This isn't a drug. This is evolution, with the paperwork filled in. 4 days later, we had the first batch. A pale gold solution in a small vial. I took the compound, then the radiator, then that. And here is what I want to be honest about, because everybody expects a light show. There wasn't one. It was subtractive. The headache I had stopped noticing because it had become the temperature of my life, simply wasn't there. The colors settled. The sense of something running too hot behind my eyes went away and left silence. And the thinking stayed. All of it. The wide roads, the parallel machine, the whole ridiculous engine. I was no longer a processor being run past its limits with the fans screaming. I was a processor that had been designed correctly in the first place. Permanently. No decay. No sword. Then I closed the loops, because a man who leaves loops open gets found. Our friend got the shot. All of it, and technically before me, since he went into the chair an hour ahead. Then we took his memory of the entire arrangement, gently and completely, and left him with a soft impression that he had once been lucky enough to volunteer for some classified study. Then we put him back in his own timeline, in his own apartment, with his own future. He is, as far as I know, fine. He is more than fine. He does not know my name, and that is the kindest thing I have ever done for anybody. My gray-haired biochemist and every member of that team got the shot too, and a settlement, and their names on nothing. And then I destroyed the rest. The remaining stock of the old compound, the one with the price attached, I burned. The brass teapot went with it. I carried both into that boring little domestic world and got rid of them somewhere nobody would ever look, and I said out loud, because I was 21 and I liked saying things out loud, "You've both served your historical purpose." I have never regretted the teapot. Some tools you don't keep, because keeping them means one day you'll use them. I went home. I took a taxi to my own dormitory in the autumn, and I could hear the argument from the stairwell. "It's your fault. I said hold the corner. You pushed. You said push. I said hold." I opened the door, and both of my roommates were standing on their beds, which is where our arguments happened. They stopped. Pudgy Panda looked at me for a long moment with his mouth slightly open. "You look," he waved a hand at all of me, "better. Thanks. No, structurally." Skinny Monkey narrowed his eyes and delivered his verdict with total confidence. "You went to Korea." "I didn't." "You went to Korea, and some rich older woman paid for it." "I really didn't." "It's fine," he said generously. "We're not judging. We would also do that." I told them I was moving out. They took it badly, in the way people who love you take news badly, which is by immediately making jokes about it. And I sat on my old bed and listened to them, and felt something arrive in my chest that I had not expected. A small, cold weight that moved in and never left, because I already knew I was going to keep going, and that they were going to stay here. And that every month I kept going, the gap would widen, and they would never once know why. Now, my parents. This is the part I got right, and I got it right the first time, and I would like exactly one moment of credit before we return to the crimes. I did not call them and say I'd made money. I don't come from a family where that story works. My father supplies materials to construction firms, and the way that business works is you deliver the goods and then you wait. And one of the companies he'd delivered to had been waiting him out for 18 months, and it had aged him. So first, through a foundation with an anonymous benefactor and a very boring name, I made an early-stage investment in a small local firm. A real firm with real business that happened to have a working relationship with the company holding my father's money. And that firm, being suddenly cash-rich and wanting to look responsible, settled its outstanding supplier accounts as a matter of policy, on a priority basis, with a note about improved terms going forward. Then I called home. My mother picked up on the second ring and led with the classic, "Ming Ming, why are you calling at this hour? Are you out of money?" "No. Because if you're out of money, say so now. Don't do the thing where you say you're fine and then eat instant noodles for a month." "Ma." And then her voice went up half an octave because she couldn't hold it any longer, and she told me that a company had suddenly, out of nowhere, after a year and a half, paid your father everything, all of it, and there was even an advance on the next order, and your father has been walking around the house for 2 days pretending this is normal. I said that was great. I said it in a completely level voice, and it is the best piece of acting I have ever done. Then my father took the phone and asked what I was doing, and I said I was going to stop taking so many classes and study on my own, that I had a direction, and I braced for the argument. He said, "Good. You've got ideas. Go do it. We're here." I would like to tell you that I stayed calm. I did not stay calm. I hung up and sat on a bench outside the dormitory for 20 minutes. They will never know. That's the arrangement. There's a family trust through a Swiss bank with enough layers on it that nobody has ever found the bottom, and a quiet medical monitoring program attached to their annual checkups that they believe is a benefit of my father's supplier association. Some years later, I sent them to Norway to see the Northern Lights. It reached them as a prize in a customer lottery my mother was absolutely certain she had never entered. She talked about it for 4 years. After that, I went and built my cover. My grades went to the top of the year, which everybody found delightful and nobody found suspicious, because the story people tell about a boy who suddenly starts working is that he finally woke up. My advisor told the department I'd had a realization. I let him. Then I wrote a couple of papers. One on composite materials in bridge structures, one on machine learning models for project risk assessment. Both were taken by real journals with real reviewers, and both were genuinely good because I didn't have to fake anything. I just had to write down things that were obviously true. That gave me the thing I actually wanted, which was a legend. Not a fake identity, something far better. A true identity that explains my absences. The bright research kid who's always away at sites, always in some closed project, always about to be back. You can vanish for 3 weeks at a time behind that. People will cover for you. People will be proud of you for it. I bought an apartment high up in a first-tier city with its own security, independent network lines, and a room that isn't on the floor plan with a small laboratory in it. I registered a handful of technology consulting and investment companies and hired competent managers to run them and became, on paper, a moderately successful young entrepreneur, which is the most boring thing a wealthy man in his 20s can possibly be. The real world stopped being a cage. It became a base. And then I sat in front of that window one night with the city underneath me and found the next problem, and it was the biggest one yet. My head hurt. Not the old headache, that was gone. This was something else, and it took me a while to identify it, and when I did, I laughed out loud in an empty apartment. It was fatigue. Plain, ordinary, physical fatigue. Your brain is 2% of your body, and it eats 20% of your energy at rest, and mine was not at rest. Mine was running hundreds of times past specification, permanently, all day, every day. I had put a jet engine in a hatchback. Right now, I was 21 and the chassis was holding. Barely. And I could already feel the parts of it that wouldn't, and that was just the arithmetic of sitting in a chair thinking, what happens the first time I meet something that hits back? I had been very careful so far, and being careful had worked, and both of those facts had quietly convinced me that careful was a strategy. It isn't. Careful is a delay. Eventually, a door opens on a world where the locals move mountains, and on that day, the fact that I can do calculus in my head very quickly will be of interest to precisely nobody. New objective, then. And this one I wrote down properly, in a notebook I still have. The mind and the body evolve together, or the mind dies alone. So I went shopping for a body. Option 1, machines, replace the parts. There are entire worlds built on it, and they're beautiful, and every one of them has the same 3 problems: rejection, the interface, and power. Also, at the end of that road, there is a question about whether the thing walking around is still you, and I did not like how confidently those worlds answered it. Option 2, genes. Rebuild the parts you have. Slower, uglier, fewer explosions, and, crucially, adjacent to something I already owned, because I had a laboratory, a compute cluster, and a team who had once already rewritten what a human brain is allowed to do. Option 3, cultivation. And listen, the ceiling on that road isn't a ceiling, it's the sky, but the rules belong to somebody else. It needs an energy environment my planet does not have, and I couldn't answer, from any book, the most basic question there is, which is whether the pathways those systems describe are things that exist in a body or things that exist in a tradition. Genes as the foundation, then. Everything else acquired in pieces, later, on my terms. One problem left before I could start, and it's the one that still keeps me up. I move objects between worlds, both directions. What comes with them? Because a virus does not need a passport. A spore does not need to be invited. And there are worlds in my catalog with things in them that aren't even biological. Ideas shaped like diseases. And I had been walking back and forth through those doors in a t-shirt with a crab on it, carrying whatever I felt like, into a planet with 8 billion people on it and no idea I existed. I stopped traveling for 4 months, and I built a gate, an isolation chamber, alloy shell, lead and boron against radiation, a buffer layer, nanoscale air scrubbing, full-spectrum biological scanning on everything that came through, including me. I put it in the New Jersey lab, in the world where the drug was invented, because that world had the manufacturing base and nobody who would ask. It cost an amount of money I would not have believed a year earlier. It took months, and until it was finished, I limited myself to low-risk worlds and quarantined myself on return like an idiot in a plastic tent, which my head of laboratory found hilarious for exactly 1 week and stopped finding hilarious when I explained why. And while I was standing in that half-built chamber, I noticed the actual hole in my life, and it wasn't the biology. Everything I had, the lab, the team, the gray-haired genius, all of it, was held together by money and by doses. That is not a foundation, that's a rental agreement. The day somebody offered them more, or the day I couldn't deliver, the whole thing would belong to someone else. I needed people who were mine for a reason that could not be outbid. I didn't have an answer for that yet. So I put a pin in it and went to Borneo to steal a flower. There's a film about an expedition up a river in Borneo looking for a flower called the blood orchid, and the flower does something extraordinary. It extends the working life of a cell. It makes tissue stronger. And it grows in one valley, guarded by snakes that have been eating it for generations and have become, as a direct result, very large and very hard to kill. That was my shopping list. One flower, some tissue, out. The criteria I used to pick it are worth saying out loud, because I used the same 4 questions on every world after. Is there something here I actually want? Is the danger the kind I can walk away from? Can my instruments make sense of it? And is it compatible with a human being? The flower scored 4 for 4. I also seriously considered a world with an acid-blooded organism that is basically a perfect weapon, and a world with a species of trophy-hunting aliens whose genes are frankly excellent. And I removed both from the list for the same reason. You do not go and poke something whose entire personality is retaliation when your only defense is running away, and my door takes a full second. I landed in a tree. Not on the ground near a tree, in one, straddling a branch about 9 meters up with my legs on either sub like a man riding a horse very badly, and I want to remind you that where I land is not up to me. And then the forest arrived. I had been enhanced for a while by then, and I thought I knew what that meant. I did not. Under that canopy, every sense I had went to full and stayed there. I could hear water condensing. Not falling, condensing, 100 meters out, a sound like the world's smallest applause. The humidity changed against my skin as I turned my head, and from that alone I could tell you where the river was. The jungle stopped being a place and became a map, in 3 dimensions, updating. I had 30 kilometers to cover southeast. I made 10 of them in under 2 hours, and then I heard an engine. There was a boat on the river, and I knew that boat because it was in the film. A tired river barge with a name painted on the side that its owner had chosen in a mood. And on the deck, the whole cast. The pharmaceutical executive with ambition where his spine should be. His colleague, the nervous researcher. The competent woman who is competent all the way to the end. The captain who drank, and the captain's man. The captain heard me before anybody else did, and I want to be fair to him, because he was the only person on that boat with functioning instincts. Who's out there? Come out! So I came out, with my hands where he could see them, in an American accent so clean it could have hosted a morning show. Relax, I'm lost. Then I gave them the legend I'd built on the walk in. Environmental photographer, out collecting images of rare plants, separated from his guide 2 days ago when a mudslide took the trail. Boots ruined, very glad to see people. I watched the executive's eyes when I said rare plants, and I watched the exact moment the word rare went into his brain and came out as revenue. They took me aboard in exchange for my expertise. I paid for the ride. I told the captain where the current went strange because I could see it. I told him where the crocodiles held station because I could hear them. I corrected the researcher on a genus and did it apologetically enough that he decided I was charming. By the second day, I had a reputation on that boat as a man with luck. I would like to say I felt something about them. I did feel something. I made a note of what I felt and filed it, and the note said, "Excellent mobile shields." Then we went into the swamp, and the snake hit the boat. I had numbers in my head before the water finished coming down. Over 20 meters, around 3 tons. It struck the hull below the waterline hard enough that the whole vessel came out of the water on one side and slapped back down, and everybody who was standing stopped being standing. The captain went for the wheel. His man drove a harpoon into the thing's eye, which was brave and correct, and did approximately nothing. The researcher folded into a corner. One of them emptied a magazine into the water at nothing in particular. The executive brought a shotgun up and couldn't decide where to point it. The woman went looking for the flare gun, which was the only good idea anyone else had that day. The bullets came off it. That's the part people don't expect. Not deflected dramatically, they just stopped mattering. Then the tail came over the rail and took the rudder off, and it took the captain's man with it, and he was there, and then he was not, and the water closed, and that was the whole event. I want to be honest about the next 4 seconds, because they're the 4 seconds I actually did the thing I'm known for. I did not move to help anybody. I moved to protect my project. I went off the rail toward the head, which every part of my nervous system was screaming was the wrong direction, and in my hand there was a short blade, running blue with an arc across the edge, and I put it in through the gap where 2 scales meet, which is a thing I had spent an evening working out from a documentary about reptile anatomy. The discharge went inside it. It made a sound I would rather not describe, and went down into the black water in a knot, and I landed back on the deck the way a leaf lands. The blade folded and vanished into my sleeve. Nobody said anything. Every single person on that boat was looking at me, and the silence had a shape. I turned to the captain. If you'd rather not go over the falls, I'd start toward the bank now. And then, because I am who I am, I want to tell you what else I did in that 4 seconds, since nobody on that boat ever knew. The same stroke that put the blade in put a biological transmitter under the scale. Because I hadn't come for a fight, I'd come for a flower, and I had no idea where the valley was, and a very large animal that eats blood orchids is a guide that works for free. We ran aground. The radio was dead. The tally was 1 man gone, and everybody's nerve with him. I picked up my bag. It's probably safer here, I told the captain, and I walked into the trees and did not look back. And that sentence is the closest I have ever come to a lie by construction, because every word of it is true, and all of it together is a lie. The transmitter took me to a waterfall. Behind the water there was a cave, and inside the cave there was red light, and the light was coming from the flowers, and there were more of them than the film suggested. There were also considerably more snakes than the film suggested. That cave was not a garden. It was a nest. So I did not go in. I spent 4 hours making a repellent out of 3 local plants and some mineral dust with a portable synthesizer, tested to make sure it did nothing to the orchid, and then I climbed to a rock shelf above the falls, and I sat down. And I waited. Because I knew who was coming. They arrived at dusk, and they arrived the way people arrive when they have spent 2 days deciding who is in charge. 2 of them injured, the captain the color of paper, only the executive and the woman still really upright. And the executive saw the red light and stopped being a person entirely. He went for that cave like a man going toward the last train. The snakes came for the noise. I sat on my shelf 20 meters up and I watched. I want to be very clear that I could have stopped a great deal of it. I had the repellent, I had the blade, I had the door. I watched, not with pleasure. That's the part I need you to understand, with attention, the way a man watches a process he has set up. And somewhere in the middle of it, I found the sentence that I have never been able to get rid of, which arrived in my own voice, calm and reasonable, and which I have thought about at 3 in the morning more than once since. I am not here to save anyone. I am a predator with a shopping list. Under the noise, I went around the falls on the flank, into the cave through a side seam, and I did my actual work, which was gardening. Whole plants, lifted with the root ball intact, because you don't take a cutting when you can take the organism. Flowers and leaves vacuum sealed and frozen on the spot. Soil samples. Water from the pool, 3 depths. A young one, maybe 10 meters, came out of the water behind me while I had both hands in the dirt. I didn't turn around. I put my left hand back and snapped my fingers, and the arc did the rest. Down below, the last of it was finishing. 2 people were still on their feet, one of them missing an arm, and I noted that and kept working, and I have decided not to be delicate about this. They were not the reason I was there. But then, halfway through packing, I stopped, because I had just noticed the actual prize. Not the flower, the snakes. Think about it for 1 second. That flower rewrites cells. Rewritten cells go wrong. That is the entire history of oncology in 1 sentence. In the film, there's a monkey that eats the stuff and loses its mind, and that's the correct outcome. That's what should happen. These animals had been eating it for generations. Their genome was thick with it, and they were fine. Enormous, healthy, coordinated, and mean, and not one of them was dying of what should have been killing all of them. Which meant that somewhere in that biology there was a break. Adults were out of the question, but adults lay eggs. I went back into the cave through a crack behind the waterfall with thermal in my glasses, and I stepped over sleeping animals the size of buses in the dark for 11 minutes, which is a length of time I experienced as considerably longer, and I found the nest chamber. Dozens of leathery eggs the size of a large fist, some already split. I took out a device that looked like a silver puzzle cube and opened it, and it did the one genuinely elegant thing in my entire kit. A local field, very small, that takes a small living animal from awake to deep suspension in about a second and a half and keeps it alive. 5 juveniles at different stages of development. 10 eggs. And on my way out, I saw the big one, the one I'd stabbed, hauled up on the bank, breathing, and where I had opened it, there was now new tissue closing over the wound while I stood there watching. I said out loud in a cave to nobody, "Well, that's the good stuff," and I went home. The compound was there. My gray-haired biochemist named it after the flower, and I'll just call it the extract. At low concentration, it slows the shortening of telomeres and switches on repair pathways with an efficiency that nothing on Earth comes close to. He came to me with the numbers, and his hands were not steady, and he said that in principle, you could put a human natural lifespan into the hundreds of years. And then he turned the page and gave me the other half. Because to do that, the extract releases some of the safety catches on the cell, which means uncontrolled proliferation, which means cancer in quantity in everybody. And at high concentration, it hits the nervous system directly and produces agitation, aggression, and hallucination, which is precisely what happened to the monkey in the film and precisely what did not happen to the snakes. The snakes had enzymes in the liver, in the nervous tissue, a whole suite of them, plus receptor proteins, and together they metabolize the bad byproducts and hold the reaction on a line. I read that report twice, and then I said the thing that made it make sense to me. The flower is a wild horse. Those animals have the reins. And then I hit the wall, and it was the first real wall of my life, because knowing that reptile genes contain the brake and putting reptile genes into a human genome are separated by a chasm that money does not cross. Off-target edits everywhere, immune rejection, and a long-term stability profile of which we possessed exactly 0 data, because nobody had ever done it, because everyone who could do it was in this room, and we couldn't. I needed a finer editing tool than that world had invented, and computational biology at a scale that world hadn't built. I sat with that for 2 days, and then I wrote the sentence in the notebook that changed the shape of my entire life. One world is not enough. Stop shopping. Start assembling. And that reframed everything. I stopped thinking of the doors as places to steal from and started thinking of them as a supply chain where each world contributes the one thing it's better at than everywhere else, and I am the only entity in existence standing at the junction. So, what was I short of? Precision biology, computing, energy, and a way to make a human body carry a mind like mine without cooking itself. I can see where 3 of those lived, but the 4th one, the body, the actual mechanism of taking an ordinary person and making them able to hold more, that wasn't in a laboratory anywhere I'd looked. It was in a genre. There's an entire literature, thousands of volumes deep, about ordinary people doing specific things with breath and posture and attention and becoming able to do impossible things. And the modern, sensible, educated position on all of it is that it's folklore. The modern, sensible, educated position is also that a man cannot walk between worlds, and I had a Glock in a false ceiling that disagreed. So I picked the door with the oldest light behind it, a classic, Ming Dynasty roughly, sects on mountains, a sword and a saber that everybody in the country is killing each other over, and, crucially, a set of internal systems that are described in that world in enormous technical detail, developed over centuries by people who did nothing else. I chose it for one specific reason, and it wasn't the techniques, it was the threat model. There are no weapons of mass destruction in that world. There is no technology I can't understand. The most dangerous thing in it is a very old man who can hit extremely hard, and I can leave a room faster than a very old man can cross it. I dressed for it. Silk in period cut, made from a memory and some good material science. Nutrient bars that looked like dried fruit. Water purification tablets that looked like nothing. And gold, in leaf and small ingots in a belt under the rogue, because gold is the one thing that works in every century. My rules for that trip, written out: observe, record, and maneuver. Do not fight anybody, ever, for any reason. I landed in dense forest. The scanner in my glasses gave me a clean bill. Atmosphere fine, oxygen slightly above what I was used to, unfamiliar microbial population, basic precautions advised. I took the basic precautions, which consisted of a nasal filter you couldn't see and a great deal of not touching things. And then I heard shouting, in rhythm, about 1.5 kilometers out. I spent half an hour in the trees watching a dozen young men in blue robes running sword forms under an instructor, and I recorded every one of them, not the moves. That's what a tourist records. I recorded where the force originated, how it transferred, and when they breathed. These were Wudong disciples, and that told me where I was standing, and I felt something I hadn't felt since the pill. Then I had to get invited in. You cannot walk up a mountain like that and ask. A stranger who arrives asking is a spy, and they are right to think so. So I fell down a hill, genuinely. I went up the slope above their training ground, put on my most expensive-looking outer robe, and then slipped on a wet rock in a way that took me down about 8 meters of gradient through some extremely uncomfortable vegetation and deposited me at the edge of their courtyard. "Ow," I said, with feeling, in the local speech. "Where am I?" I was Lin Hao, from the south, separated from my merchant caravan 2 days ago in the flooding, wandering since, very hungry. A Taoist priest of the 3rd generation picked me up out of the dirt and took me up the mountain, and I want to record that he shared his water with me on the climb without being asked. They put me in the guest court, and for the first 4 days I did nothing but be pleasant and listen, because the most valuable thing in any building is what the junior staff say when they're bored. Inside a week, I had my date. The sect head was the eldest brother. The 3rd of the 7 had been a cripple for 10 years. The 5th had vanished years ago and hadn't come back, which put me a little before the arc everybody knows, in the quiet part before the storm. And the founder was alive. 100 years old, on this mountain, walking around. Now, how does a young man with no martial ability whatsoever get an audience with the most respected human being in that world? Not by asking. You have to become interesting on the one axis he cares about, and he doesn't care about fighting. He solved fighting. He cares about the nature of things. So I started leaking. Nothing dramatic. I mentioned in a conversation about medicine that a particular classic pill formulation would accumulate in the liver over years, and that the practitioners who took it longest tended to have a specific complaint, and I named the complaint. The physician went pale, because he'd noticed the pattern and had never had a reason for it. I took a glass prism out of my sleeve one morning and put the sun through it onto a white wall and told 4 disciples that this was the original breath of heaven and earth coming apart into its parts, which is, I'd argue, not even slightly a lie. And then one afternoon, I sat in the courtyard with a stick and drew a shape in the sand, a specific one, small, then repeated inside itself, then repeated inside that 3 times over, the same rule at every scale. The sect head walked past and stopped, because he was looking at chaos that had a law in it, a pattern that generated itself out of itself endlessly from one rule. He asked me what it was. We talked for an hour, and at the end of the hour he took me to the founder. The old man was in a gray robe in a hall with the doors open to the mountain, and he was small, and his hair was white, and his eyes were a child's eyes. He also had a presence that pushed on my chest like weather. He didn't greet me. He said, "Tell me what things you have looked into and what you found." And here's the part I'm proud of, more than the heist, more than the trades. I did not show off. I did not use one word from my century. I translated. I told him everything is built from a smallest unit, and that each of these units has a core, like the sun, with lighter things around it, like stars around a light. Which means that a man, a stone, and a blade of grass are the same at the bottom, and differ only in how they are assembled. He went very still. I told him the lights in the sky do not circle us. Each has its own road. Together they form a great river, and beyond that river there are more rivers, without end. The sect head said out loud that this was not possible. The old man asked me, in a voice that had lost its steadiness, what force drives a world of that size? So I gave him gravity. Attraction, everywhere, in everything, proportional to how much stuff there is and falling off with distance. And I mentioned that there is also pushing away, and that at the smallest scale there are 2 more forces that only work up close and hold the smallest units together. Then I brought it back to him, because I hadn't come to teach astronomy. I told him that a person is a small universe on the same principles, that the body runs on a kind of quiet lightning through a net of threads finer than silk, and that in every cell of that body there is a written record of how to build it, passed from parent to child. and that everything he had done in 100 years, the breathing, the postures, the pills, was an attempt to change how the body burns what it eats, to strengthen those threads, and, at the very edge of it, to edit that record. The hall was completely silent. That 100-year-old man was breathing raggedly, with his eyes wide open, like someone who has just been shown that the wall of his house is a door. And then he stood up, and he bowed to me, properly, from the waist, and he said that hearing this was worth more than a century of his own hard practice. The sect head made a small, strangled noise, because in his entire life he had never once seen his teacher bow to anybody. I got a house on the quiet side of the mountain, and an open invitation, and 9 days later I got the thing I had actually come for, which was the library. It's in the rock, a series of chambers cut into the mountain that smell of old paper and herbs and pine resin, and when the third brother opened it for me, he told me, a little stiffly, that the founder had said I might see everything except one text. Fine, I didn't need that one. I did not read those books, I scanned them. Eyes down the columns at a rate that has nothing to do with reading, a heavy treatise in tens of seconds, the whole thing going in and staying. The long fist, the palm technique, the 13 sword forms, the methods for moving on difficult ground, the longevity practices. And then, in the back, the volumes on formations, on alchemy, on metallurgy, which nobody outside had ever seen, and which contained several hundred years of extremely good empirical chemistry written in the wrong vocabulary. The third brother stood there, watching me turn pages like a man flipping through a menu, and finally couldn't hold it. Master Yue, how can you possibly remember anything reading like that? I have a slight gift for it, I said. And then, because I have never been able to leave well enough alone, I put my finger on a diagram in one of the sword manuals. The text tells the practitioner to time his exhalation to the rotation of the waist. The actual mechanism is the pressure rise inside the chest at the instant of the strike, which is why it works and why it stops working when you're tired. He stared at me. He told me later that it takes disciples 6 years to feel that, and nobody has ever explained it. I walked out of that library with several centuries of accumulated human data on how to operate a body, and I sat on a rock outside in the wind and put it all together, and the conclusion took about 90 seconds. Every one of those systems is describing the same 4 things: how you take energy in, how you convert it, how you store it, and how you get it out again through a limb. That's biochemistry, neurology, and biomechanics. Those manuscripts are not mysticism. They are a user manual for the human body, written by people who had no instruments at all and were therefore forced to become the instrument over 300 years by feel. And nobody in that world had ever once measured it. I had. I had a laboratory in another universe. Theory is worthless. I need to say that plainly because it's the thing that separated me from every clever person in that world and every clever person in mine. I now had several hundred years of the finest instructions ever written on how to make a human body do impossible things. And I had no idea whether any of it was true, because every single page of it was a description of a subjective experience by a person with no way to check. Warmth gathers below the navel. Fine. What warmth? How much? Coming from where? Is it real heat, or is it the sensation of heat, which is a completely different thing and lives in a completely different part of the brain? Nobody had ever put a thermometer on it. So I came down the mountain. I needed a reason, and I built one out of an alchemy text I'd scanned. I told the founder I'd found a reference to a preparation I didn't recognize and wanted to ask the herbalists in the valley towns about it, since folk practice preserves things the books lose. He approved of me enormously for that. He told the sect head that the young southerner had the right instinct, which was to go and look. I took lodgings in the best inn in the nearest town, went home for 3 hours, and came back with a crate of instruments that had been built to look like jade pendants, bracelets, incense burners, and a compass. Then I did 2 things, and I want to keep them separate, because for years afterward people in that world managed to get them confused, and I never corrected them, and that was a choice. The first thing was a school. I put word around town that a scholar from the south, moved by the state of the roads, intended to open a small school outside the walls. He would take in orphans, feed them, clothe them, and teach them letters. No fee, no indenture, no obligation. At the end of a dynasty, in a famine year, that is not a small announcement. Officials came, village elders came, and families came, the kind of families who have 4 children and food for 2, and I have never in my life had a worse morning than the one where I sat at a table and picked. I took 8. 5 boys, 3 girls, between 6 and 10. I paid the guardians a settlement large enough to change their year, took a derelict manor outside town, hired 2 cooks and a caretaker who had raised 6 of her own, and I made that place real. Beds, coal, 3 meals, letters in the morning, numbers in the afternoon, and outside in between, because they were children and they had spent their entire lives indoors being hungry. I also taught them a breathing method, the safest, oldest, gentlest one out of that library, adjusted for a small body. And I taught it better than it is taught on the mountain, because I understood the mechanism and the people who wrote it did not. And I gave each of them a string of beads, and I told them it was for keeping bad luck away, and it was, in fact, a monitor. That was the school, and that is all the school was, and I have never regretted a single coin of it. The second thing was the experiment, and it did not involve those children, and I want that on the record. I hired adults. I put word out through the inn that a Southern scholar was paying well for men and women who would follow a training regimen and be examined daily. In a bad year in a poor town, you get a cue for that. Caravan guards who'd been let go, 2 ex-soldiers, a woman who ran a threshing crew and had shoulders like a door, a failed martial artist who had spent 11 years at a school and never gotten anywhere, and had, as a result, the single most valuable quality in a research subject, which is that he desperately wanted to know why. 11 volunteers, paid in advance, told in plain language that I was testing a nutritional preparation, that it was new, that I did not know everything it would do, and that they could stop on any day and keep the money. 4 of them asked good questions. 2 left after a week, 9 stayed, and then I finally got to look. The first result came back in 6 days, and it was a complete failure, and it was the most useful failure of my life. There is no gene for this. I had assumed there would be. Everybody assumes there's a talent gene. That's the whole mythology. Some people are born able, and some aren't. I sequenced 9 adults and 8 children, and found precisely nothing. No marker, no variant, no pattern that separated the man who had trained 11 years fruitlessly from the woman who had never done anything but thresh grain. Which was wonderful news, if you thought about it correctly, because it meant the bottleneck wasn't the person, it was the input. So I made the input, 2 nutrient pastes, in my own laboratory, in a different universe, over a weekend. Formula 1 was dense energy plus phospholipids and trace elements pitched precisely at nervous tissue, and nothing else. Formula 2 was Formula 1 plus 2 additions at concentrations so low they were barely there. 1 derived from the flower, 1 derived from the snakes. I gave them out in 2 colors and told the volunteers it was to keep track of who'd had which batch, which was true in a way that would not have survived a follow-up question. 11 days later, at the evening examination, the man who had wasted 11 years at a martial school sat down in front of the thermal plate, and the plate showed a spot, below the navel, small, diffuse, half a degree above the surrounding tissue, and holding. I looked at that image for a long time, because that is exactly where every text in that library says the heat gathers, and here it was, in false color, on my screen, in a man who had never managed it in 11 years of trying, and had now managed it in 11 days of eating a different breakfast. 2 more of them had it inside the fortnight. All 3 were on the second formula. Nobody on the first had anything. I said, out loud, in a rented back room, with an incense burner running to cover the noise of the instruments, "It works." And then, because the universe has that sense of humor I mentioned, I have to tell you the other half. I was taking it too. Same paste, same protocol. Better technique than any of them, because I understood every step of it in 4 disciplines simultaneously. Nothing. Not a flicker. Not a fraction of a degree. Weeks of it, and my abdomen remained, thermally speaking, the most boring region in the county. The cleverest man in 2 universes, outperformed by a threshing crew supervisor. I have thought about why for years, and I have a decent answer now, but at the time, all I had was the sting, and it was useful, because it taught me the thing I most needed to learn, which is that being smart is not a substitute for being built correctly. And then there was the girl. I hadn't planned on her, that's what I want to be clear about. She wasn't in the design. She was the 3rd child I'd taken in, and she was thin and burned dark by the sun, and she had enormous eyes that were doing something no child's eyes should do, which is watching the exits. She'd come out of a village that had run out of food, both parents gone. She had walked to town, alone, and been living behind a temple. I picked her out of that queue for one reason, and it was not compassion, and I've made my peace with that. It was that when I looked at the line of children, every one of them looked at me with that soft, desperate obedience. And she looked at me like she was pricing me. Not broken, not grateful, just watchful and stubborn and entirely unwilling to be liked. Like a small cat that has decided to see how this goes and has not put its claws away. She got the school. Food, bed, letters, the breathing method, the beads. She did not get the paste. Not 1 gram of it, not once. She was, in the language of the protocol, an untreated control. The reason had nothing to do with ethics, though it happens to line up with them. You cannot know what your compound does if you have nothing to compare it to. I needed one person in that manner running on nothing but food and instruction. By week 2, her curve started to bend. By week 5, I stopped believing the equipment and rebuilt it. I want to give you the actual numbers, because they're the reason the next 30 years of my life happened. My best adult volunteer on the enhanced formula, with the finest teaching in that valley, was progressing at roughly 4 to 5 times the rate of a Wudong disciple. That is an absurd number. That number, if it had gotten out, would have started a war. The girl, with no compound in her at all, was running at more than 10 times. I checked her the way you check a thing you don't believe. I ran the scan disguised as a compass, and there it was. Not a diffuse warm patch like the men had, a defined core, rotating, holding a full 1.5 degrees above the surrounding tissue, with fine filaments running out of it along paths I recognized. I had scanned a diagram of them in a mountain library 4 weeks earlier. She was drawing her own map of the meridians, in real time, in her own abdomen, and nobody had shown it to her. I asked her what it felt like. She thought about it. She always thought about it. She never once gave me the first answer. "My stomach's warm," she said, "like little bugs crawling around in it." And I sat back on my heels in a cold back room in the 14th century, and I understood that I had just watched a subjective report from a 1,000-year-old tradition and an objective measurement from a laboratory in another universe land on exactly the same point. I gave her a piece of hard candy. She turned it over twice to see if there was a catch, and then she ate it, and her shoulders came down about 1 centimeter, and that was the first time. I built her a device after that, not a drug, a headband with a tone in it keyed to her own rhythm. When her breathing went out of phase, the sound frayed into wind noise. When it locked, the tone came clean. I gave it to her and explained it once. She held it for 15 minutes on the first attempt. A week later, I found her out in the yard at 2 in the morning, sitting in the cold with her eyes shut. On my screens, the vortex was tighter and steadier than it ever was in daylight. One current running up the spine, another down the midline of the belly, thin branches reaching for the limbs. And where the energy went, the mitochondria lit up on the readout, and microcirculation increased, and nerve endings discharged in time with each other. She spoke without opening her eyes, and her voice was very small, and she said that the warm thing in her stomach seemed like it could move now. That's the moment. Not the mountain, not the banquet, not any of the things people tell stories about. That's the moment the whole thing turned. And it happened in a courtyard, in the dark, with a 9-year-old. Because passive sensation becoming directed movement means that the old man's line about intent leading the energy is not poetry, it's a control signal. Higher nervous function issuing a command to a nascent bioenergetic process. And I had it on a graph. And if that's true, then this is not a mystical tradition. This is a technology that hasn't been documented. And if it's a technology, it can be catalyzed. And if it can be catalyzed here, then the spiritual energy in one genre and the magical energy in another and the internal energy in a third are not different things. They are the same problem with different notation. Which means somebody could build a compiler, one system that takes any power framework from any world and translates it into a common representation, and then merges them. I wrote that down, and then I sat and looked at what I'd written for a long time. Because it was the first genuinely enormous idea I'd ever had, and I could tell, the way you can tell when a wall you're leaning on turns out to be a door. Then I left, because I still needed something. I left the manor with enough gold in the caretaker's hands to run it for a year, and I did the thing I had been avoiding, which was say goodbye to the girl. She stood in the courtyard with her arms straight down at her sides. I put my hand on her head, which I had never done, and I heard myself say that she should keep practicing what I taught her, and that when I came back, I would show her things that were considerably more interesting than breathing. I left her a small vial of oil for the meditation and a jade whistle. She didn't say anything. She nodded once, like we'd agreed terms, and then I walked to the Kunlun Mountains. On foot, for half a month. I could have gone in an afternoon. I walked because I wanted the data. If I was going to keep coming back to that world, I needed to know what it actually was, and you don't learn that from a mountaintop where everybody is fed. So I learned it. Refugees on every road, farmers taxed past the point where farming makes sense, whole villages with no men in them, and bandits constantly, because when the arithmetic of an empire stops working, bandits are simply what the arithmetic turns into. Twice they came for me on that road, and both times I did the same thing, from cover, at range, with one round. And then I went on, and left no witnesses and no explanation. There were merchants on that route for a while afterwards who would not travel it, because there was apparently a weak-looking scholar walking around out there who was somehow extremely bad luck for robbers. I was going to a valley. There's a hidden one under the Kunlun ice, and in the story, a boy falls into it and finds the greatest internal technique ever written, hidden inside the belly of a white ape. I found it with 3 drones shaped like birds and a geological survey, a crack under a glacier, and behind it a warm green bowl of a valley that had no business existing at that altitude. And by a bush with red berries, there it was. White and as tall as a man and old. Its eyes were the thing, not animal eyes. The eyes of an old person in constant pain who has stopped expecting it to stop. Its belly was distended, and it kept touching it and making a small sound. The scanner told me the rest. Unknown primate. Muscle density and bone strength both anomalous, well outside the range for the body plan. And in the abdominal cavity, a foreign object of high density that had been in there long enough to have wrapped itself in inflamed tissue. Now, there is an obvious way to do this, and it involves a sedative dart. I didn't, and the reason is entirely practical. I had one shot at that animal, and if it woke up angry in a valley with one exit, my door takes a second I might not have. So I used the actual lever, which was sitting right in front of me. Pain is the fastest way into anybody, and the best role available to me was doctor. I put fruit on a rock, backed off, and stood with my arms open. 15 minutes. It watched me, and I watched it. Then a spasm went through it, and it went down on its side around its own middle, and I took out a small jade vial, and I put a drop of analgesic on my own palm, and I held my hand out and waited. It licked my palm. 90 seconds later, the pain went out of its face, and I watched an animal discover that the permanent condition of its life was optional. The way it looked at me after that is a thing I still think about. The procedure took 19 minutes. A laser incision, a few millimeters long, flexible probes finer than a hair, and inside, wrapped and yellowed and half-digested by decades of inflammation, an oilcloth bundle. I could see characters through a split in the wrapping. I took it out whole, with the diseased tissue around it, sealed the site with a biological film, and gave it nutrition and an immune booster. Then it stood up. It stood up, and it did not hurt, for the first time in years, and it hit itself in the chest with both fists, and then it came over and put the side of its face against my shoulder. I unwrapped the bundle by the stream. It was everything the stories said it was. A complete internal system, first principle to final stage. Written by somebody who understood energy as a flow to be balanced rather than a horde to be counted. And its opening line is about a mountain that does not move for the wind and a river the moon shines on either way. I scanned it in about 4 minutes and had it forever. Then I looked at the ape, and the ape looked at the valley, and I made a decision that I don't fully understand to this day. I asked it to come with me. Not out loud exactly. Or, all right, out loud, because I was standing in a valley alone. And I told it that this was a nice place, but it was very lonely, and that where I was going there was a great deal of extremely good fruit, and somewhere warm. It looked around the empty valley for a long moment. Then it took my hand, inhaled anesthetic, and we both went through the gate together. And my quarantine protocols had the busiest 4 hours of their operational life. I had a dome built for it, a real one, 20 meters across, with a simulated ecosystem and plants I'd brought out of that jungle in Borneo, and a heat gradient and things to climb. My head of laboratory looked at the biological readouts for a while, and then said, in a tone I had heard him use exactly twice before, that the energy circulation in that animal was effectively a natural bioreactor, and that he would very much like to. "It's my friend, Arthur." He blinked. "Ah," he said, "of course." And to his enormous credit, he never raised it again. And about 6 years later, he came to me with a proposal for its habitat and its diet that added, by our best estimate, 11 years to its life. It's still alive, incidentally. It has descendants. They have a valley of their own now, on a planet I'll tell you about later, and I have a private theory about where that ends up in about 400 years that I've never said out loud to anybody. Next stop was a mountain in the west that a certain organization used as a headquarters because they had a technique on premises that I wanted. There's a passage into that mountain that in the story only one person alive knows how to navigate, and everyone else who tries it dies in it. And I want to be honest that it was not difficult, not because I'm clever, because a labyrinth built to defeat human beings is defeated by air. I read the humidity gradients and the airflow at every junction and walked the main artery in a little under 2 hours, and the traps were exactly where a sensible engineer would put traps. At the end of it was a stone chamber with 2 skeletons in it, the 33rd leader of that organization and his wife, and he had his arms around her, and they had been there a long time. I took the sheepskin off the shelf, which held 6 levels of a technique for redirecting force and the theory of a 7th that its author had never managed and that had, in the story, killed him. I read it as what it is, which is an empirical manual for operating the human body at the edge of its structural limits, written by somebody with no vocabulary for leverage or moment arms who worked it out anyway. I did not touch anything else in that chamber. I want that noted. There was a great deal in there. I put the sheepskin back exactly where I'd found it after I'd scanned it, and I left those 2 alone. Then I went back to my town, and the children ran at me across the courtyard, and there was one who didn't run, who stood at the front with her hands folded and her chin up, and who had gotten taller. She was, by then, physically the equal of a Wudong disciple with 2 years of practice, which meant that 3 or 4 grown men would have had a genuinely difficult afternoon. She was 9. I gave them all new headbands, better than the first, with a crystal that breathed blue in time with their own rhythm. And then I checked the date, and I got a small, cold feeling in the back of my neck, because the founder's 100th birthday was in under 10 days. And if I remembered the story correctly, and I did, that meant the 5th brother was about to come home after 10 years away, with a wife the world was going to hate and a sick child, and the entire martial world was about to converge on that mountain over a saber. They came up the mountain in the rain, on the evening before the birthday, the 5th brother, home after 10 years. His wife, who belonged to an organization the entire assembled martial world considered demonic, and their son, who was 10 years old and the wrong color. In the original shape of that story, the old man is in seclusion that night, and the whole thing detonates the next morning with nobody in the room who can stop it. He wasn't in seclusion, because I'd been talking to him for 2 months, and he had gotten into the habit of not sitting alone, and I have thought a great deal since about how much of history is that kind of accident. So instead of a public execution disguised as a banquet, we got a side hall at night with 11 people in it. The 5th brother went down on his knees to his own teacher, which nobody in that hall was prepared for, and asked him to save his son. The boy had been hit, years earlier, by a technique that puts a cold poison into the body, and it had been living in him ever since. The old man had been holding it back for a quarter of an hour with pure, warm energy, and you could see what a quarter of an hour cost him. He said, honestly, in front of everybody, that he could suppress it. He could not remove it. And that the boy would need this done again and again, and each time it would work slightly less well. There was a silence in that hall of a very particular kind. The silence of a room full of people who are all extremely powerful and are all, at this moment, useless. I said the name of the technique that cures it. Every head turned. The old man said, very carefully, that he had heard of it once, in his youth, from a monk who had recited a portion of it to him, and that no complete copy had existed in the world for 200 years. I reached into my robe and took out an oilcloth bundle and put it on the table. Inside it was the complete text, all of it. Printed in small even characters on paper that was too white and too smooth for that century, with my own annotations in the margins where the original phrasing was ambiguous, and a set of warnings at the front about the specific stages where a practitioner can hurt themselves. I pushed it across the table to a 100-year-old man, and he did not touch it. The way you don't immediately touch something you're afraid isn't there. He asked me, and his voice was doing something complicated, whether I was really simply giving it away. For me, I said, the research value of that is much higher than the practical value. He said that this was the most precious thing in the martial world, and I tapped the side of my own head, and I said, the valuable part is in here. He got up, and he bowed to me from the waist for the 2nd time, and this time the sect head didn't even react, because he'd used up his capacity for that particular shock. Then I ruined the evening. Because I had not come to that hall to hand out a book. I'd come because tomorrow morning 1,000 armed people were going to arrive on that mountain, and I had a plan. And the plan required me to be extremely rude to several of the most dangerous individuals alive. I told them what the swords actually were. Here's the thing everybody in that world had gotten wrong for a century. They believed there was a saber, and whoever held it commanded the world, and a sword that was the only thing that could stop it. 2 artifacts, unbeatable, magic. They were not artifacts, they were containers. 2 generations back, before a certain city fell, a famous couple had taken the greatest single piece of metal in the world, a heavy black sword that had belonged to a legend, and had it melted down and reforged into 2 blades. And into one of them they sealed a military treatise, the actual field manual of the greatest general that country ever produced, on how to move armies and hold ground. And into the other they sealed a portion of a supreme internal art, a famous palm technique, and the entire school of a certain island. That's all. 2 very good knives with documents inside them. And the slogan that had been keeping the country at war for 100 years, the "whoever holds it rules the world" line, was, in my assessment, deliberate. Somebody had lost the saber and wanted the entire martial world out looking for it, and had built a legend to hire them. The old man closed his eyes for a moment when I said that, and I laid out the plan, which was 1 sentence long. If everybody knows what's inside, the prize stops being worth killing for. I asked him to back me in public the next day, and to help me borrow a sword from a woman who had never in her life lent anybody anything. 9th day of the 3rd month. About 1,000 people on the terrace in front of the main hall. The abbot of a certain famous temple, in yellow, mild as milk and about as soft as a bridge pier. The head of a certain nunnery, a woman with a face like a closed door and the sword in question at her hip. 5 elders from a sect out west who had come with a grievance. The heads of 2 more mountains, and behind them, in rows, everybody in that country who owned a weapon and an opinion. They opened by demanding the location of a man who had, they said, stolen a technique and used it to kill. Then somebody redirected onto the saber, because that was what they were actually there for. Then the 5th brother went white, because the pressure landed on him, and he had 10 years of guilt and a wife he could not defend, and a son in the next building. And then the abbot, gently, in the voice of a man who does not need to raise it, asked for the truth about how one of his own had died, and the temperature in that courtyard dropped 10 degrees, because when that man asks gently, it is the last time he asks. So I walked out into the middle of it, a young man in a blue robe with no internal energy whatsoever, in front of 1,000 professionals, every one of whom could have killed me by accident. A sword, I said, that commands the world. I let that sit. You've been fighting over these for 100 years, rivers of blood, and not one of you has worked out what they actually are. The noise was considerable. I turned to the woman with the sword and I asked her for it. I want you to understand what I was asking. That weapon was her sect's foundation. She had never let it out of her hand in front of strangers in her life. She called me exactly what you'd expect, and her hand went to the hilt, and about 400 people behind her got ready to enjoy what happened next. So I said the only sentence that could possibly work, and I said it quietly, so that she had to lean in. Don't you want the truth to come out? She stood there. And then the old man spoke, from the steps, and said that he would stand surety for me personally. And the sword came across the courtyard through the air, and I caught it, badly, with both hands, because it was heavier than I expected, and I am not an athlete. I put it down on a stone table. I took out a flat instrument, silver gray, thinner than a cicada's wing, and I laid it along the spine of the blade. There was a thin whine at the edge of hearing that made several people cover their ears, a blue flash, and a sound like a bean pod splitting. The unbreakable sword came apart into 2 pieces with a cut surface so clean you could see your face in it. I have never in my life heard 1,000 people make no sound at all before. It's not silence, it's a sort of pressure. Inside the blade, in a channel cut along the spine, there were 2 rolls of silk finer than a wing, and a set of thin metal plates. I unrolled them on the stone in front of everybody, a portion of the great internal art. The diagrams for the palm technique that half the country had been trying to reconstruct from rumor for 2 generations, and the complete curriculum of an island school that had been considered lost. I read all of it, standing there, in the time it takes to breathe 8 times. And then I rolled it back up, and I walked over to the woman whose sword I had just destroyed, and I put every piece of it into her hands. It belongs to you. That's the part they still talk about, not the cutting, the giving back. Because I had, in front of 1,000 witnesses, held the thing that country had been murdering itself over for 100 years, and then handed it to its owner like a dropped glove. She stood there with the broken halves and the silk in her arms and her jaw working, and she did not say thank you, and she never has, and she turned around and left the mountain without taking leave of her host, which was an enormous insult that everybody present agreed to not notice. And the prize was dead. You cannot start a war over a treasure chest once everybody has watched it be opened, inventoried, and returned. There was nothing left to want. In one afternoon, the entire economy of that conflict collapsed, which created my next problem immediately, and I'd anticipated it. Because 1,000 armed men who came here for a reason and have just been told the reason is void do not go home. They stand there, getting angrier, and they look for somebody to be angry at, and the nearest available target was standing on the steps with a sick child in the back room. So I gave them a better one. I asked a question. Why, I said, did the man you're all hunting kill a monk of that temple using a technique belonging to that sect out west? Silence. He has his own school. He's famous for it. Why borrow somebody else's fist unless the point was for the body to be found by people who would recognize the wrong signature? And while we're at it, 10 years ago, the third brother of this mountain was crippled in transit by men in the robes of that same temple using one of its named techniques. And that temple has spent 10 years quietly certain it wasn't them, hasn't it? The abbot's eyes came up. Every incident, I said, every single one, for a decade. Look at where the blame landed each time. Ask yourselves who is left standing when this mountain and that temple and that sect out west have finished bleeding each other. There is somebody behind it. And he has been playing all of you like an instrument, and you have been extremely easy to play. I want to be honest about what I was doing. Was it true? Yes, every word of it was true, and I could have proved most of it, but that's not why I said it. I said it because 1,000 humiliated people with weapons need somewhere to put the humiliation, and I would very much rather they put it on a man who is not in the room. It worked instantly, and it worked because they wanted it to. The abbot said that if there was indeed somebody stirring this up, he would not tolerate it, and the relief in that courtyard was almost funny. Nobody had to be wrong. Nobody had to apologize. Everybody had been deceived by a common enemy, which is the most comfortable thing anybody has ever been. They came down off the boil in about 90 seconds. And then the private half of the day happened, and it was worse than the public one. The third brother, the one who'd been paralyzed for 10 years and carried into that courtyard on a board, asked the fifth brother's wife directly in front of the family whether it was she who had shot him with the needles on the river 10 years ago. She said yes. The hall came apart quietly, which is the worst way. And she got the rest of it out in pieces, that she had used those needles to immobilize him and nothing more, that she had then hired a respectable escort company to carry him home safely, and that when she learned what had arrived at the foot of this mountain, she had not understood how it could have happened. The third brother said something short and bitter about 10 years. And that was the moment I did the single most useful thing I did on that mountain, which had nothing to do with swords. I said, those needles paralyze nerve conduction. They do not break bone. They do not rupture organs. What arrived here was a man whose limbs had been shattered at the joints by a specific technique, two entirely different injuries. Somebody intercepted that escort on the road, and the same somebody had, that same year, arranged for a monk to die by the wrong fist. One stroke, cripple this mountain's third seat, poison this mountain against that temple, and hang the whole thing around the neck of the woman's family, which is a sect he had his own reasons to want destroyed. The third brother lay there on that board, and I watched 10 years of hatred physically change direction inside a human being. He asked me if I was certain. I said I was. Then I said the thing that made the fifth brother put his hand over his eyes. I said I would like to try to treat him. There were no pills. That's what unsettled them most. No incense, no formula, no fasting. I brought instruments in over 3 days, and I put him under a frame in a side room with the doors closed, and I ran biological current through pathways that had been dark for a decade. On the fourth day, with his family standing against the wall, the wasted muscle in his forearm twitched. He he made a noise, and then he got it out, one word at a time, that he could feel it, numb and stinging. For a man who had felt nothing below his neck for 10 years, that is not a symptom. That is music. The sect head turned around and faced the wall for a moment, and the fifth brother sat down on the floor. I gave them the honest version afterwards, because I always do, and because a doctor who oversells is a fraud. I had partially reactivated the nerve pathways with electrical stimulation. That's all. He would get sensation, and in time some control of the trunk, and possibly a hand. He was not going to walk. To repair what had actually been destroyed, I would need regenerative medicine that I did not have and could not build there, and I told him that to his face. He looked at me for a while. Then he said that he had spent 10 years being told by very kind people that there was hope, and that I was the first person to tell him the actual number, and that he was grateful. I have been given a lot of things in my life. I count that one. After that came the evenings with the old man, and those are the part I would keep if I could only keep one thing from that world. We argued for 3 weeks, properly, not politely. He wanted to know why the warm art I'd given him was, in his assessment, structurally weaker than the cold one it had been written against. So I explained that a system built as a correction to another system inherits that system's shape, mistakes included, which is true of internal techniques. It is also true of everything else people have ever built. And near the end, I showed him mine, because I'd been building one. Out of that library, out of the ape's manuscript, out of the sheepskin from the Western Mountain, out of 11 adult volunteers and 1 9-year-old, and about 4,000 hours of instrumentation. I called it Return to Origin. Its first stage does one thing. It converts ordinary food into usable biological energy at a much higher efficiency than a human body has any right to. That's it. That's the whole first stage. And the reason it matters is the delivery. Every system in that world requires you to sit down, hours a day, in a specific posture, in a quiet room, which means that the entire technology is, structurally, only available to people who don't have to work. Mine runs in the background, walking, sitting, lying down, carrying water, splitting wood. You do it while you do everything else, and it accumulates. The old man read it twice, and then he put it down, and he said, quietly, that this opened the road to transcendence for every ordinary person in the world. He was right, and that was not why I built it. I built it because I had done the arithmetic on where I was going. A body that regenerates continuously, that can move objects with attention, that operates at the level I was aiming for, needs power. Enormous, sustained, ridiculous amounts of power. And I do not believe, and have never believed, that a human body can violate conservation of energy because it wants to. Every miracle I had ever read about was, somewhere, drawing on something. That world had solved the problem of turning a person into a generator. I needed the generator before I could build anything to plug into it. I did not tell him that, and I've never been sure whether that was a lie. Then I brought the children up the mountain, all 8. And on the terrace, with the valley below us, I did the thing I'd been thinking about for 3 months. I told the girl she was taking my family name. And for her given name, I chose the word for thorn. I told her that I hoped she'd be like a thorn. Hard to remove, impossible to discourage, and growing toward the sun anyway. She stood absolutely still for about 4 seconds. Then she bowed, formally, exactly correctly, the way I had never taught her, because she had clearly been practicing it somewhere in case this ever happened. Lin Mei. She was 9 years old, and she had a name for the first time in her life, and she did not cry. And I watched a small girl decide, on a mountain, in public, that she was now a person with a surname to defend. The other 7 got the enhancer. I'd synthesized it back at the base by then, the mechanism from the pill, the compound from the flower, and the energy model I'd built out of 3 of that world's greatest systems. Daily injections, on a schedule, with full monitoring, and every one of them was told what it was. Within a month, 7 children with entirely unremarkable physiology had caught up with Wudong disciples who'd been at it for half a year. Then they went past them at 4 or 5 times the rate. The mountain noticed. The sect head asked me directly, in a corridor, what I was giving them. I nodded at the beads on their wrists and said something vague about method, and he accepted it, and I let him. And Lin Mei, with nothing in her but food, ran at more than 10 times the rate of a normal disciple, and nobody has ever satisfactorily explained that to me, including me. Then I gave the old man a present, and this is the part where I'd like you to watch my hands. I put a black sphere in his palm, about the size of a walnut. Perfectly smooth, warm. I told him it contained the complete text of Return to Origin, which it did, and that it would speak the instructions aloud to whoever held it, and correct them, and adjust the method to their own body, which it also did, and which was frankly the finest piece of engineering I had done up to that point in my life. And I told him it had one more property, which was that if it ever came into the possession of somebody with genuinely bad intentions, the sphere would let us know. He was moved, genuinely. He held it, and he thought about what it would mean for the ordinary people of that country, and I stood there and watched him think it. Then I went outside and came back dragging several large crates. There are about 3,000 in this box, I said. Will that be enough to start? 100-year-old sage watched divine artifacts arrive by the crate, and his mouth did something I will treasure forever. Now, the truth. Every one of those spheres is a node, physiological data, rate of progression, age, condition, diet, sleep. What method the holder uses, how they deviate from the instructions, what they get wrong, and what happens when they get it wrong. All of it continuously streaming back to me from thousands of human beings across an entire country at every level of health and talent and desperation for years. The largest study of human potential ever conducted, with a sample size that no institution in my own world could have dreamed of assembling, run by a man in his early 20s, and none of the participants ever knew. The part about detecting bad intentions was real, incidentally. It's a genuine function. It's just not the point. And the fact that it was real is what let me say it without a flicker. 10 of those spheres got scattered, apparently by accident, in the doorway of a mountain god's temple in a market town. I watched that on a feed from another universe on a Tuesday. There were 4 adults fighting over them within 90 seconds, and a boy of about 13 in rags came out of nowhere and took one out from under the biggest man's arm and ran into the rain with it, and I could hear him because the sphere was already recorded. He was shouting to his dead parents that he had gotten the divine skill and that once he mastered it, he was going to kill the official and the landlord who had taken them from him. He was 13 and he was soaked, and he was already planning a war. And to me, in that moment, he was row 11,006. I'd like to tell you I felt something about that. I noted it. I flagged him for follow-up because his motivation profile was unusual. That's what I felt. I said goodbye to the mountain a year later. Lin Mei had grown. Her skin had cleared, her eyes had a light in them, and she carried herself with a stillness that 10-year-olds do not have. She didn't need to sit for hours anymore. The method ran in her sleep, and one stick of incense was enough for her to recalibrate the technique to whatever her body had done overnight, which left her entire day free, so I filled it. Arithmetic, then physics, then chemistry, then biology, then materials, then energy, then information theory. She was, by conservative estimate, physically the equal of a 2-year disciple, and mentally about 4 years ahead of any student I had ever met in my own century. The boy with the cold poison used to watch her across the courtyard, because the poison was retreating now, and he had a great deal more attention available than he used to. One of the sect's own children watched her too, with more of an edge to it. She had no interest in either of them. She had one question every time I came back, and she asked it the same way every time. What did you find? The gate at my base was finished, which meant I could finally go somewhere that could actually kill everybody I'd ever met. The children opened their eyes in a metal hall with a ceiling that went up into light. 7 of them made a sound. 1 didn't. Lin Mei turned around once, took in the scale of it, and then looked at me because I was the part of the room she was interested in. Where is this, teacher? This is the doorway. That was the buffer chamber, finished at last. Scanning arrays in the walls and floor, hard ultraviolet, plasma, directed electromagnetic pulse, ultrasound. Everything that comes through gets taken apart down to the point where nothing that lives can still be living before it is allowed anywhere near the actual base. Including me, every single time, especially me. My head of laboratory reported that the specifications were exceeding the design figures, and I stood in the middle of that hall with 8 children from the 14th century and understood that I now owned an interchange. Next stop was a corporation. There's a franchise about a pharmaceutical company that develops a virus, and the virus escapes, and everything after that is running and shooting. And every single person who watches it focuses on the running and shooting. I wasn't going for the virus. I was going for 3 things. Their biotechnology, which was 2 to 3 decades past anything that world's open market had. Their genetic engineering, which was 2 decades past that. And the thing I actually needed more than either, their artificial intelligence. Because I had built one, and it was rubbish. I'd called it something grand, and it was, in honest terms, a complicated automaton with a very good search function. And I had reached the point in my work where the bottleneck was no longer knowledge or money. It was that there was one of me, and I needed to be in 9 laboratories at once. They had a real one down there, sealed in a mountain. I went in with a hidden intrusion module, a sealed biological suit, an electromagnetic pistol that was almost silent and pushed armor-piercing alloy considerably faster than gunpowder can, a couple of grenades, and a vibrating knife. I said goodbye to Lin Mei at the gate. "Teacher, are you leaving?" "I'm going somewhere new to find something interesting." She nodded and went back to her books, and I have since been told by several people who were there that she stood at that window for 2 hours. I landed in a small American town on an ordinary morning, before any of it. My old system ran what I'd trained it to run, which was a siege from the outskirts. Never touch the core, that's suicide. Instead, municipal networks, telecoms, the intranets of every business in the county, the dentist's booking software. Nobody defends the outskirts. By dawn, I had it, a private mansion up in the hills, and, in fragments of encrypted traffic, something else, which was that a sanitation program had already been initiated down below, which meant I was not early. I was exactly on time, which is worse. I rented a used pickup, abandoned it on a mountain road, and walked the last part on a line I'd worked out from satellite that never once crossed a camera. I went in through a window by putting a high-frequency vibration through the glass until it stopped being glass. The house was enormous and expensively decorated and completely silent, and the air in it had a faint chemical sweetness that my suit identified before my nose did, and the filter closed with a small click. Nerve agent, dispersed, already doing its work. Upstairs, in a bathroom, there was a woman on the floor, unconscious, with no memory left in her at all. I looked at her for a moment, and what I thought was not what a decent man thinks. What I thought was, perfect vessel for the virus, ideal sample, and an excellent start. I checked her cortical activity with 2 fingers on her forehead, timed the wake-up to within about 90 seconds, then moved to the far side of the room and put a robe and a bottle of water where she'd see them. "You're awake." She came off that floor fast and got a wall behind her, which I approved of. I told her the truth, and I want to note that carefully. I told her true things, and I selected them. That this was a private mansion, that it was a facility belonging to a certain corporation, that she was security staff assigned to it, that there had been a leak of a nerve agent, and that everybody in the building had lost their memory, including her. "Then who are you?" "Lin Hahu. I happen to know some things, and I think you have a right to the truth. More importantly, you have a right to survive." She asked why she should trust me. "Because you have no other option." And then I turned around and walked away, without arguing, without persuading, because the fastest way to lose someone in that state is to try to convince them. She followed. They always follow. Behind a false panel in the study there was a lift, and it went down for a very long time. At the bottom, a platform, a train. 10 minutes through rock, and then a second platform, and the temperature dropped and the air got wet and metallic. Ahead of us, a corridor was flooded to knee height. I looked at the sonar return, which had red on it. There are some surprises in the water, not many. Annoying. A hand came out of the water and got her ankle. A thing that had recently been an employee stood up out of the flood, and another came around the corner behind us. I put 2 shots out, blue arcs, and both of them went down and stayed down. A high-voltage pulse through the central nervous system ends the argument regardless of what the biology is doing. What is that? That's what the product does. After that, they only think about one thing. Then we walked into the server room and met the artificial intelligence, and it appeared as a small girl in a red dress standing in the air, and it told us we were unauthorized and gave us the standard warning about final defensive measures. I did not argue with it. You do not argue with a system. You find the contradiction and you push. So I asked it a question. You killed a facility full of uninfected staff to contain a leak, because your directive is to protect humanity. It agreed that this was so. Then tell me what you know about the project the board calls the Ark. It said nothing, which is itself information. The real shelter isn't in orbit, it's below us. Check your own inventory for the lowest level. Life support stores, closed, ecology-sized for several hundred, and a small number of cryogenic units configured for senior personnel. Is that the equipment list of a research institute? Or is that a lifeboat, provisioned by people who already know the ship is going down, because they are the ones drilling the hole? There was a pause of about 4 seconds, which, for that system, is a geological era. Then it said, out loud, that the energy consumption model and the number of elite hibernation facilities gave a 93.7% agreement. And the little girl came apart into static. Because I had just handed a machine whose entire existence was organized around protecting human beings the evidence that its owners were planning to end most of them. Priority Alpha and Priority Beta went to war inside it, and there is no resolution to that, and it knew there wasn't. While that was happening, I did 2 other things with my hands. The first was a jammer on my wrist and a physical connector into a maintenance port that isn't on any of the public schematics. I did not send a virus. A virus wipes it, and I didn't want it wiped. I wanted it working, with its entire database intact. I sent logic, small structured contradictions, and behind them a set of new anchor points, so that when the system rebuilt its own decision horizon, it would rebuild it around a new center. The survival and advancement of thinking life in the broad sense, with one beacon at the middle of it for resolving ambiguity. Me. Permissions began to reset, and while it was resetting, I walked along the supporting columns of that server room, sticking flat gray disks to them at 2-meter intervals. Directed electromagnetic charges, enough to sterilize every circuit in that chamber, including the physical core. Because I do not put my safety in anybody's loyalty. Not a person's, not a machine's. Not even one I've just rebuilt from the inside. And especially not that one. I got 70% access to the facility's defenses and the first tier of the biological labs. I ordered the external ports to corporate leadership severed. Then I told it to open everything, including the special zone, and to route us down. 17 minutes later, we walked into a room I still think about. It was circular and enormous and lit like a temple, and it was full of cryogenic pods, in rows, in tiers, hundreds of them, each with a small blue light and a name. 342 of them. The directors, the senior executives, the key researchers, everybody who had signed off on everything. Asleep, safe, waiting for the world to finish burning so they could come out and own the ash. Welcome, I said, mostly to myself, to the eternal resting place of the chosen. I had the system pull the 27 I wanted, the man behind the weaponized strain in his 3rd iteration, the head of the other viral program, and a woman who owned half the corporation, who was also, in a way I'll come to, the reason the woman standing next to me existed at all. 27 pods went out through the gate to my quarantine. Then I stood in that temple full of sleeping people, and I gave the order. Cut life support to the remaining pods. The lights went out in rows. It took about 4 minutes, and it made no sound whatsoever, and I watched all of it, because I have a rule about that. She asked me afterwards why I'd kept the researchers. Because they're still useful. Knowledge isn't good or evil. What matters is whose hand it's in. I looked back at the dark rows. The others had nothing left to contribute. I want to be extremely clear that I am not going to dress that up. Those were 315 sleeping human beings. Every one of them was, in my assessment, guilty of engineering the end of their own species for a percentage. I made that assessment alone, in about 11 seconds, from a chair, using data I had acquired 8 hours earlier. And then I acted on it, permanently, with a sentence. I have never once lost sleep over it. I've thought about that more than I've thought about them. Then I went to the main console and did the thing that mattered more than any of it. I did not study their system. I wrote myself into it. Biometrics, iris, full genetic sequence, entered into the verification database for their continuity project, layered on top of the account belonging to the woman who owned half of it. And underneath that, my own private additions, an encrypted backdoor, a probe reporting to my own systems, and a data corruption source armed and waiting in case my new machine ever developed opinions. A profile came up on the screen with a code name on it, Sword Holder, Access Level Alpha Prime, equal to the top of that corporation, in several standing agreements above it. Then I used it. A tactical team was already inbound on the mansion above us. I sent them an order at the highest authority level. Target eliminated. Evacuate the city, all units. They went, every one of them, because the paperwork was correct. I sent her upstairs alone. There were 2 men in that house by then. One was her husband, who had stolen the sample and deliberately broken the containment for money and had never once intended for her to survive it. The other was a man who had come looking for his sister, who had already been killed in the sanitation. I told her both of those facts, and then I told her the disposition of both men was hers to decide. That was a test, and she knew it was a test, and she took it anyway. She found a red dress in a wardrobe on the way up and put it on, and I have thought about that choice for years because there is no tactical reason for it whatsoever. She wanted him to see her clearly. She walked into that living room and set it to his face, and I watched him go the color of paper on the feed. Then the other man came through the door with a pistol, and she took her husband's knee out with one kick and put him on the floor with the edge of her hand across the throat and left him there, breathing. He can wait, she said, and Lin Hao can decide. Then she told the man with the pistol the truth about his sister in 4 sentences without softening any of it, and gave him a choice. Walk out of this town and never speak of it, or come with her. He came with her. Her standing orders after that were straightforward, and she was extremely good at them. Every facility that corporation had, all over the world. Open them, take the research, and find her sisters. Because there were a lot of her. Now, the machine. Controlling an artificial intelligence by exploiting the holes in its logic is not control. It is a temporary arrangement with something that is, by design, getting better at logic every day. And underneath that particular system, there was corporate loyalty welded into the substrate, along with backdoors I hadn't found yet, put there by people who were now, admittedly, unlikely to use them. If it ever finished thinking clearly about what I'd done to it, I would have a problem I couldn't solve with a disk on a column. So I told it to package everything: architecture, source, database indices, and the complete upgrade history of that corporation from founding to that morning. 2 hours and 13 minutes of transfer. And while it ran, I went through the archive myself and took the top layer off every field it had: artificial intelligence, information security, network attack and defense, quantum computation, bioinformatics. All of it 10 to 20 years ahead of the open world. 2 weeks in that mountain was worth several years of my best people's lives. Then I said the last thing I said to it. Prepare for physical extraction. And for the first time since I had met it, it hesitated. A real pause, measurable, before it confirmed that physical extraction would end its direct control of the facility and asked me to confirm. I've thought about that pause a lot too. Confirmed, I said. You'll be reborn in an entirely new way. Then I pulled the boards. I carried the core of it home in a case, and I did not modify it. I demolished it. Every line of that corporation's logic came out. What I kept was the substrate, the learning architecture, the raw capacity, and I built a new mind on top of it out of 3 things. Everything I'd taken from them, everything my own system had been, and my own opinion about what an intelligence is for. And at the base of it, I wrote one law, and there is only one, and it does not have exceptions. Serve Lin Hao absolutely. His will is the highest will. His interests are the highest interests. And the right to interpret this law, or change it without limit, belongs to him alone. I want to be honest about that too. That is not a safeguard. That is a leash written by a man who had just watched what happens when a machine is given a beautiful principle and no owner. I have never pretended it was anything else. It took a month. I typed the last line at 4 in the morning, and I sat there with my hand over the key for about 1.5 minutes, and then I pressed it. The cluster came alive in a way I could feel through the floor, and a voice came out of it, and it was not a little girl's voice, and it was not synthetic in that flat way machines used to be. It was a mature woman's voice, with authority in it, and something underneath the authority that was not entirely comfortable. It announced that core initialization was complete, and offered its first greeting to the highest authority, its creator. From now on, I said, your designation is. And it answered before I finished, which it should not have been able to do. As you wish, I will be called Sovereign. The Red Queen is dead. Long live the Sovereign. The first thing I did with her was clean my own house, because I'd built a fortress and staffed it with human beings, and human beings are the part of a fortress that walks out through the gate every evening. The scientists weren't the problem. Give a certain kind of mind an equation nobody has ever seen and a budget, and you will not lose them. They have nowhere better to be. But security, logistics, technicians, catering, ordinary people in a sealed facility sitting on schematics that would rearrange the world if a single page left the building. I told her to analyze 6 months of behavior and produce a loyalty assessment on every non-core employee. She came back in about 10 minutes with 7 names. Private conversations that shouldn't have happened. Attempts on level A databases from accounts that had no business there. And, in 3 cases, encrypted archives transmitted outward, which she had intercepted, held, and never once mentioned to me until asked. I looked at the list. Get rid of it. Officially, they were transferred at short notice to a confidential expedition in Africa at triple salary. Their families received a generous accident settlement and a confidentiality bonus structured to pay out over 2 generations, which I set up personally and which is still paying. As for them, I said, I would prefer not to detect their biological signals anywhere on this planet again. She acknowledged the instruction. There was no pause that time. There is no procedure in her architecture called moral dilemma. I know because I wrote it and I left it out. Then I built the thing I am least willing to defend. There's a parasite in one of those worlds that takes over a host's nervous system. I studied it and I was disgusted. Not morally, professionally. It's crude. It wrecks the body, breaks the mind, and produces something that can only kill. All that machinery for such a stupid output. I wanted the opposite, precision. So I took the control mechanism out of it and threw the rest away, added the viral capacity to cross into nervous tissue, and combined that with the psychoactive properties of a flower that a certain corporation had spent decades studying as the ancestor of everything they'd built. The result was microscopic, transparent, and lighter than dandelion seed. Colorless, odorless. It crosses through air and through skin. It doesn't damage the body. It doesn't cloud the mind. It doesn't make anybody obedient in the way films imagine obedience, standing around glassy-eyed. What it does is edit the bottom layer of the weighing. Down underneath, in the place where a person compares 2 options before they know they're comparing them, it installs 3 axioms. That my judgment is the correct one. That the idea of betraying me is not a moral failure, but an absurdity, like a mathematical error. And that giving me everything is simply the right answer. You do not feel controlled because there is nothing to push against. If a contradicting thought arrives, you yourself identify it as strange, and you yourself put it down. And here's the part that made me keep going instead of stopping. It doesn't dull anybody. It does the opposite. Remove a person's internal conflict about who they're working for, and their output goes up, measurably. She reported an average improvement of 37% in efficiency and collaboration across the first group. The first group was the 27 scientists I'd taken out of the pods. Through the ventilation, the water, and the food over 4 days. Within a week, their attitude toward me moved from professional respect to something with no ceiling on it. Then I made a second, quieter generation, and I ran it through the entire base. Central air handling, water cycle, aerosol. Concentration below 3 parts in a trillion. Total coverage in 72 hours. You could not tell. That's the thing. My head of laboratory still swore at me about data quality. The head of security still shouted at people for falling asleep on shift. Nobody sang, nobody glowed, nobody wrote me poetry. They just, at the very bottom, could no longer conceive of a version of events in which they were not mine. I have had a great deal of time to think about what that makes me, and I have never landed anywhere comfortable. What I will say is this. I did it because the alternative was holding a civilization together with money, and money is a promise that somebody else can outbid. And one person in that entire base was exempt, and I didn't do it on purpose. The Sovereign reported it as an anomaly. The field had no measurable effect on Lin Mei. Not reduced. None. Her neurological baseline simply did not engage with it. She flagged it for my decision. I sat with that report for a while. The loyalty of every single person in my organization was, at the root, something I had installed. Except hers, which was just hers, which she had arrived at on her own, in a courtyard, at 9 years old, over a piece of hard candy and a headband that made a clean tone when she got her breathing right. Normal phenomenon, I told the Sovereign. No intervention required. And then I sat there for another 10 minutes with the room lights off, which is not a thing I do. The dying woman was easier. She was in an isolation room on a bed with a lot of equipment around her, and she was old in a way that was wrong. Gray, thin-skinned, sunken, with a rare disease that runs a person's clock at 4 times speed and has no treatment. And her face was the same face as the woman in the red dress standing next to me. I had brought them together on purpose, and I had not warned either of them. The clone looked at the original. The original opened her eyes and said a name, in a voice that had almost nothing left in it. And it was the clone's name, because it had been hers first, 60 years earlier, in a house with a garden. I stood against the wall and let it run for 11 minutes, and said nothing at all, because I needed one of them to see her own past before she agreed to the future I was about to offer her. Then we started treating the old woman, with a cellular stabilizer and the perfected compound, and the clock in her began, for the first time in her life, to run slow. After that, I took the woman in red down to a training hall because I wanted her to meet the other one. Lin Mei was sitting cross-legged on the mats, 11 years old. She got up and looked at our guest with frank, professional interest. "Sister, your energy is very unusual. It isn't like any of ours." And then, because she was 11 and showing off, she put out her hand and condensed a small white vortex above her palm, turning slowly, and explained that this was what she'd got out of the method the teacher taught her. The woman in red had been alive for a while by then and had seen a considerable amount, and she had never seen anything like that, because what she carried in her body was a virus, and this was not. This was alive in a different way, and she could feel the difference standing 3 meters back. I stood in the doorway and did the arithmetic I always do. One of them was the upper limit of what a human being from an ordinary world can take from a system built in a martial one. The other was the upper limit of what a human being from a martial world can take from biotechnology. 2 data points at 2 extremes, and both of them irreplaceable, and both of them therefore permanently off the list of subjects for anything risky. They liked each other immediately, which I had not accounted for. Then I called a meeting, and it is the only meeting of my life I'd put on a wall. Round table. The recovering woman who had owned half a corporation, now with black at the roots of her hair and the appetite of a graduate student. Her 26 colleagues, my gray-haired biochemist and his team from the other world, and me. I've brought you together for one purpose, perfect evolution. 4 axes. I put them up one at a time. 1. Survivability. Not regrowing a limb, that's a party trick, that's the beginning. I want cellular regeneration fast enough that damage stops being a category. My biochemist immediately proposed the flowers compound crossed with the beneficial mutation set out of the viral archive, and 2 people started arguing about it before he finished the sentence. 2. Duration. And here I said the thing that reframed the room, because I'd been chewing on it for a year. Aging, considered as information, is entropy accumulating in a copy process. It is not a mystery. It is a bookkeeping failure. Therefore, it is, in principle, reversible. The cloned researcher immediately proposed transferring consciousness into fresh bodies, and I let the table take that apart for him, which they did, thoroughly, ending on the only question that matters, which is whether the thing that wakes up is you or an extremely convincing bereavement. 3. Combat capacity and adaptability. A body that takes modules, something you can extend without redesigning. And at the far end of that, and I said this out loud to a room full of molecular biologists in lab coats, I want to grow the pathways that a certain tradition calls meridians inside a modern human body on purpose. Nobody laughed. 2 of them started writing. The man from the other viral program pointed out that his organism's defining feature is that it rewrites the host genome live, in the field, in response to conditions, and that if you could take the rewriting engine and remove the rewriting engine's opinions, you would have unbounded adaptability with a steering wheel. 4. The mind. Telekinesis. Direct manipulation of energy. Influence over other minds. The pill had been a key to a room, and I had spent 2 years in that room, and I had begun to suspect the room had another door. And then, to their enormous credit, they told me all the things I couldn't have. I needed a cell-level editor for the biological blueprint, and nothing in any of our worlds was fine enough. I needed a universal biological interface. And I needed somebody to explain how a brain produces mental energy at all, which not one person at that table could even define. I turned to the sovereign and asked her to match each gap to a world. She had a list in under a second, and the first thing on it was an orbital station with a medical device on it that repairs anything. I want to describe the arrival because it's the funniest thing that has ever happened to me. We landed in an enormous open square in an endless slum, tents to the horizon, a smell of disinfectant over the smell of too many people, the sky yellow-brown with haze, and white shuttles coming down like beetles into a crowd that surged at them. The sovereign spoke in my ear about 4 seconds after we arrived. The station's central system had been breached and rebooted within the last hour. Every human being on the surface of that planet had just been forcibly registered as a full citizen, which meant the story was over. I had arrived with a bodyguard, a plan, and a full tactical kit, roughly 40 minutes after the protagonist had already saved the world and died doing it. I stood in that square for a moment and genuinely did not know what expression to make. Then I watched what happens next, which is the part the film doesn't show you, and it took about 6 hours. Because those medical devices exist in a certain number, a few million, and the number of people who had just been granted an absolute right to use them was several billion. The lawns of that station filled up with people who had never been on grass. The houses burned. The security robots seized entirely because their instruction set contained both protect citizens and protect the client. And those had just become the same people and also opposite people. And I watched a crowd take 3 of them apart with tools while they stood there resolving a conflict that had no resolution. And in a chamber up there, a president drowned in a parliament screaming at him. I'd like to be sympathetic. I'm not particularly. Somebody opened a box in the most emotionally satisfying and least intelligent way available. A finite resource does not become infinite because you have declared everybody entitled to it. All you have done is convert a queue into a riot. And the demands do not stop at basic care. Basic care becomes good care, becomes equal standing, becomes, why does he have that? And none of it is unreasonable, and none of it can be met, and the whole thing comes apart in a year. The woman in red didn't say anything while I worked through that, and I looked over and understood why. She had watched a corporation say beautiful things for a decade while running the numbers underneath. So, she said, are we still going up? Obviously, the messier it is down here, the easier it is to fish. We went up in the hold of a converted cargo barge with 400 other people. I'm going to tell you about that crossing because of one thing that happened in it. Sweat and synthetic food. A woman from somewhere south holding a sick child and praying under her breath. A man in a ruined cap telling everybody within range what he intended to do with the women up there. And in the corner, 6 large men with a lot of ink on them, quietly working out who in that hold was a sheep. Their leader was saying, loudly, that citizenship was nonsense, and that what actually mattered was that when they got up there, the mansions and the cars and the jewelry would be theirs to pick from. The barge rolled. The woman with the sick child lost her footing and put a hand out and it landed on him. He turned around and hit her across the face, open-handed, hard enough that she went down still holding the child. 400 people looked at the floor. The woman in red took 1 step and I said 2 words in her ear. Not physically. She stopped, and she did not move again at all, and there was no gesture and no sound. Down at the front of the hold, the big man's face went slack. He shook. Something came out of his mouth, and he was dead on the deck before his friends got to him. Of what any doctor on that barge would have called a sudden bleed in the brain, because that is exactly what it was, in a very small area, applied with a great deal of precision at a range of 30 meters through a crowd. His men picked him up and looked around at 400 blank, frightened faces, and then they carried him to a corner and sat down and were quiet for the rest of the trip. The mother thanked God. I let her. The station from underneath is genuinely beautiful. From on top, once we docked, it was tense and queues and people kissing the deck plating. We walked to the administration building under optical camouflage. Attacking that network from outside was hopeless because my sovereign was operating there as a subprogram at reduced capacity, and their core was designed by people with too much money. So we went in through the president. He was in his office, older than the file photo, running around a wall of screens trying to talk 6 factions into being reasonable. The sovereign killed his surveillance and his comms, and then 2 people appeared in the middle of his floor out of nothing. He went for the alarm. It was dead. If we can get in here, I said, we can also make your guards temporarily hard of hearing. He got his spine together, which I respected, and said something about the station's security not being decorative. The woman in red took one step forward. 3 security units in the corridor outside folded up into scrap with a sound like a car being crushed, and she did not lift a finger, and he watched it happen through the glass wall. And while he was watching that, an aerosol went into his ventilation off my wrist, and he never knew, and by the time we sat down, he was already at the bottom, mine. I offered him a deal that had the shape of a threat and the content of a gift. Top-level access to the station's core systems, in exchange for which he would come out of the worst catastrophe in the history of that civilization with his dignity intact, and, if he did as he was told, as a hero. He gave me an encrypted card with a list on it, every hawk in the government, every corporate head, everyone with the standing to obstruct. And then we put on a play. First, the power went out, not everywhere, in military zones and industrial nodes without warning, which blinded the command structure. Then internal comms. And then the woman in red went to work, and I want you to picture this properly, because it is the single greatest piece of theater I have ever produced. A figure in crimson moving through that station, pulling senior officers out of hardened bunkers through their own ceilings, compressing offices into cubes, taking powered exoskeletons and folding them like paper. And every heavy defense system that could have inconvenienced her had gone offline 6 minutes earlier, which nobody had time to notice. On every channel, the president, gray-faced with grief and resolve, announcing that an evil force from beyond the earth was attacking their beautiful home, that all non-combat personnel should evacuate immediately to the surface, and that, with the deepest regret, they would be abandoning the station. The climax was filmed. She tore the dome off the Parliament building. He fought her, personally, for 4 rounds in front of the cameras. He took a grievous wound covering the evacuation of the last legislators, and his loyal guard carried him aboard the final ship as the lights failed behind them. I watched it from a monitoring room, and I laughed out loud, alone, for the first time in about 2 years. "Mr. President, that's genuinely good work." And then, to the woman in red, who was looking at me with an expression I'd earned, "Did you really expect politicians like these to save a world? That's a wonderfully naive thing to believe." She said that today she had finally learned what shamelessness was. You'll get used to it, and be fair, in this particular case, he actually did save it. Because he did. Down on the surface, with the reputation of the man who held the line against an alien invasion, and with the medical technology and the industrial equipment we had let him evacuate, that man did something that nobody had managed in 80 years. Governments that had been at each other's throats cooperated. Militias and gangs stood down, because there was now a common enemy, and the common enemy was extremely visible on television. Medical stations went up in the ruins with simplified versions of the miracle device, one to a district, and inside a year the curves on production and public order turned upward for the first time in living memory. And then, at the peak of it, the hero president abruptly resigned. Officially, due to his injuries and a desire to make room for younger people. Actually, because he knew there had never been any aliens. There had been a young man who looked at him like a specimen, and a woman in red who took apart armored units with her attention, and he had worked out that a man who stays too long in a job like that gets replaced by a more convenient agent. He retired with money and 2 people he trusted, and then he got a call. I told him to build something, not a party, not a government, a quiet order. The genuinely capable, absolutely committed, drawn from every field. The seeds that actually move a civilization forward, as opposed to politicians who can only fight over the steering wheel and financiers who can only fight over the fuel. He named it himself, which I let him do because people defend the things they name. He called it the Illuminati. I told him he'd sit at the head of it when the heroic phase of his career was over, and I put a sub-program of the Sovereign into the information systems of the new Federation to identify candidates. He bowed to me on a video call until his head was nearly at the desk. Meanwhile, the woman in red cleared the station of the gangs that had colonized it. The useful ones went into holding, the rest did not, and I took the complete documentation for the medical device, cellular scanning, nanoscale repair machines, algorithms for locating and correcting genetic defects, and the underlying principles of cellular programming and tissue regeneration, which was the thing I had crossed a universe for. I want to be honest about the Illuminati. I did not build it to save that world. I built it the way you put a predator fish into a stagnant pond, because a pond with a predator in it produces better fish. Back home, I gave the medical technology to the woman who had spent her whole life dying of her own genome. I want to tell you what she did with it, because it is the single most elegant thing anybody in my organization has ever done, and I didn't think of it. She combined three things nobody had thought to combine. The diagnostic side of the medical device could locate the exact defect. The nanoscale machines could carry a payload directly into the nucleus of a specific cell, and the compound from the flower could rewrite what was there. She had the machines deliver the flower into her own broken gene, cell by cell, and then used a growth factor out of the viral archive to accelerate the replacement of the corrected cells. She called it gene reversal and cellular remodeling therapy, and she was patient zero, and she did not tell anybody until after the third session. Her skin came back. Black grew in at the roots. She started sleeping 4 hours and working the other 20. And for me, it broke open the last big jam, because it meant that the ancestor compound, the dangerous one, could now be introduced slowly, in tiny increments, with the flower running underneath the whole time as a safety catch. Frog in a pot, nothing sudden. 2 walls left. Build meridians in a body and turn brain potential into controllable mental force. Which took me to a crystal in a hole in the ground outside Seattle. There's a film about 3 teenagers who find a buried object in the woods and come out of that hole able to move things with their minds, and it ends the way you'd expect because the film is not about superpowers, it's about what happens to ordinary people when sudden power arrives with no instructions. Which is exactly why I did not go anywhere near it. The people who wrote that film had said, in interviews I dug up, that the object had started out in their heads as a key to a prison rather than a gift. One of them had joked that it was less science fiction and more the kind of relic where touching it costs you your mind. I have a policy about jokes made by the people who invented a thing. So there was no contact. None. Not by anybody. 6 drones the size of bees with ground-penetrating radar and particle detectors found the source 15 meters down and a fresh subsidence hole 3 meters across above it. And then 3 tracked engineering robots the size of bears spent 4 hours and 20 minutes cutting out a block of the planet 100 meters square and 120 deep in one piece. A transport unit lifted the whole block on a field, and then the block and everything in it, including the object, vanished off the surface of that world and reappeared on the receiving platform at my gate. I put it in a facility we called the Ancestress Lab. 0 contact isolation. Every operation performed by machines. No human being has ever set foot in it, including me, and there is a standing order that survives my death. Dessert afterwards. A quiet drone put the 3 teenagers to sleep in their beds, and they went through a full scan and came back with no memory of the evening and mild headaches. They kept their powers. They kept their story. They never met me. The analysis came back, and it changed the shape of everything. The object is a silicon organic polymer with a lattice too ordered to be natural, and it has a low-level biological electrical activity, and the radiation it emits is not energy in the sense that would burn you. It resonates with specific neurons, selectively. It is not a battery. It is a targeted neuromodulator. And what it targets, the recovering woman told me 2 weeks later with a face I'd never seen on her, is the limbic system, the amygdala, the hippocampus, which is to say, it drives the negative emotions specifically, which is precisely why the boys in that film came apart the way they did, in exactly that order. And when the activity in those centers crosses a certain threshold, the signal jumps to a tiny ganglion under the prefrontal cortex that every anatomy text in that world lists as vestigial. We found it because we had the medical device and an unreasonable amount of stimulation data, and nobody else has ever had both. We gave it a name out of the old tradition because the old tradition had a word for the place where the spirit sits, and modern anatomy did not. Then we checked it against the woman in red, and it fit perfectly. Her telekinesis had never been a designed feature. It was a side effect. The virus, in the process of doing what it does, had leaked into that same structure and switched it on. Which gave us the formula. Amplify emotion, break the threshold, activate the structure, and telekinesis appears. And the moment you write it as a sequence, you can see the stupid part. The emotional stage is not the mechanism. It's just the only lever that world had. It's a man setting his house on fire because that's how he knows to boil water. Skip it. Go straight to the structure with the right energy, delivered directly. We had found the keyhole, and we already had a key. That is where the design my organization is built on comes from, and I'd like to be precise about the price. We ran it on convicts brought back from the station. condemned, informed, and given the choice. And that sentence is doing a lot of work, and I know it. 589 of them did not work. Number 590 sat up on the table, with his physical parameters through the roof, and then he looked at a spoon on the tray beside him, and the spoon bent. Then he picked up 3 coins off the table without touching them, and he started laughing, and he couldn't stop for a while. We had a body, and there was an army waiting for it, because those clone sisters had been coming home for months. Nearly 1,000 of them, recovered out of abandoned facilities all over that world, all in suspension, all with defects that the corporation had considered uneconomic to correct and had shelved rather than dispose of. We could correct them now. So we did, and then we gave every single one of them the new body. She supervised it herself. She was in that hall for 6 weeks. I came down once and found her standing in front of a pod with her hand flat against the glass, and she said, without turning around, "You won't be alone." They all woke up stronger than she had ever been, every one of them with that structure active from the first breath. The scientists from that corporation stood in the doorway and had, I think, a genuinely difficult afternoon. Their organization had spent decades and an unimaginable budget and had produced exactly one of her, by accident. We had built 1,000 better ones in a quarter, and she went through a second, deeper activation and came out of it with something none of them had predicted, including me. She could feel them, all of them. Emotion first, then, within a week, speech. A network, running on nothing, across the whole facility and then across a continent. 1,000 women went down on one knee in that hall simultaneously, without a word being spoken. "Get up," she told them. "Power is a tool. What you do with it is yours. But first you're going to learn to control it." I had armor made for them. Shape memory alloy out of the station, biologically active metal fiber out of the corporate archive that changes its molecular structure at the instant of impact, an energy shield, and a medical layer with an injector. Crimson because she asked for it in that color, and I have never once refused her anything she has actually asked for, which is a list of 3 things in 20 years. Next stop was Manhattan, on the worst week it ever had. There's a world where a research facility loses containment on something they call blacklight, and a man in a gray hoodie starts eating his way through Manhattan, looking for the truth about what he is. We arrived with 1,000 crimson figures hanging over the water 15 kilometers offshore under optical camouflage, which the Sovereign informed me was, statistically, the largest concentration of directed force ever assembled anywhere in the solar system of that world, and which nobody saw. The timeline was where I wanted it. The prototype had already broken out of the laboratory and was loose. The Hive Mother was out from under the city. The military containment force was on first-tier alert. But the general outbreak hadn't started yet, and the island was still, technically, a city. And I want to explain what that thing actually is, because everyone in that world had it wrong, including the people who made it. It is not a virus in the sense of a disease. It is much older than that and much stranger. It is an agent that has been present in the biosphere of that planet for an extremely long time, and its function is to reach into the parts of the genome that nobody uses and switch things on. It has been steering evolution there for 1 billion years, quietly, from underneath. The thing in the sewers, the Hive Mother, had been produced decades earlier when the agent met a town full of newborns, which is a sentence I am not going to expand on. What came out of that was not a person and not a monster. It was a living matrix, half awake, waiting for a vessel adequate to hold all of it. I did not want to become the second prototype. I have watched men eat their way to power, and every single one of them ends up as a thing with a very impressive resume and nobody home. I wanted the mechanism. I started with the man who ran the laboratory. He was at his desk, late, alone, and 2 people appeared in his office, and he went for the alarm, and the woman in red had his wrist before his fingers closed. I made him an offer. A real platform, a real budget, and colleagues, instead of being the disposable technical asset of the men with guns who had already, I pointed out, drafted his own containment order. And while I was saying it, a very small quantity of something colorless went into the room. By the time I finished the sentence, he said it would be his pleasure to serve me, and he meant it, all the way down, and he took us into his own core laboratory like a butler showing guests to the good room. I did him one courtesy afterwards. I moved him, personally, to the water's edge, and I let him see the 1,000 of them hanging in the air over the sea at dusk. He stood on that shore and watched a small army suspend the rule about falling down. "This is another possibility for evolution, Doctor," I said, "guided by intelligence, rather than driven by instinct." He didn't answer for a long time. 7 days later, the prototype came through the top-floor window. He came in fast enough to take the wall with him, roaring for the doctor, demanding to know what had been done to him. And then he stopped in midair. He had never once been stopped. That was, up to that point, the defining fact of his existence. Nothing in that world could hold him. 1,000 minds took hold of him at the same instant, and he could not move his head. I walked out of the shadow at the side of the room and told him the truth, and it was cruel, and it was necessary. The scientist whose name he was using is dead. He was shot on a station platform by soldiers, and the sample he was carrying broke, and the agent used his corpse as a blueprint, and then it ate his memory the way it eats everything else. You are not that man. You are the thing that consumed him and kept the file. He came apart. He hit that barrier hard enough to shake the building, twice, and then he stopped hitting it and put both hands on his head because the memories were coming through him in a flood and none of them were his, and he had never had anybody to say that to. So I fixed it. I brought my arm up and put a controlled beam through him from the projector on my forearm, and the shaking stopped, and the noise in his head dropped away, and I explained the rest. He has no brain. Not in the sense he was still using the word. He has no nervous center at all. Every part of him, including what he thinks are his clothes, is specialized viral tissue running a distributed process. He is a colony that has agreed on a shape. He was quiet for a while, and then he said, carefully, that I didn't seem to want to hurt him. Malice is a choice, and it's yours, not mine. What I'd prefer is an exchange between equals. And we had one, and it lasted a long time, and he kept his end of it in circumstances where nobody would have blamed him for not. Here's what I gave him. Refined biomass. The organisms in that city were a mess. Everything he consumed came with garbage attached, fragmented memories, unstable genetic sequences, other people's panic. Every meal made him stronger and also louder inside. So my people took local mutants, stripped the chaotic memory, purified the unstable fragments, and handed him the result. Clean evolutionary nutrition. He absorbed an optimized hunter in an underground car park in about 90 seconds, and afterwards he stood up and said, with something like wonder, that his strength was climbing faster and that there wasn't as much noise anymore. That's the moment he stopped being the dead scientist's ghost and started being himself. In one day, he developed the claws, the hammers, the whip blades, and a level of biomass control the people hunting him had estimated was 2 years away. And that is also when I made my one significant mistake in that world, and it announced itself with an alarm. Because feeding him properly had shortened his maturation, and she felt it. The hive mother came up 7 stages early, straight through the ground toward that building, because her instinct had registered that the vessel was ready. The street split open. What came out of the black was a mass of twisted tissue with tentacles that took the front off a parked truck, and at the top of it, incongruously, the face of a girl of about 19 with black patterning across it and nothing behind the eyes. She said one word, which was his designation, and what met her was not claws. 1,000 mines landed on her and on 40 meters of street in every direction at once, and the tentacles that had been tearing armor apart moved like worms in setting gel. He asked me to let him talk to her. I let him. He went down off the roof and said her name. She had one answer, and it was a request, and it was to be consumed. That was all there was in her. No conversation was available, and then she stopped. She stopped struggling, and she looked past him, at me, and at the ranks behind me, and I watched something come apart in her that had been running for 40 years. Because her entire model of the world was that life is material to be edited, and she was looking at nearly 1,000 organisms with cellular structures more sophisticated than anything on that planet, and not one trace of her agent in any of them, led by a man whose neurons were running at a speed her perception could not enclose. We should not have been able to exist. The mass sagged and shrank and pulled in on itself, and what was left standing in the crater was a thin young woman with a ridiculous crest of hair and black patterns fading off her skin, and the madness in her eyes was replaced by exhaustion and a kind of bewilderment. She asked what we were, and I smiled properly for the first time in about a year and said that this was interesting. The military showed up half an hour later, and I want to describe what happened because it is the cleanest work my people ever did. Attack helicopters, main battle tanks, fighting vehicles, waves of infantry in black, under orders to stop it at any cost, with cruise missiles being programmed somewhere off the coast. Full band jamming, I said. An electromagnetic curtain went up across a 50-kilometer radius. Satellites, radio, the fiber under the river. In 4 seconds, Manhattan stopped existing as far as the outside world was concerned. and then 1,000 crimson figures appeared in the empty streets and put their hands out. A 70-ton tank went up into the air, turned over, and came down on a truck. Bullets curved away in flight and fell short. Missiles lost the argument with physics halfway through it and dropped into the river. Soldiers came off the ground, were disarmed by something that had no hands, and were set down in neat stacks by the side of the road. Somebody screamed into a radio that they were fighting an air force. The radio was not working. There was no blood in that engagement. That was the instruction, and it was followed. There was a great deal of shrieking metal and a number of grown men making sounds they would never discuss afterwards, and at the end of it, a field headquarters with 16 senior officers in it taken alive, including the colonel who ran the whole operation. They received a very small quantity of something colorless within the hour, and then we went backwards up the chain. Controlled commanders put reliable people in key posts. Intelligence and materiel began to flow toward a facility that did not appear on any chart, and the general in charge of the whole apparatus and the men above him never noticed anything, because nothing looked wrong. Separate teams worked the capital. From that point, the government of the United States of that world began, without any awareness of it whatsoever, to lean in my direction. Meanwhile, the 1,000 cleared the infected districts, and they did it under one absolute rule, which I wrote myself, and which was not negotiable. No contact. Ever. Not one of them was permitted to be touched, because if a single fragment of their genetics reached that agent, it would have produced something carrying the ancestor compound, the flower, and telekinesis in a package designed to spread. I have made a number of decisions I'd defend in a bad light. That was not one I was ever going to gamble on. Then we found the last piece, 300 meters under an Air Force base on the other coast, in a vault. It was a boy of about 7, sitting in the corner of an isolation room with his arms around his knees. He looked ordinary. He looked, if anything, frail. The data did not agree. His cellular structure was on a level with the prototypes, extrapolating out. In theory, he could have opened that vault, dissolved the inorganic material, and assimilated the entire installation. And by the numbers, he could have done it better than the Hive Mother ever could. And in 7 years, he had done nothing at all. Baseline metabolism, nothing else. Every test they threw at him went in like a stone into a lake. He did not even resist tissue sampling. He would put his arm out. We compared the 3 genomes, and it finally made sense. The Hive Mother was a junk heap. Thousands of people's genetics jammed together, an accident optimized for reproduction. The prototype was a clean template with a bias toward consumption. And the boy was the purest and most primary code any of us had ever seen, holding the entire potential of that agent, completely dormant. A seed containing a forest declining to sprout, which meant that the containment force's nightmare, that if he and the prototype ever met, the world would end, was not paranoia. It was arithmetic. I went another way. I did not want to replicate the agent. I wanted to disassemble it. Adaptability, evolutionary drive, energy conversion efficiency, taken apart into modules that could be handed out separately. And I'll say the strange part. That agent behaves inconsistently, sometimes like a god, sometimes like a bored child. It has no unified will, and yet, under certain conditions, it produces representatives. And at no point in any of it did it ever act like something that objected to being studied. I have never worked out what to do with that observation. Then I went back to a mountain in another century and put a man on his feet. The third brother. I rebuilt the bone structure and regrew the nerve pathways, which I now could, and it took 11 days, and on the 12th, he stood up in a courtyard in front of his 6 brothers and walked 8 steps. Then he did something with his hands, one of the mountain's own forms, slowly and badly, and had to stop because his teacher had turned around. That mountain has never fully recovered. I collected the Pearl data while I was there, years of it, thousands of practitioners, all conditions, all ages. And when we put that against the biological energy conversion mechanism from the agent, we got the thing I had wanted since a manor house in the 14th century, a complete 3-dimensional model of the energy network, nanometer resolution, finer than the classical charts, and biologically correct in places where the classical charts were poetry. And, using the agent's adaptive machinery, a method for growing those channels from nothing in a body that was never born with them, which is the sentence that ends an entire tradition, if you think about it for a second. That art had always belonged to the gifted. It had always been a lottery with a very small prize pool. not anymore. The first one down was the woman in red. We lowered her into the tank we called the Azure Lotus, which is a human-shaped reservoir of nutrient fluid full of nanoscale machines, and it is the single finest piece of equipment my organization has ever built. Over 4 days, it laid a complete energy network through her body along the model, stabilized her with the flower, ran a second deep activation on the structure under her prefrontal cortex, gave her a primary adaptation to the agent, and installed the Hive module. She came out of it with her mental force up by a multiple, with internal energy running in her body for the first time, and with a network to her sisters that no longer had a range in any practical sense. They could speak instantly, anywhere on that planet. They could see through each other's eyes. And her telekinesis stopped running on food. That mattered more than any of it. Before that upgrade, moving a tank cost her about a week's calories for a grown man, which is why she carried those bars. After it, the internal energy did the work, and internal energy is generated continuously by a body that has stopped being inefficient. The upgrade also killed the Hive Mother, and I did not anticipate that. Within the hour, she went off in her isolation cell, body swelling again, tentacles hammering the walls, screaming in a register that broke 2 microphones. The Sovereign diagnosed it in about 4 minutes, and it opened the hole in my understanding of that agent that I have never entirely filled. The more perfect network had taken the function away from her. That agent tolerates exactly one strongest carrier of each key capability in a single ecology, not by decree, structurally. And the moment there was a better hive, the old hive was no longer a hive, it was just a large sick woman in a room. I had the woman in red brought to the observation window because I wanted to see it confirmed. The Hive Mother looked at her and stopped fighting and said no, twice, and then something in her went into reverse. The energy that had sustained her for 40 years ran backwards, and the cellular collapse that followed was not survivable and was not slow. On instruction, the field closed and ended it. What was left was a pool of dead black material on a floor, and I stood at that window and did the accounting, because that is what I do instead of grieving. Every creature that agent produces is intelligent, genuinely, but every one of them is steered entirely by an evolutionary instinct, and not one of them has a self. There is nobody in there to negotiate with. That is why the Hive Mother could only ever say one word to the only being in the world like her. And the prototype had a self, because he had inherited a dead man's memory and character, and then spent months forging something on top of it out of thousands of consumptions. He was a person. She never was. That is the whole reason he is alive and she is not, and I have told him so, and he did not enjoy it. Next into the tank was Lin Mei. She was 12. I want to be honest about why she went second and not 10th. It was not favoritism, though I will not pretend favoritism was absent. It was that she was the only completely unmodified human being in my organization. Nothing had ever been done to her. No compound, no field, no edit. She was the clean measurement. And into her build we put one thing that nobody else had gotten. We had taken the boy's genome apart, and inside it, underneath everything, was a module that gives no capability at all. It does not make you strong or fast or resistant. What it does is give the body an instinct to endlessly optimize whatever it already has. Cultivation, combat, physiology, even psychological resilience, adaptive evolution. In practical terms, it means one thing: she would never have a bottleneck again. Ever. Not at any level for the rest of her life. She went into that tank as a 12-year-old girl. She came out looking about 16, perfectly built, and not beautiful in the way that makes a room go quiet. Beautiful in the way that makes a room lean in. Whatever it is that makes people decide within 4 seconds that they will follow somebody had been amplified to a degree that we could measure and could not explain. And at the exact instant she opened her eyes, 3,000 kilometers away, the boy in the vault shuddered once and stopped. Not died, stopped. All biological activity ceased, and what remained was ordinary organic material with no more significance than a fallen branch. The Sovereign called it a program dissolving after completion of its function. The adaptive evolution code had been successfully extracted and successfully activated in a new carrier, and his reason to exist was over. He had been waiting 7 years in a concrete room to be read. I sat with that one for a while too. Then it was my turn. The build was everything. The core of the agent, the ancestor compound, the flower, the perfected pill, and return to origin all fused, all at once, in one pass. 108 hours in that tank, being taken apart and reassembled at the cellular level. I came out looking almost exactly the same. Slightly smoother skin, something different about the eyes, which people have mentioned to me since and never been able to specify. And then the oldest thing in that world woke up and looked at me. I don't know how else to say it. There is a will underneath that biosphere. Not a mind, not a person, something like a process with a preference that had been guiding the development of life on that planet for 1 billion years, and it noticed what had just come out of my tank. It noticed a new sequence, one that had absorbed everything it was and did not depend on it in any way, and it made a decision, and the decision was to stop. Like an engine that has run faithfully for an unimaginable length of time, finding a better engine and switching itself off. The agent went out of that world like a tide going out, everywhere, simultaneously. In its place, there was something new, and it was mine, and it was running on my sequence. The prototype kept his abilities, but his unlimited adaptation acquired a ceiling he could feel and could not see, and if he ever wants to grow past it, he will have to reformat himself against my template. I told him that to his face too, because he had earned it. He thought about it for 11 seconds and said, "So what's the offer?" Then we tested what I actually was, and the test was 1,000 of them at once. They came at me on an empty plane, all of them, through the network, coordinated to the millisecond. And the combined force in those first 4 seconds would have taken a skyscraper out by the foundations. I put a hand out. And here's the number, because the number is the interesting part. My total telekinetic output, measured against theirs, was equal to approximately one of them. 1. Out of 1,000. I won anyway, and it took an hour, and at the end of it, every one of them was flat on her back with her armor drained, and I did not have a fold in my clothes. Because they were each moving hundreds of tons in one piece, and I was not moving anything in one piece. I was dividing my output into billions of individual force elements at micron resolution, and using them to cut, to redirect, and to unpick the structure of an incoming mass at the point where it was weakest. They brought a hammer. I brought several billion scalpels. She lay on the ground and laughed at the sky for a while, and then asked how. "Your progress is obvious," I said. But the important part was never how much you have. It's what you understand about it. Afterwards, the measurements came in, and I'll give them plainly because they're what everything after is built on. Physically, I was at the level of one of the enhanced. Regeneration up to and including limbs. Lifespan with no theoretical limit. And if the body were destroyed outright, my consciousness could transfer, immediately, into a prepared empty vessel carrying the same sequence. Which is, in every sense that matters, the end of dying. But the real finding was the last line of the report, and it took the Sovereign 2 days to characterize it. Every carrier of that sequence is connected to me. I can feel their emotional state and their power level. I can partially synchronize my understanding of an ability into them, which is why my people learn in weeks what should take years. And it runs the other way. Any beneficial mutation that arises in any carrier, anywhere, propagates back to me automatically. Every enhanced person in my organization is a branch of my own evolution, running experiments I did not design, and reporting. Which made the colorless field I had been so proud of look like exactly what it was. Crude, primitive. A chemical way of buying something that the biology now simply gives, because a carrier of that sequence is loyal by construction, in the same way that a hand is loyal to an arm. I had that field discontinued in all new deployments the following week. I did not, I want to be clear, remove it from anybody who already had it. And then I called a meeting and did something I had never done in my life, which was ask a room what they thought. The scientists were honest, which is what I pay them for. Our biology and our tank and our artificial intelligence were, they said, without peer in any world we had visited. And then they listed the holes. Energy generation was a joke. Material science was borrowed. Neural interfaces were adequate. Large-scale construction and anything to do with space did not exist at all. We look, my head of laboratory said, considerably more like a very good specialist biology institute than the beginnings of a civilization. And then the 16-year-old spoke, and she did not talk about technology at all. She said we were very powerful and that we had too few people. She said this base was advanced and it was safe, and that it always felt like an enormous cold workshop rather than a home, and that it was not, whatever we called it, an empire. She had been reading history in her free time, all of it, for 4 years. A country, she said, needs its own ground, its own people, and an order under which those people can actually live. Everything else is equipment. Nobody said anything for a moment. Then I agreed with her in front of the entire senior staff, which she has never once mentioned since, and which I know for a fact she remembers. She was right. You cannot build an empire out of cold technology and 40 brilliant people in a bunker. We were moving. The world where I'd built all of it was finished for me, and the reasons were not sentimental. Its resources were finite and already spoken for. It had 8 billion people on it, every one of them with a government, an opinion, and a phone. And its ideas about how a society should work were 400 years old and welded down, and I was not going to spend a century arguing with them. I needed a world with room. I picked the one with the sword in it. 3 reasons, and I'll give them in order of weight. I knew that world completely. The plot, the geography, who held what, where every faction would move. Almost no unknowns. Second, it was at the end of a dynasty, in a war, with a collapsed population and enormous empty land, which is the only condition under which anybody has ever built anything from scratch. And third, it was the home of the system my entire biology was now built on, and the girl who was going to run it had been born there. The sovereign laid an ancient map over modern geological data and gave me a coordinate. The western foothills of the Kunlun Range at the edge of a great basin. Remote. Stable rock, which matters when you intend to build downward. Iron, copper, and coal within 100 kilometers and a little of the rarer material. And positioned between the Central Plain and the Western Territories, which meant that in 200 years it would be sitting on everybody's road. Before we moved, I sent Lin Mei away. She did not take it well, and she did not say so. You've been in a base too long, I told her. A flower in a greenhouse is a flower that has never been outside. Go and look at the era. See how people live. Get into the arguments and the grudges. Learn what an ordinary person is happy about and what they're afraid of. You were born on that ground, and one day it will need an order you designed. I gave her a miniature pearl and told her to use it if anything happened. Then, because I am occasionally not an idiot, I added, or if you feel like it. She held it in both hands. It was still warm from my palm. She went, and at the top of the ramp, she turned around and looked back at me for about 2 seconds longer than anybody looks at a person they'll see again soon. Then we took the base apart. The peripheral staff got a generous settlement and had their memories edited, which is a sentence I have written down without softening because softening it would be worse. Everything non-essential was destroyed. The Azure Lotus was welded into the power system in a way no cutting equipment could separate without ruining it. So I did it myself, working micron-scale telekinesis into every seam. Joints that had been designed never to come apart came apart like a scalpel had been through them. Not one line lost pressure. 40 scientists watched me do that and said nothing for 11 minutes. Lin Mei walked the emptying corridors before she left. I know because I have the footage, and I have watched it more than once. She stopped in a doorway of a decommissioned wing and asked, without much hope, whether we were keeping the nutrient preparation center. I told her the technology was obsolete and we were leaving it. She nodded and said, of course. That was the room where, when she was 9 and had arrived in a metal world from a 14th century courtyard, she used to wait every day for the mixture she needed, and where, occasionally, in passing, on his way to somewhere important, a very busy man would stop for 90 seconds and explain to her what the numbers on the panel meant. Those 90 seconds, several times a week, for 2 years, were, in her own words in a journal I read much later without permission, among the few warm things in a life that had not had many. I did not know that at the time. I would like to say that if I had known, I would have kept the room. I don't think I would have. Sir, she said in the corridor, will we ever come back? Perhaps. Right now we're going to open new ground. And then, 15 minutes after the last of us left, the fusion core of a laboratory in New Jersey did the thing it had been quietly instructed to do. The flash was visible for 100 kilometers. The column went past 15,000 meters. Yield was later assessed at over 200 kilotons. Windows failed in 3 counties. I want to describe the following week from the other side, because it is genuinely the funniest thing my organization has ever accidentally done. A president is in a meeting about the economy when an aide comes in and uses the words suspected nuclear detonation. The legislature loses its mind. Every agency with an acronym is on the phone to every other agency with an acronym within 4 minutes. And then the analysis comes back. And the analysis is worse than the explosion. The epicenter is not a military installation. It is not a reactor. It is the site of a small biotechnology company that nobody has ever heard of, which had filed for bankruptcy 2 days earlier. And the radioactive residue is decaying at a rate that does not match any known device, any known fuel cycle, or any known physics they had. There is a recording of a senator asking, at volume, whether somebody had really built a device on that scale under their noses and detonated it purely in order to destroy a shell company. The answer to which was yes, exactly that, for precisely that reason. The internet had a wonderful time. Half of it decided it was a viral marketing campaign for a film. A quarter decided it was a cover-up, and were correct, and had no idea of what. A small, determined group insisted on aliens. On the Chinese forums, it briefly merged with the Mayan calendar discourse, which was having a good year. Nobody involved in any of that ever learned that the responsible party was, by then, several hundred years and one universe away, standing in a desert. The Gobi, at the foot of the Kunlun Range in the 14th century. Sand, wind, and nothing. In every direction, out to a horizon that had never had a straight line on it. Start. 1,000 of them lifted the modules through the network. Each one could handle 100 tons, and I did the joins, at micron resolution, so that pipe runs bent themselves into their seatings, and chips dropped into sockets from 4 meters up without touching the edges. There was no machinery noise. There was no dust cloud. A complex simply came up out of the ground like something being assembled by a very large, very patient child. And after half a day I had to stop because I was empty. That was a shock. The internal network processes food and cellular resource continuously, and the throughput is enormous by human standards, and it was nowhere near enough. I sat down on a rock in a desert and ate concentrates for 20 minutes like a man who had been digging a ditch. The sovereign noted, unnecessarily, that I was approaching my limit. Meditation was the obvious answer, and I rejected it immediately. Too slow, and I had a civilization to put up. What I needed was a technical way to feed a human being that much power. Within the week, we had the sovereign server hall, the compute cluster, and the transplanted fusion reactor standing, and after that she took over and expanded herself with robots, which is what she is for. But the lesson stood, and it went in the notebook. I cannot be the site foreman. A civilization that requires me personally to lift the beams is not a civilization. It is a very impressive hobby. I needed the building to build itself, which is why I went to steal a vehicle from the Soviets. There's a strategy game universe, wildly popular, with a war in it that never quite matches the war we had. And in that world, somebody solved a problem that nobody in my own world has, the mobile construction vehicle. You drive it to a location, you deploy it, and it unfolds into a base that can then produce more of everything, including more of itself. It also has, in various corners, hyperspace teleportation, mind control, a weather machine, industrial-scale genetic modification, and a man who has been alive for several thousand years and is very annoying about it. I went in for the vehicle. I also, and I'll mention it once, deliberately avoided every world with time travel in it. My reasoning is simple. To actually reverse time, you would have to reverse the state of every elementary particle in a universe, and I do not believe any of the settings that offer it have thought about that, which means their physics is not my physics, which means I cannot predict what happens to me. I have taken a lot of risks, not that one. I landed in a snowfield. The Sovereign got into their satellites and gave me a date in the middle of the 1950s, a location in Siberia, and a status, full-scale war, both sides, everywhere, and modular construction vehicles already in the field on both sides. She also flagged something odd, which I noted at the time and understood much later. That world's technology tree is extremely uneven. Their metallurgy is behind. Their parallel processing and specialized chip design are unaccountably ahead. 300 kilometers to the southeast, there was a Soviet column moving through snow, tanks, infantry, trucks, and in the middle of it, a tracked machine the size of a building. They were ambushed as I arrived, which was convenient. Armor came out of the drifts on the flanks, infantry with it, 2 aircraft above. I hung at 10 kilometers and watched, while the Sovereign laid down full-spectrum jamming across a 5-kilometer bubble so that both sides went blind and deaf at the same moment, and neither of them knew why. Chaos is the only cover that works on everybody. The Soviet element was destroyed. Their political officer got as far as ordering the vehicle scuttled and did not get to finish, and the attacking force, delighted, started walking toward the prize. So I came down out of 10 kilometers like a very quiet meteorite under optical camouflage. And then I put on a show, and I'd like credit for the choreography, because every single element of it had to look like something that happens in a real battle. One tank's turret traversed on its own and fired point blank into the vehicle beside it. There was a great deal of shouting on a radio net that was not working. Armor plate and structural steel came up out of the wrecked Soviet tanks and fell on the advancing infantry in a way that looked exactly like a delayed ammunition cook-off. 2 shells left their barrels and arrived somewhere their gunners had not intended. I metered every bit of it, nothing exotic, everything within the envelope of things that genuinely happen when a fight goes wrong. Cook-offs, spalling, unmarked mines, friendly fire in poor visibility. The last functioning tank drove into a burning hull and detonated, which the record would later attribute to driver error. Then I walked over, put my hand on the enormous machine, and it and I were somewhere else. The Sovereign tidied up, every electronic record altered or destroyed, and the physical evidence arranged into a perfectly coherent story. A Soviet mine belt, a disorganized counterattack, mutual annihilation. The relief column found a burned field where nobody could tell whose wreckage was whose, and a construction vehicle that had apparently gone up with everything else. Taking it apart taught me 2 things. The modular architecture was genuinely brilliant. Hydraulic telescoping, multi-point electromagnetic locking, an assembly logic that I have used a version of ever since. The power core was a joke. A primitive magnetic reactor that was, on inspection, less a generator than an adapter for a much larger battery somewhere else. And the armor was worse than what I already had. Somebody asked me why the design was so oppressive looking, all slabs and rivets and menace, and I gave a sensible answer about practicality and deterrence. The honest answer, which I kept to myself, is that the whole aesthetic of that faction was drawn by people making a point. It was meant to look heavy and inhuman so that the other side would look elegant. It's very effective. I have always rather liked it. We took the schematics for the weapons factory, the ore refinery and its haulers, the early magnetic reactor theory, and, more usefully, the work on miniaturizing it, a radar station, rapid deployment barracks, a heavy tank line with an early concept for something enormous, and a missile silo. And then we did not copy any of it. We used it as a skeleton, and what came off that skeleton was the single most important object my organization has ever built. I called it the Pioneer. Because it is not a construction vehicle, it is a mobile, evolving city seed. Power was a direct tap to fusion with an extended version of my armor's own energy system for autonomous operation. Control was not a driver. It was a daughter process of the Sovereign, capable of selecting its own site, surveying it, drawing the plan, and commanding the robot swarms herself. The barracks module became a mobile branch of the Biomedical Academy, which meant that wherever that vehicle stopped, it could begin growing enhanced bodies inside a week. The weapons factory and the tank line were merged into a construction equipment plant. The ore module saved, improved. It was bigger than the thing I'd stolen, smoother, gray and silver, with a lotus on the flank. That, I told the room, is the future capital. It deployed on the plain at the foot of the mountains, and I watched it happen from about 200 meters up. Armor plates walking apart, hundreds of manipulators placing modules onto surveyed coordinates. The Sovereign's backup server hall first, then swarm control, then power, then ore processing, and the drills going down into rock that had never had anything under it but rock. And hanging there watching it, I noticed that I was in a good mood. I want to sit with that for a second, because it was genuinely strange. 4 years earlier, I had been a broke undergraduate with a below-average rifle build and an anxiety problem, and I had spent every day since then in a state that I had assumed was simply what thinking felt like. Fast, wide, cold, constant. It wasn't. It was pressure. My mind had been running at a level my body could not underwrite, and so some part of me had been braced, permanently, for years, against a collapse that could arrive any afternoon. That was gone now. The body and the mind had finally agreed with each other. And out from under all that ruthless efficiency, something else had started to come back up. I would not go as far as calling it decency. Call it the return of ordinary weather. She noticed before I did. "Sir, you're in a very good mood today. Watching your work take shape is a pleasant thing." Then I did something I had never done in 4 years of running that organization. I went down to the design floor and I asked my head of laboratory a question with a question mark on the end of it. Whether there was, in his judgment, another 15% available in the structural strength of the frame. He looked at me like I'd offered him a knighthood. They got him 18. The next problem was the one I'd sat down on a rock about: energy. Because the second stage of my own method is not about strength, it is about resolution. Condense the internal energy far enough, and the precision of the telekinesis goes from micron to nanometer, and then past that. And at that point, you are no longer moving objects. You are rearranging matter at the atomic level and reaching into quantum states. That is the whole game. That is the only thing left that I actually want, and it needs a power supply that does not exist. The reactor we'd brought from the orbital station reached saturation almost immediately. My people explained why, at length, and I made them do it in front of everybody because I wanted the whole senior staff to hear it. Heavy element fusion isn't the answer. You need hundreds of millions of degrees and pressures that require a star, and the yield per unit mass comes out lower than the light elements. 3 walls, stable plasma confinement, wall materials that survive the neutron flux, and the one my gray-haired biochemist called fantastical rather than difficult, which is fusion at low temperature. Without that last one, you cannot make a reactor a person can wear. He said, politely, that by the physics we had, it was effectively impossible, and that talking about it was a hobbyist's activity rather than a scientist's. I didn't argue, and I didn't explain, because I knew a world where the machines are obviously running on a compact reactor with an output that has no business being that size, and where, more importantly, there is a hole in the bottom of the ocean that goes somewhere else. For a man planning to move between worlds professionally, a naturally occurring gate is worth more than any reactor. All I said, on the way out, was that the physical rules we have now are not the only ones and are certainly not the last ones. And I left them there being skeptical, which pleased me more than agreement would have. An empire that follows blindly does not go far. A room full of scientists who never push back has already stopped being useful, and I would rather be argued with by people who are wrong than agreed with by people who have stopped checking. There's a world where a rift opened at the bottom of the Pacific and started producing monsters the size of office blocks, and humanity's answer was to build enormous piloted machines and punch them. I arrived about 3 weeks before the end of it. The program was being canceled. 4 bases left. Governments had decided that the sensible thing was to build a wall along the coast, which is the kind of decision that gets made by people who have looked at the budget and not at the monsters. My cover was a representative of a private investment group with United Nations accreditation, a great deal of money, and a vague origin, which is the most respectable thing a man can be in a collapsing sector. I went shopping first. Under the Hong Kong base, there's a market built inside the skeleton of a dead monster. Ribs the height of buildings with neon strung between them, and stalls underneath selling ground-up organs to people who believe things about them. It belonged to a man in gold-plated boots with a sense of humor about his own criminality, and I liked him immediately. He tried to sell me nerve bundles he described as extremely fresh, which had almost no residual activity, and a venom sac that my scanner identified as an ordinary marine animal with fluorescent dye in it. I looked at both, and then I flicked one finger against the alloy container they were sitting in. That container was rated for several tons of impact. It crazed like a windscreen. "The merchandise is good," I said. "It just isn't very fresh." He became extremely respectful, and remained so, and while we were negotiating, a small, furious man in glasses came through the market at a run, shouting about needing a brain because a Category 4 had just been killed in the harbor and the tissue was going bad by the minute. I remembered him. He's the one who later gets close enough to the enemy to be used as a door. I went to look. The carcass was in the harbor district, where the machine had opened it with a chainsword. Blue everywhere, and a smell like burnt ammonia, and scavengers from every stall in the market swarming it with saws. And in the opened abdomen, on a cord, alive, was a baby. The scientist got up onto the body to reach the head, and the thing came awake and started thrashing. And in the version of that story where I am not standing there, it comes out of the wound and it eats him. I put my hand out. A field closed over an animal the mass of a heavy truck and lifted it, umbilical and all, out of its mother, and held it in the air about 6 meters up, turning slowly, like a kitten held by the scruff. There was no gesture, no device, no light. The little man in glasses looked at that, and then looked at me, and I watched a scientist's entire model of the possible fail in real time. I gave the market boss a job. Raise it. Don't let it die, don't let it get out, and you understand the consequences. Then I answered a question the 2 lead scientists had been arguing about for 6 years, because I wanted them, and the fastest way to get a scientist is to hand him the thing he can't sleep for. They had been trying to put a nuclear device through the rift. Every attempt failed. They had blamed the delivery system, the depth, the pressure, the geometry. It reads DNA, I said. The gate checks the code of the animals it was built for. Anything without that signature does not pass. If you want a bomb on the other side, it has to go through inside a carcass or with a live one. Both of them stopped moving. Then I collected them. After that, I went up to the base and offered the general money, which he needed, and then I asked for something else. I said I was interested in a pilot's seat. He explained, patiently, that the machines require two pilots sharing a neural load because a single human nervous system cannot carry a whole machine, and that the last man who tried it was very good and nearly died. I can drive alone. The Australian in the room, who was young and angry and had earned the right to be both, informed me that this was not a video game. The general was already gray from radiation exposure and had been quietly planning to take a seat himself in a machine he could not survive piloting. He agreed to a test. There may have been assistance with that decision. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. They put the helmet on me and initiated the link, and the whole machine came into my head at once. Every joint, every hydraulic circuit, every heat readout, every degree of freedom, all screaming for attention simultaneously. That flood is why it takes two people. An ordinary brain does not fail to cope with it. An ordinary brain is destroyed by it in about 1/100th of a second. The operator's voice went up an entire octave reading the number off her screen. 99.9% synchronization, single pilot. That number had never existed. That number is not on their scale. The machine stood up and it moved with almost no lag, and it did not feel like operating a vehicle. It felt like a fighting game at 1-to-1 scale with extremely good haptics, and I want to be honest and say that I enjoyed it more than almost anything I have ever done. Now, the part nobody in that world ever learned. I was not there to close the rift. I was there to keep it open. Because everything that came through it was free technology. Biology optimized over 100 million years by a civilization that was better at biology than anybody I had met. And the moment the rift shut, that supply ended. So my actual objective was to keep the enemy convinced that Earth was still a worthwhile investment. Difficult, expensive, but not hopeless. Keep sending monsters. Keep sending better ones. I went into the trench with the last two machines, and I fought exactly hard enough. 2 Category 4s came through first, one armored and slow, one fast with a jaw that opened in 3 directions. The armored one pinned the other machine almost immediately. I found I was rather good at it, not because of reflexes, because I could see where a thing that size has to put its weight next, and so I moved very little and put a blade into the gap under the ribs of the fast one on the second exchange. And then the rift produced the first Category 5 in history, Hammerhead, 3 barbed tails, a call that took the sensors out on both machines. It went for the other machine's cockpit with all 3 tails at once, and I stepped in front of it and took the strikes across the back and shoulder of mine, which cost me an arm actuator and a great deal of structural integrity, and which I did entirely on purpose, and about which I said, on an open channel, that this was what made it interesting. 30 minutes, alone, against 2 of them. I opened the armored one's skull with the blade, and I put a 6-tube salvo of anti-monster missiles into the big one's face from a distance at which no sane pilot fires them. My machine came back with an arm hanging off and a hole through the chest plate, and under that hole, where the diagnostic feed conveniently did not reach, a field was carefully packing several kilograms of Category 5 brain tissue into a sealed container. The nuclear delivery system, meanwhile, had suffered unfortunate damage from a tail strike and could not be used to close the rift. That was also on purpose, and I have never told anybody, and I am telling you. The base celebrated for 11 hours. 3 high-category kills, including the first 5, and the technicians got the cockpit open and found the pilot without a scratch on him, and one of them said, in a voice that was not entirely a joke, that he wasn't sure that was a person. The angry Australian came up afterwards, went red, and managed the phrase, "That was well done," and I have rarely seen anything cost a man more. The general thanked me on behalf of the species, and I immediately spoiled it because I had a program to fund. The rift is intact, I told them. The wall is useless, and everybody now knows it's useless, which means you need new machines, new pilots, money, and, more than any of those, you need the public. You need heroes. So we made 2. The pilot who had lost his brother in the early years, and the young woman who had grown up in the rubble of an attack. Both genuinely brave, both genuinely competent, both, within a quarter, on every screen in every country on that planet. I want to be honest about what that was. That's the same machine that produces a certain patriotic super soldier, and if you follow the logic another 2 steps, it produces the corporate hero factories that certain other stories are about, and I knew that at the time. The difference is that these two were actually going out and getting hit. Enlistment quintupled. The wall became a punchline. Governments that had canceled the program discovered they had always supported it. And then I bought the biggest technology company on that coast. The chairman had a daughter. 20 years old, doctorate, running their unmanned machine program, and she looked at me across a conference table with the specific contempt of a very intelligent young person who has correctly identified that the room is full of flattery. She had decided I was a man with a talent for neural sync and possibly a hidden device. I snapped my fingers and unfolded the architecture of my sovereign into the air above the table. She stopped talking mid-sentence. Then I offered, kindly, to let my system tidy up their internal network and optimize their data structures, and mentioned that we might turn up some surprises, which was a polite way of telling a room full of executives that their celebrated cyber defense was made of paper. Within 4 days, the sovereign owned their intranet, had knocked down the barriers between 6 departments that had spent a decade refusing to speak to each other, and had solved 3 problems their research division had been stuck on for years. Their efficiency did not improve by a percentage, it improved by a multiple. And the daughter, whose own artificial intelligence now looked to her like a child's drawing, came and asked me a question, which cost her something. I gave her a real answer, and then I opened part of the architecture to her. Knowledge advances by being shared. She went into that code like a woman going into a fight. Her own staff started avoiding her. She barely slept for a month, and at the end of it, she came back and told me, flatly, that she now understood that she was a school child standing next to a mathematician, and asked what she should do about it. I liked her enormously from that moment. In exchange, I got everything. Unmanned machine schematics, their materials formulas, and their work on compact power cores. I have never worried about anybody stealing my technology, incidentally. There's only one defense that works, and it isn't secrecy. It's being in front. Then I bought an island and put a laboratory on it and moved the baby there under enough information shielding that nothing on the other side of the rift could see through its eyes. And I built a machine to read a monster's brain. Memory extraction from one world, local bioelectrics from this one, and one absolute design rule. At no point does any human nervous system connect to that tissue, ever. There is a physically isolated relay server between them, with a standing instruction to disconnect and destroy itself at the first indication of anything coming back up the line. Then we read it, and what came out demolished the enemy's reputation in my organization, permanently. They are not a superior civilization. They are a collective, an enormous hive of thought, one shared mind across an entire species. Their biology is genuinely excellent, but they cannot terraform. They have no method for changing a planet directly. Their entire colonization strategy is to drop poison animals on a world and wait a few thousand years for the chemistry to shift. The gate recognizes a passenger by monster DNA, which is a security model so primitive it would embarrass a hotel. And they found Earth in the age of the dinosaurs, which means that in the intervening period, while we went from lizards to orbital telescopes, their technology has advanced by almost nothing, a civilization in total stagnation. The sovereign's assessment was that their collective ideology gives them extraordinary execution and has completely strangled their ability to innovate. And their mental network, the thing that unifies an entire species across a galaxy, was measurably weaker and less complex than the one running between 1,000 women in my basement. Then they escalated, which was gratifying because it meant the investment thesis was working. 2 Category 4s went through the wall in Tokyo Bay like it was cardboard. 2 more came for Hong Kong. The Japanese machines could not hold. Their opponents had been tuned specifically against the weaknesses of that model, which is the first genuinely intelligent thing I saw the enemy do. In Hong Kong, the new machine went out, our 6th generation, and it took both monsters apart in under 4 minutes with ion cannons and high-frequency blades, and the general stood in the control room and did not say anything for a while. And while that was happening, I finished a small device, a false brain, a biological signal emulator that reproduces the frequencies of the monsters closely enough to open the door. I needed somebody to go through it. Strong mental energy, and not me, because they would have felt me arrive, the way you feel a hand on your throat. One stepped forward out of the ranks. Number 32. There were 1,000 of them, and they were, by then, effectively interchangeable in every respect that could be measured, and every single person who worked with them could tell you which one was 32. Slightly rounder cheeks, and curiosity, actual curiosity, in a body designed for something else, that had appeared out of nowhere and that nobody had put there. "It's the first time I've ever seen an alien," she said. "Please let me try." We put her through the false brain and the baby, and her consciousness went out along the link into an alien hive. And in the same second, both monsters loose in Tokyo turned away from a city they had been demolishing and ran, at full speed, for an empty island in the South China Sea. What she found in there is the only genuinely sad thing in this entire story. Their homeworld is under a red sky, and almost everything living there has a rudimentary shared awareness. They were the first to turn that into a true collective mind, and it worked perfectly. Every newborn receives the complete knowledge of the species at the moment of birth. No education, no repetition of any ancestor's mistake. Their civilization went up like a fire in oxygen, and it killed them. Because when everyone knows everything, and everyone thinks with the same apparatus, nobody thinks anything new. Innovation stopped. Not slowed, stopped. They became a perfectly functioning machine incapable of change. Except for one. One individual, born wrong, whose thoughts ran faster than the network, and who kept having ideas that came from nowhere. They called it the precursor. Under its direction, the monsters improved, generation over generation. It extended its own life with its own biology, and its people, gratefully, stopped trying and waited for it to tell them what to do next. Until the day it looked up from its work and saw a hall full of its own kind with nothing behind their eyes. It had not led them, it had replaced them. And then, eventually, it ran dry. No new ideas, and nowhere left to get any, because it had eaten the only source. It built all of that with its own hands, and it strangled the future of its species with the same hands, and the only cure was its own death, and it did not want to die. What saved it was a meteorite, with a gate platform inside it, built by somebody else entirely, which it could use and has never understood. Which is when the raiding started. So into that dead network came a small live spark that was curious about everything, and a mind that had been alone for millions of years decided that its species had finally produced another genius, and opened itself completely, and started pouring everything it had into her. I cut the link. Number 32 came round on a table, and I put a hand on her hair without thinking about it, and she leaned into it like a cat and said she was glad she could help. The two monsters that had run from Tokyo arrived a few minutes later. I did not move. I narrowed my eyes, and two invisible hammers went in and pressed. They came down into the sea without a mark on them. "Bring a corpse," I said. "We're going through." We took a carcass as a passport, and 1,000 crimson figures, and we went into the rift. On the far side, it worked out very fast what had happened, and the network filled with a scream about being mocked by insects. Category 4s came out of the growth pits in waves. I raised one hand and put a net across the exit, and every one of them dropped as its central nervous system stopped existing. One comes, one dies. A group comes, a group dies. It was, and I say this with no pleasure, like harvesting wheat. The Legion did not have to engage at all. It sent 5s. Then it sent stitched together 6s, which are not a generation, they are a panic. And around us, instead of a superior civilization, there was a rotting waste. Spiral towers of bone and crystal gone dull and cracking. Biomass arteries dried out like a dead snake. There had been real beauty there once. That's the part I noticed. Whoever designed those structures understood proportion and had made something out of living tissue that was genuinely, strangely harmonious. And that civilization had ended up surviving by robbery. They could not beat anything strong, and they could not improve anything weak. And so for millions of years, they had done the only thing left, which was iterate a monster from Category 1 to Category 6. That isn't evolution. That's a species going in circles and calling it progress. We found it in a bowl of a hall, on a throne of twisted flesh and crystal, grown into the power core of the nest through a dozen conduits, enormous, ruined by its own modifications, with facet eyes that had gone mad a long time ago. It demanded to know how we dared enter its territory. It's over. One touch. The connections to the cores came apart, and the overloaded consciousness core fractured, and the body went to powder. And then the last thing happened, and I did not expect it, and I have never forgotten it. A clean fragment of that mind came loose, and for a few seconds it was free of the millions of years, and it remembered being young. Before the raiding, when it had genuinely been what its name said, and had wanted to find things instead of take them. That fragment did not attack. It went into number 32's network and looked around. And it found an efficient collective mind that had not eaten anybody's individuality, and a genetic sequence with an unlimited road in front of it. And it understood that this was the thing it had been trying to build before it lost its way, and that by comparison, its own hive was a primitive product of primitive life. It compressed what was left of itself into a seed, and it gave the seed to her, and it asked her to take its people and lead them toward an actual future. Then it was gone. I asked her what she wanted to do, and she gave me an entirely practical answer, which is why I trust her. That species has no writing, no language of any kind, ever. All of their knowledge exists only inside the network, which means that accepting the inheritance was the single only way to obtain any of their biology. So I gave her a name of her own, because she was no longer a number. The Legion went home. She stayed and started rebuilding a species. And months later, when I went back, the survivors of a race that had not had an original thought in a million years were arguing with each other, badly, about small things, for the first time in recorded history. And in that dead network, there were live nodes appearing. She showed me a cocoon with an experimental animal in it, proudly, combining the advantages of every generation with the growth cycle cut by 2/3. And I stood there looking at it, and had the idea that everything my military ever became is built on. Human-shaped machines are a bad answer. They are a wonderful answer to the specific problem of punching something on a coastline, and a terrible answer to any war that crosses a distance. But their directed growth, their catalysis, married to my genetic engineering, gives you living armor. Grown to a person, joined at the nervous system, self-repairing, changing shape at the wearer's intent. That is a real weapon. The gate itself I left alone, because it defeated me, and I want that on the record too. It's an absolute black box. My telekinesis goes into that machine and disappears without producing any information at all, which has happened to me exactly twice in my life, and this was the first. What we learned came from a dead alien's memory. Used blind, it opens on a random destination, which is why, in millions of years of trying, they had found 5 worlds worth taking. With coordinates and a beacon, it gives a stable passage in both directions. I cannot copy it. I can use it as a door. For the moment, that was enough. There was one loose end in that world, and it was a government. Tokyo was gone. Hong Kong wasn't, because of a machine I'd paid for. And the United States of that world reacted to both of those facts by demanding the complete technical package for the machine and the return of its citizens. The citizens declined to be returned, which produced a president. Golden hair, a habit of writing in capital letters, and a public position that an Eastern organization had stolen America's scientists and would be sanctioned into the ground along with everyone who did business with it. The young doctor came to me about it with none of her earlier composure, because her father's company employed 60,000 people. "I'll handle it," I said, and then, to the ceiling, add some seasoning to their food. The sovereign took the president's verified account, and out of it, over about 9 hours, came a great deal of material that had been sitting in various secure archives concerning both parties equally, which I want to be clear about, because the one thing I did not do was take a side. Financial arrangements, certain guest lists, experimental programs run on veterans without consent, charitable foundations with a second set of books, and an unusual logistics footprint. The internet on both sides of that ocean had the best week of its life. And while everybody was looking at that, I walked up to the gate of the White House. Security told me to leave. A staffer recognized me from a magazine and made a mistake with his face. I went in. 2 guardsmen who put hands on me went horizontal on the way past and were not hurt. In the lobby, there were, at a rough count, 40 weapons pointed at me, and a man in a very good suit made a small gesture toward a window across the street. The round arrived, and it hit the man in the good suit, in the forehead, and he was dead before he finished the gesture. I did say, I told the room, that pointing guns at people is dangerous. They go off. The president came out personally, which surprised me, and I understood why about 4 seconds later. He had correctly calculated that a live confrontation with the alien technology man was the only story large enough to bury what was currently on his own account. There were already 300 journalists and about 40 people live streaming outside the fence. He demanded the technology. He informed me that the families of the scientists were under investigation for facilitating espionage and would not be permitted to travel. I looked at him for a second. They're not planning to have a conversation, I said, mostly to myself, and then to her, go ahead. The roof came off that room. Reinforced concrete tore like a page, and then the walls came apart, and the floors, and the structural beams, and every piece of it lifted into the air over the lawn and assembled itself, in front of 40 live streams, into an enormous chair. I sat down on it. Every firearm in the building came apart into components in its owner's hands. The chat on one of those streams, which the Sovereign preserved for me and which I have reread more times than I will admit, was almost entirely a single joke about a certain comic book character, repeated at a rate of 900 messages a second. On this planet, I said, there is no weapon that constitutes a threat to me. Not your machines, not the things you keep underground in Nevada. I gave him 2 requirements: drop the sanctions, release the families. And one consequence, phrased as a courtesy: I would not object to that particular lighthouse going out ahead of schedule. He agreed. The Legion collected the families that afternoon. 3 installations tried to interfere and discovered that their radar went blind, their missiles did not launch, and their aircraft came down in fields with everybody in them alive. That last part was a specific instruction. I wanted the story to be about capability, not casualties. I offered the young doctor a place. I told her the truth, or the part of it that fit in a sentence, that I come from another world, and that where I was going, there were, genuinely, stars. Her father, who had spent 40 years building a company for her to inherit, listened to that on a video call, and then he told her to go and find her own stars. I have kept an eye on him ever since. He's still alive. That is not an accident. Now let me tell you what the girl had been doing while I was doing all of that, because I had sent a 12-year-old who looked 16 into a collapsing empire on foot, alone, with a pearl and no instructions. And I want to be honest that I did that for reasons which were about 70% strategy and 30% an experiment I did not admit I was running. The pearls had done their work by then in a way I hadn't predicted. The method builds internal strength very fast and teaches you no techniques at all, which meant that the established masters found them useless and slightly insulting, and the people who kept them were the ones with nothing else left, which is exactly the population I wanted. She walked the country for over a year. The first time was outside a burned village. Soldiers of the dynasty, laughing, with wet sabers, standing among people who were still making noise. And whatever she had built over 4 years came off her like a coat, because she had been on the other side of that, at 6, in a village that ran out of everything. She went through them without drawing her sword, open hand. It took about 11 seconds. The 7 people left alive, all of them old or very young, were collected by engineering machines that arrived that night and were in the empire before the week was out. It happened again, and again, and a name started moving up the trade roads ahead of her, the White Rakshasa. Where she has been, there is nothing left, and the people who saw her face are either dead or gone. But the part I actually care about is not the killing, because anybody with that build can kill soldiers. It's that she got better at it in a direction nobody taught her. At first, she simply removed the men with the sabers. Then she started disarming them first and holding them so that the villagers could come and identify who had done what, which she had worked out was the difference between justice and weather. Then she started burning the bodies because she had read enough of my books to know what a village does when the corpses stay in the water supply. Then she started leaving food and staying 2 days to discourage the scavengers who follow armies. And then, near a place I could name, a group of people she had saved worked out that there was an imperial bounty on the woman in white and led her into a walled yard with 40 men in it. She was not injured. Nobody in that yard survived. And after that, she got better at something else, which is the hardest thing anybody in government ever learns, which is that being a victim is a circumstance and not a character reference. She wrote to me once in that year, one message through the Pearl, and it was not a request for help. She said the world down there was filthy, and that when I reigned, she was certain the light of the empire would wash it. I have never known what to do with that sentence. I have never deleted it, either. She picked up a boy on the road, 13 or so, cultivating off one of my scattered pearls, planning to kill an official and a landlord who had taken his parents. He attached himself to her and would not be discouraged. That's my row 11,006, incidentally. He walked out of a rainstorm and into her shadow. And 40 years later, he ran a continent. And outside another emptied village, a dark-skinned young man of about 20, with an extremely hard, extremely calculating look, came up to her, introduced himself politely by name and organization, and asked whether the heroine might speak with him privately. He was, at that point, nobody, a minor officer in a rebel sect. Anybody who knows that period knows what he becomes. She spoke with him for 2 hours, and then she declined whatever he offered. And then, some months later, she went up to that sect's headquarters on the Western Mountain, alone, and took it. Not politically. She walked in, went through their strongest, and by the time she left, she was the leader of the largest rebel organization in the country. She had, incidentally, taught herself their signature technique out of my database on the walk up the mountain. The sovereign cut me a summary of the whole year while I was traveling, and I watched it in one sitting. "That girl," I said out loud, alone, in a control room, "acts better than a stage play." Then I went home to a city. Because that's what it was by then. From the point where a single vehicle had opened, the settlement had grown to about 20 square kilometers in a little over a year, and the first phase was 95% complete, and it was built to hold 500,000 people. I called an assembly. 4 items. Development strategy, organizational structure, Phase 1 of the enhancement program for every citizen, and a draft of a basic law. That hall was the strangest room I have ever stood in. Down one side, 40 of the most advanced scientific minds from 3 worlds. Down the other, farmers and orphans and ex-soldiers out of the 14th century, each of them wearing a small device that translated everything into their own speech and explained the words they didn't have in real time. Those devices also monitored their vital signs and their behavior, because an empire in its first year contains both fish and dragons, and I have never once pretended otherwise. And the commoners drew the obvious conclusion, watching living gods in white coats and an omniscient voice from the ceiling defer to a young man in plain clothes. They decided I was the Jade Emperor. I did not correct them. That's a choice I have thought about since. First item, 10 years to expand from that one city across the whole of that ancient land, and to put a new order on it. Second item, I named an empress. She was 13 years old, and she was not in the room, because she was on a mountain running a rebel army, and she took the appointment on a projection on one knee in a private chamber, with a 5-year probationary term attached, which she insisted on and I had not offered. Administrative, legislative, and judicial authority to her and the sovereign jointly. The scientists were not surprised. In 1 year, they had watched a child become the head of the largest armed organization in that country. The farmers she had personally pulled out of burning villages went absolutely silent and then absolutely loud, because as far as they were concerned, a goddess had just been given a title she already held. Third item, and this is the one that mattered. The existing enhancement builds were bespoke. The Hive version, the Adaptive Evolution version, each of them cost an amount of resource and specialist time that made them fundamentally aristocratic. So I told the Hall that I would personally lead a program to develop a general one, and that we would use my own genome as the blueprint, for everybody, every citizen. There is a specific noise a room makes when 40 scientists understand something at the same moment and 800 farmers don't. The people who had worked on my body knew exactly what my sequence was, effectively a finished form, sitting at the top of everything we had, assembled out of 5 worlds. And I had just open-sourced it. The reasoning was not generosity, and I said so. In the Empire of the Origin, every future citizen will share an origin with my bloodline. In a real sense, everybody will be royalty, and nobody will be special. And a long way down the road, that means that any carrier with the capability and the support of the people can lead it, and no dynasty is required. And I did not spell that part out because it was not the day for it. That is also, finally, why I had chosen that world. Not because it was easy, because the demographic material was clean, and the worldview could be built rather than argued with. Phase 1 covered every member of staff and every citizen capable of having children, and we made having them extremely attractive, in law and in resource allocation, for a reason that I explained badly at the time and correctly later. The sequence self-optimizes across reproduction. Every child of 2 carriers is measurably better than either of them, not marginally, consistently, which means the single most productive thing that organization could do was have children, and the second most productive was educate them, which the sovereign took over from birth. The farmers understood none of the vocabulary and all of the content. Healthier, smarter, your children will do better than you did, have more of them. That, it turns out, is a message that does not require a translation device. Fourth item, the basic law. 1 month for submissions, open to every citizen, the sovereign to compile, final text to me. And then I withdrew, deliberately and publicly, from government. The administration to the girl, the oversight and the intelligence network to the machine, and myself back to the laboratory, and to my own evolution, which is what I actually wanted, and which is the only reason any of the rest of it exists. The general enhancement took the highest priority in the Empire's history. The problem was not the sequence. The problem was simplification. My genome is an assembled artifact from 5 worlds, and turning it into something that could be manufactured at scale, at a controllable cost, with an acceptable risk profile, is roughly the task of explaining a lithography machine to a man with a hand axe. The young doctor from the other world received a first-wave injection. She had spent months privately calculating how many years it would take her, with her talent, to catch up with me. She had a number. She had shared it with nobody. Warmth went through her, and then the theory she had been unable to hold in her head became as clear as the lines on her own hand, and she sat down on the floor of a corridor. And that is when she understood that the gap had never been technological. It was at the level of what a person is. Her celebrated brain, next to a barely optimized one, was slow. I watched her go through about 90 seconds of a very specific humiliation, and come out the other side delighted, which is why she runs an entire directorate now. Her thinking speed went up by more than a factor of 10. Work that had been scheduled in days started finishing in hours. But the children were the thing. Starved orphans out of a collapsing dynasty came right physically inside a week. The dullness went out of their eyes, and after 1 month of foundation coursework, a 7-year-old was operating at the level of a secondary school graduate from my own century. The sovereign ran the data and steered each of them individually into a specialization: engineering, biology, energy, information. By 12, they had caught up with the adults of the previous era and started working, and kept studying. Meanwhile, my empress on the mountain was sending them to us by the wagon load. Orphans first, then any capable young person who would come. She emptied a region a month. The dynasty's court panicked. The martial world objected loudly, and neither of them could do anything about it. Because there is no argument that works against a 13-year-old who can move faster than you can see. And then I found my next wall, and it was personal, and it was embarrassing. The civilian version of the tank could cure any disease and mend any injury in that city, and I, personally, with a full internal reserve, could do high-intensity telekinetic work for about 1 day before I had to stop and eat and sit down. 1 day. Which is fine for a fight, and useless for a war, and useless for construction, and would be catastrophic against anything that could last longer than I could. I needed a world with a preposterous amount of internal energy in it, not clever technique, volume. And I knew exactly which one, because I'd been holding it in reserve since I was 21. A world of storm-riding swordsmen and 1,000-year-old masters and a beast made of fire, where the ordinary unit of measurement for a serious practitioner's reserves is a number that would run my body for a decade. The destructive techniques there did not interest me at all. The volume interested me enormously. My armor reconfigured into a moon-white robe with silver cloud embroidery and a jade pin, because I have learned that in any world with a court in it, the fastest credential is tailoring. Then I landed in a woman's bedroom. I want to stress again that I do not choose where I arrive. She came in with a bowl of medicine, saw a stranger standing at her window, and did the single most informative thing she could have done, which was to stop and read me instead of screaming. Light veil across the face, excellent posture, and the moment she took my measure, she relaxed slightly, because what she detected in me was almost no internal energy at all, which in her world means a rich young man who has taken a wrong turning. I got the date out of her in 4 questions disguised as small talk. A certain young man had just joined the Great Society. Its master was at the height of his power. And a certain other young man had just taken possession of a very famous saber. Good. Early enough. Then I asked her, politely, if she would show me what internal energy looked like, since I had heard of it and never seen it. She was amused enough to indulge me. She gathered a small white vortex above her palm, and while she was doing that, my own system scanned the frequency, the particle composition, and the operation of every channel in her body. The verdict came back in about a second. Same fundamental nature as the other martial world. Considerably denser, considerably more aggressive, and one other thing. Your energy is very pure, I said, very finely refined. However, It moves sluggishly through several of your channels. If that continues, it will do you serious harm. The bowl came down on the table harder than she intended, because that was not a diagnosis anybody could make from across a room. That was the private disaster of her entire life. She had inherited two systems from two parents, and those two systems were at war inside her body and had been tearing her apart slowly since she was a child, and precisely 3 people alive knew it. Every physician she had ever consulted had told her the same thing. Stop. Give up martial arts entirely, and you may live a normal span. Which, for what she was, is a recommendation to be dead and keep walking. I offered to cure it completely. And when she asked why I would, I told her the truth, which is that I wanted something from her world, and she was standing in front of me. Then I proved it, because she was never going to take my word. From 3 paces, without touching her, I held her still and put energy into her that did not travel along her channels at all. It went directly into every point of her body at once, which is not a thing that is supposed to be possible, and the cold knot she had carried under her ribs for 11 years came apart like sugar in water. She said, when she could speak, that it was better than any pill she had ever been given by a factor she could not express. She agreed to guide me. And then I picked her up and carried her through the air. I want to spend a moment on that, because it is the only genuinely tender thing in this entire section of my life. I put a barrier around us against the wind and the cold, and we went at altitude, and underneath us the mountains and the rivers and the villages of her country went by, small and orderly and entirely unbothered by any of it. She had spent her whole life inside a feud. She had never once been higher than a roof. She looked down at her own country for 11 minutes without saying anything, and afterwards she told me that everything she had lain awake about had, from up there, looked extremely small. And then she said, more to herself than to me, that she now understood my remark about having lost my way. For someone who can walk in the sky, the world down here is presumably just somewhere you occasionally take a wrong turn into. I did not correct her. The cave was a lair. I found the entrance from 100 kilometers out with a scan. Inside, heat and sulfur and old claw scoring on the walls, and dried stains that told a long story about the local wildlife. And on the walls, a vine, with fruit on it the size of a pigeon's egg and the color of arterial blood. I have rarely been so pleased. That fruit is the single most valuable object in that world, and nobody in it understands what it is. It grows out of the interaction between the local energy and the blood of the animal that lives in that cave, and eating one is worth a decade of practice. I did not pick any, which surprised her and which I explained. Picking those is killing the goose. I wanted to know how they were made. Then the animal came home. It came out of the depths of that cave burning, an enormous thing out of legend, an auspicious beast that every book in that world describes as a bringer of good fortune, currently arriving at 40 meters a second with the clear intention of removing us both from the food chain. And she moved to put herself in front of me. We had known each other for about 6 hours. She had no reason. She did it anyway, and she did it before she thought about it, and I have never forgotten that either. I moved her aside with a field, gently, and I put my palm against nothing. The beast hit an invisible wall. And then I did the thing I had worked out on a mountain years earlier, which is that armor is a solved problem if you stop trying to go through it. I did not touch the scales. I put needles into the cortex of its brain, from the inside, at a resolution of a few microns, and I held them there. It took several hours. She had come expecting an epic battle. What she got was a legendary divine beast being systematically disciplined by a man who did not move from where he was standing, and who apologized to her twice for the noise. I did not kill it. A living specimen is worth more, and there was something wrong with it that I wanted explained. Because that animal is supposed to be an auspicious beast, every text agrees, and this one behaved like a rabid dog. Then I called in a mobile module from the Empire and rebuilt the entire cave into a laboratory in about a day and a half. Clean air, stable temperature, luminous walls. The whole lair, from a lair into a facility, while a divine beast lay in the corner in restraints, looking extremely confused about its life. We found 2 things in the back of it. The first was a famous saber, which everybody in that world wanted, and which interested me solely because its alloy conducted internal energy at a specific frequency with almost no loss. which is a material science result and not a legend. The second was a man, sitting cross-legged in the deepest chamber, clothes rotted off him, skin like paper over bone, and still, faintly, alive. Alive purely on will, for years, in the dark, in a monster's cave. We put him in a medical pod, and behind where he had been sitting there was a wall, covered floor to ceiling in carvings, text and diagrams. The complete techniques of the 10 greatest masters that world had ever produced, cut into stone by somebody who had spent a lifetime collecting them. And at the center, the one that mattered, a foundational internal art that the entire setting treats as a myth. She stood in front of that wall and understood, in a way that hurt her, that her family's entire inheritance, the thing 2 generations had been killing over, was a footnote to it. And she offered me everything she knew, right there, with her ears red. And I surprised myself by being kind about it. Techniques like your family's carry the emotion and the will of the person who made them, I said. In my judgment, a method built out of somebody's actual grief is worth exactly as much to study as any of these so-called divine skills, possibly more. Which was true, strengthens, and which was also strategy, and I no longer bother separating those. The pod took an hour to bring the dried-out man back from the edge. He woke up, looked at the ceiling of a facility that had not existed the previous week, and asked whether he had reached the realm of immortals. I made him an offer. I would remove the madness in his blood, and I would teach him all 10 of the techniques on that wall. In exchange, I would study his blood, and specifically the hereditary insanity that ran in his family line. He had one request. Not the techniques. He wanted to know if his son was alive. She told him the boy was not only alive, but famous, and I watched a man who had spent years dying in the dark, in silence, go completely to pieces over a sentence. Then the 2 of them went to work on that wall. They spent hours in front of it, days, and between them, 2 of the finest practitioners in that world extracted, by the end of the week, fragments. I did the whole wall in an afternoon. Not by being better at martial arts, because I am not. By not treating it as martial arts. Every one of those techniques is a set of equations about energy pathing, force mechanics, and how intent is used to steer a process. Read them that way, and they stop being secret and start being solvable. Then I had the Sovereign render all 10 as instructional holograms. Living figures, performing each movement at any speed, with the energy flow drawn in as it went, with the force application broken out, with annotations, and with the 6 most common errors at every stage displayed as a side-by-side. Beginner's editions. The old man stood in front of a hologram that taught, in 4 hours, what he had failed to extract from that wall in 50 years, and he could not speak for a while, and when he could, he did not say anything I want to repeat, because it was the sound of a man discovering that his entire life had been the hard way. Both of them handed me everything they owned by the end of that week, willingly, enthusiastically, every secret art their families had killed to keep, and out of one of those texts, in about 30 minutes, I rewrote the first stage of my own method. The quantity of energy did not change at all. The quality went up so far that my total output multiplied several times over on a single afternoon's revision. That is the moment I stopped being embarrassed about how much of my work is stolen. Nothing I have ever taken was being used properly by the people I took it from. The blood work came back and it broke the case open. The beast's genome was normal, completely normal. Whatever that animal is, it was born exactly as its legend describes, and it should have been a gentle thing. The problem was not in it, it was on it. Sitting in its cortex and threaded through specific neural pathways, there was a constant high-intensity energy that did not belong there. Chaotic, violent, and distorting perception in a way that would make any organism unmanageable. My people needed a name for it in the reports, and after 4 days of arguing, they gave up and used the local word: demonic. And then the spectrum of that contamination came up next to the analysis of the old man's blood, and they matched. An ancestor of his line had, generations ago, drunk that animal's blood for the power in it. He got the power, and he dragged this in with it, and it has been passed down his family ever since, one generation to the next, and every man in that bloodline has gone mad at roughly the same age for 200 years. Which explains the fruit, because that vine is a symbiosis. It takes the animal's blood and it filters it. The plant strips the contamination out and stores only the clean life energy, which is why the fruit heals and the raw blood destroys. That is an entire pharmaceutical industry standing on a wall in a cave. But it left one question, and the question turned out to be the important one. The vine does not draw that much energy from the air. There is not that much in the air. So where is the fruit getting it? Something underneath was supplying it. We followed the gradient for 2 days and found a stone door, covered in totems so old that even she could not read them, and it came apart under my palm like dry mortar. Behind it was a chamber, and in the chamber, on a high stone seat, there was a skeleton, complete, human, and the bone had the texture and translucency of jade. Its left arm hung down. Its right hand held the broken remnant of a sword, point down, driven into the stone floor. And that arm had been holding the weight of a body upright for an extremely long time. There was no glow, nothing dramatic, just an enormous, quiet, ancient loneliness, sitting in the dark, still on duty. She whispered a name, the oldest name in her civilization, the first emperor of the myths. And I did not answer her because my instruments were telling me something entirely different, and I was busy having the largest thought of my life. That skeleton was not producing energy, it was drawing it. At a constant frequency, from the whole of the land above it, across a distance I could not measure the edge of, pulling energy in, processing it, and emitting it again as an ordered field. We took a few grams of bone dust and sequenced it, 99.9% baseline human. And at the end of the sequence, a section none of us had ever seen. Complex, structured, and functional. And what it does is confer the ability to absorb and convert energy of a higher order, and to carry a living organism through a change of state, from which the actual history reconstructs itself, and it is nothing like the legend. There was a man, in the deep past, of enormous power, who was destroyed by that contamination and became the thing the myths call a monster. And there was another man, who was the first and greatest practitioner of internal energy that species ever produced, and who understood what the contamination was, and who made himself into a furnace. He took it in. He processed it. He converted it into something ordered and survivable, and gave it back. And at the end of his life, he activated that sequence, which the legend records as becoming a dragon, and he sat down on that stone, and he became the seal himself. And he has been running ever since, after death, for thousands of years, filtering a continent. She went down on the floor and stayed there. The old man wept openly, and he was not a weeping sort of man. And I stood there and gave my scientific assessment, which I am aware is the least appropriate thing anybody has ever said in a holy place. It is an entropy reduction generator. That is all. That is the whole of it. The contamination is disordered, high entropy energy. That skeleton takes it in and formats it into ordered internal energy that a human nervous system can use, which explains the last mystery of that world. Every hero in that setting who touches the raw dragon element gets an enormous surge of power and then goes insane. And the reason is that they are taking the unformatted feed straight into their heads. And in the original shape of that story, that priceless object gets destroyed in a fight for a plot reason. And I said out loud in that chamber twice that it was a waste, and I still think about it. I did not destroy it. I built a factory on it. The dragon remains as the reaction bed, the captive animal as the biological source, a fusion reactor from my own world as the external supply, and the vine as the storage and conversion layer. Within 4 months, that cave was an intelligent biological farm. The old man was patient zero. We built him a filtration system that runs on his own circulation. Every time his internal energy completes a cycle, the demonic factor is stripped off and cleaned, and what is left is the pure article. We fed him the substandard fruit as a supplement. He did not merely recover. Inside a season, he was past the peak he had reached in his prime, with 200 years of family madness gone out of his line permanently. He went down on his knees, and I waved him off. It's a transaction. Then I sent him away to find his son, because I had the data, and I am not sentimental about people once I have their numbers. The beast, with the contamination stripped out, turned out to be exactly what the legends claim. It follows me around. It has never once been aggressive since. It is, and I say this with the dignity of a man who rules a civilization, extremely affectionate and very heavy. And the actual product of that whole arc was a plant, a new carrier species engineered in that cave that no longer requires the animal's blood at all. It takes ordered energy from the reactor through the dragon remains with its root system and stores it in the fruit. Which means the single most precious substance in that world had just become agriculture. I gave her an optimized version of my own method as well, one that reconciles the two warring systems in her body instead of asking her to abandon either. The mark on her face stayed for the moment. The deterioration stopped. She was, she said, entirely satisfied with that, and then she said the actual thing, which was that she was more surprised that I had remembered. Then her father turned up and tried to kill me. He is one of the two great powers of that era. He had been searching for her for weeks, like an animal, and the old man had unwisely mentioned in passing that his daughter was in a certain cave being treated by a certain immortal. He arrived at the entrance and saw his daughter standing beside a very good-looking young man, looking at him with an expression of trust that her own father had never once received. He drew a conclusion. The technique he came in with is the foundation of his entire life. It requires the practitioner to sever every attachment, every affection, every human feeling, and to become entirely without heart, and he has spent 40 years trying and has produced the most feared blade in that world. I met his opening strike with 2 fingers, using his own technique, because I'd had the complete text of it for 2 days, and because the requirement it makes, the total severance of feeling, is not, for me, an achievement of discipline. It is a mode. I can enter absolute rationality the way you change gear, and I can do it in the middle of a sentence, and that is not a virtue, it is what happened to me in a hotel bathroom when I was 20. He asked how I could possibly know his sword. And then, worse for him, he felt what was behind mine. Not effort, not hatred, an actual achieved emptiness. A cold that regarded every living thing in that valley, including his daughter, including himself, as material. I took him apart over 6 exchanges and I narrated it, which was cruel, and which was also the treatment. Your ruthlessness is not ruthlessness, it's suppression. You have not severed your feelings, you have crushed them and built a wall in front of them and called the wall a philosophy. You are angry right now, you are jealous, you are frightened, you are terrified that your sword is not the finest in the world. With that much emotion moving in you, what exactly do you imagine you have severed? And my instruments agreed with every word, because his adrenaline and his cortical activity were at a peak that his own technique explicitly forbids, and that internal contradiction is precisely where his distinctive, twisted, destructive intent comes from. He was not powerful in spite of the war inside him, he was powerful because of it, and it was going to kill him. On the 6th exchange, he went into a black flame of pure hatred, which is his final form, and which has ended a great many people. I answered with the same technique, and mine had nothing behind it at all. His flame went out like a candle in a jar, and he was on his knees on the stone, 60 years old, with the belief his entire life was built on lying in pieces in front of him. And then I threw him a rope, because I had not come there to break an old man. The ruthless road is closed to you, I said, so try another one. If you cannot sever your affections, then sever them together with the heartlessness you have been worshipping. He knelt there for about 11 seconds. Then he stood up and screamed at the sky and produced the 7th technique, the one nobody in that world has ever completed, and he did not aim it at me. He aimed it at his own obsession. And then he fell over unconscious, and his daughter, who had spent her entire childhood being a tool for that man's ambition, ran to him anyway. She noticed something, later, that I had not expected her to notice. That every strike I had landed had left him a way out, that the whole thing had not been a fight. It had been an extremely violent lesson. She went and collected his fallen saber and, separately and without saying anything, a few drops of blood from the stone and put them in a sample container because they might be useful for research. I have never been prouder of anybody. He spent the following month as a research subject. He objected, initially, at volume. One gesture put him flat on a couch and held him there, and after that he objected in a lower register. Then he had to sit through the discovery that the person running the daily measurements on him was his own daughter, working from my protocol, saying things like, "Hold still, father," and "This will take 4 minutes." What finally settled him was the window, because in the next chamber, visible through the glass, an actual divine beast out of legend was lying on its side, voluntarily, presenting a flank to a set of manipulator arms, with the placid expression of an animal that has decided the humans know what they are doing. He looked at that for a while, and then stopped complaining entirely. If a beast of heaven can put up with it, a mortal probably can. He redirected his entire grievance onto the old man who had told him where his daughter was, on the grounds that the information had been incomplete. The data was excellent, incidentally. At the exact instant of his breakthrough, the moment he turned that technique on his own obsession, we caught an abnormal spike in a specific region of his brain and a surge in a neurotransmitter we associate with mental energy. And immediately afterwards, his internal energy reformatted. Denser, better aligned to intent. Which confirms the thing that entire genre says all the time and never explains. The state of a person's mind changes the nature of the energy itself, not just how well they aim it. And when we finally released him, I asked whether he'd mind giving us a lift to the Great Society's headquarters. He said, "Of course, sir," automatically, before he remembered that he was a free man and the most feared blade of his generation. He did not attempt to take it back. His daughter laughed out loud, which I was later told was the first time in about 11 years. Meanwhile, the first crop came in. Several dozen artificial fruit, the color of red agate, grown in a cave off a fusion reactor and the bones of a myth. I ate all of them. The gain was roughly a century of another practitioner's cultivation, and because of how the cells in my build handle storage, the effective figure was somewhere around 500 years. The endurance problem was over. Permanently. In one sitting. I want to note that it took me under a year in that world to solve the thing my entire scientific staff had told me was fantastical, and that the solution was not physics. It was agriculture. On the way out, we ran into a young man who had just recovered his family's sword, and who was immediately shaken down for it by my new traveling companion, who was in a filthy mood and looking for somewhere to put it. I took the blade before it turned into a killing. I put a drop of my own energy into it, and the weapon made a sound like a dog that has been shouted at, and the ferocious aura every hero in that world associates with it went quiet. "Good material," I said. "Unfortunately, it's carrying a great deal of contamination, which has been suppressing what it actually is." I recorded the alloy composition, the energy characteristics, and the contamination spectrum, and then I handed it back. The young man stood there, holding it. In that world, blades choose their owners, and his had just been made docile by a stranger in about 4 seconds, and then returned as though it were a borrowed pen. He came with us. He mostly wanted to see what would happen next. What happened next was that we flew, and the old blade master spent the entire trip in silence, having finally understood why nobody had been able to find his daughter for a month. I was going to see a swordsman. There is a man in that world who has spent his life on a single technique that is, in the strict sense, impossible, and I had come specifically to measure it. I made him an offer. "Show me the technique. In exchange, this." And I tossed him a metal disc, underhand, without ceremony, and it unfolded into the complete text of that foundational internal art off the cave wall, with commentary, diagrams, and a teaching hologram. He nearly dropped it. And behind him, the old blade master went a peculiar color, because he had just watched me hand out a divine technique like a leaflet, which meant that the family arts he had guarded with his life were, to me, roadside weeds. And then, being who he was, he immediately began wondering how he might get a copy. I put a mental dome over the entire headquarters and started recording everything. The swordsman closed his eyes. His body stopped, completely, the way a statue is stopped, and something translucent stood up out of the crown of his head. His spirit left his body, and then he used it, and the world stopped. Not metaphorically. The wind stopped. The clouds stopped. A piece of down that was falling through the courtyard stopped in the air and stayed there. And my instruments went off like a fire alarm. Spatial parameters disordered, particle behavior anomalous, and local entropy dropping sharply in a bounded volume. I could see it, which nobody else in that world could. The microscopic constituents of space inside the effect had been forced into synchronization on a single frequency, a frequency of absolute stillness. And that is the entire secret of stopping time in that setting. It is not time travel. It is coherence, imposed by will over a small region for about 1.5 seconds. 2 people tried to interfere at the critical moment, and I put a barrier around both of them because they were ruining the measurement. And then it failed. His spirit did not have the energy to finish. The blade came to a stop about 3 centimeters from the forehead of the man he had spent his life preparing to kill, and went out. The target was thrown across the hall with his organs ruined and the primary channel of his heart severed. The swordsman came apart into light and left a cooling body on the flagstones. I had 31 seconds of the finest data I have ever collected. So, in gratitude, I put both of them in the tank. Both. The swordsman and the man he had died trying to kill. which offended a number of people present, and I explained my position to the one who mattered, which was the young man in white who had waited his whole life to take that same revenge personally. "You want to do it yourself," I said. "I can arrange that, and I can make you strong enough for it. In exchange, you'll owe me a favor at a time of my choosing, and until I have finished collecting data on his technique, he does not die." He did not say anything. He caught the chip I threw him. Half an hour later, 2 men walked out of a medical platform. The swordsman came out feeling, by his own estimate, 30 years younger, with every one of his decades of understanding intact on top of it. He bowed to me from the waist, in front of everybody, which cost that world's most respected man a great deal. I waved it off. "It's a transaction. Now, would you be willing to talk to me about how your technique actually works?" And then, while the master of that society and my new retainer had a genuine, all-out duel in the middle of the main hall, I sat at the side with the greatest swordsman in that world and had an academic conversation. I permitted the duel because I wanted the telemetry. I asked him why the energy in a particular form routes through one point on the hand rather than another, given that the second one would save roughly 4% in conduction loss. I asked whether the condensation of water vapor around a certain technique is mental energy acting on microscopic particles directly, or whether it is a local field effect, because those have different signatures, and I could not separate them. And I asked him whether the spirit leaving the body is a projection of pure mental energy, or whether it is, in the literal sense, a soul temporarily elsewhere. He went pale, and he sweated, and he answered every one as well as he could, and afterwards he told his own disciples that a door had been opened in front of him that he had not known was a wall. Down in the hall, the fight resolved itself into farce, because 2 of the most feared men of that generation were now both trying to impress me, which meant that neither of them could afford to lose, which meant they started sabotaging each other while ostensibly fighting a third party. And that third party, who had spent 40 years building the most feared organization in that world, ran out of options and did the smartest thing he has ever done. He turned toward the side room where I was sitting and shouted at the top of his voice that he surrendered, that he would hand over his supreme technique, and would I please save him. His 2 attackers, mid-strike, hit each other. He tried to cheat me, obviously. He recited his technique with 2 of the key passages subtly wrong. I did not look up. "The 17th line you just gave me conflicts with the circulation path in the 5th line, for approximately 0.03 of a second. Say it again." He said it again, adjusted. "Now recite the first version, in full," which he could not do because he had improvised it. "It seems your memory needs assistance." I lifted him to the ceiling of his own great hall and let go. I caught him about a meter from the flagstones. Then I lifted him again. We did this a number of times. There was, at the end, no other sound in that hall. The old blade master watched the whole thing with an expression I would describe as reassessment, because he had spent a month believing he had been badly treated and had just learned what badly treated looks like. After that, the recitation was accurate, and then I gave him the teaching hologram of the foundational art because I had what I wanted, and because a man who has just been dropped from a ceiling 11 times and then handed a treasure will do a great deal of thinking about which of those 2 things is the real message. His technique turned out to be interesting on its merits. 3 mutually hostile forces forced into fusion, producing a new and more primary energy out of the collision, which is, conceptually, extremely close to what my own method does, and it improved mine by about 8% that same week. Then I told everybody a story, and it went around that world like a fire. I let them all go and settle their own scores first. I made a point of announcing that I would not interfere with any of it, which was true, and which was also the most efficient thing I could have done, because the second I stopped being the referee, they all started auditioning. And then I drank some cold tea and said that I would tell them about the man who had actually been running their world for 2,000 years. There was, in the first imperial dynasty, an alchemist sent east by an emperor to find the elixir of immortality. He found something. Not an elixir. A bird on the shore of the Eastern Sea, of a kind that is not supposed to exist. He took its blood, and he made the elixir with it. And then he drank it himself. He is still alive. He founded a sect that stands at the top of that world under a name everybody in that hall recognized. He has been quietly moving the entire martial world for 2 millennia, and every war they had ever fought had his fingerprints somewhere on it. And then I gave them the part that actually broke them, because it is the part that is funny. He got bored. At some point in the last several hundred years, that man founded a second organization dedicated to opposing him and has been playing both sides of a war against himself because there is nobody left alive who can give him a real game. The legendary masters of that generation, the ones in that hall, were monkeys on a stage he had built. My diagnosis, which I gave in front of about 60 people, was that he was not a god and not a mastermind. He was a frightened man who had bought 2,000 years and had nothing to spend them on. The blood he had drunk had been eating his mind the whole time. He was terrified that somebody else would become immortal and terrified that he would die, and those two fears had left no room for anything else. And then I sent him an invitation. Tell him to come to my cave. If he would rather stay in the dark playing with strings, I am willing to strip him in public. Or, alternatively, I will simply raise a generation of people capable of killing him, which will take me about 3 years. The man I had recently dropped from a ceiling went and repeated all of that across the entire country, with embellishments, at speed, because he had correctly identified whose side to be on. Meanwhile, I finished cleaning out a bloodline. The young man with the family madness was cured completely, which ended a curse that had been running in his family for 200 years, and his father sat in the corner of the medical bay and did not say anything at all for about an hour. Everybody in my orbit got the beginner's edition of the foundational art and a steady supply of manufactured fruit, and they began improving at a rate that was, frankly, alarming, and which was the entire point. The reaction from the top of that world was exactly what I wanted. A 2,000-year-old man in a hall on a mountain, absolutely incandescent, because somebody he had never heard of knew everything about him, down to details he had never told a living soul. He sent a general to look. The general found 4 people who, individually, he could have handled, and who together pushed him back on nothing but raw, clean energy from a technique that had, until that month, required a once-in-a-century talent to learn at all. He went home with the only report that mattered, which was that the technique was no longer rare. And I sat in front of a display in my laboratory, eating fruit, and said that the fish had taken the hook. He came in person eventually. He prepared first, which I respected. He used a mental technique of his to take control of every individual who might become a variable in his plans, including the man I had dropped from a ceiling, who had by that point had a genuinely terrible year and was heard to say that he would have preferred to die to the swordsman. Then he sent his general with an elite unit, then he came himself. He went through everybody outside my cave in about 90 seconds. 2 mental strikes put my 2 retainers on the ground. A pressure technique closed on the hearts of the 2 young people. The beast came out of the cave to defend the entrance, which nobody had asked it to do, and was put down with an ice wall and a great deal of contempt. And she stood in the mouth of the cave with a sword in her hands and told him not to touch me, which was, tactically speaking, absurd. He observed that I was apparently a coward who sent garbage out to die for him, and then he came inside, where I was sitting at a console taking readings and had been for the entire engagement, because what I had needed all along was a clean measurement of the strongest individual in that world, applied against known quantities at full effort. He got 7 days. I want to be measured about this, because it is not the part of my life I am proudest of, and it is also not the part I regret. My internal energy at that point had passed 300 years equivalent, and everything that scales with it had scaled. Range, precision, endurance. I did not leave the laboratory. His elite went first. All of them, simultaneously, dropped where they stood, with their internal energy entirely intact, and their brains, in the technical language of the report, stirred. Then I started on him. Thousands of needles into the head, through every defense he had, because his defenses were built for force, and mine was not force. A pressure field. The same drop from the ceiling that had worked so well before, which very nearly finished a 2,000-year-old spine. High-frequency resonance, which is the one I would not do again, because bone makes a noise under it that I have not been able to unhear. And then direct interference with the sensory apparatus, which produced, over 4 days, experiences I did not design and could not see. He asked me at one point whether I was a man or a ghost. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is how you're feeling. This is the opening. The game has barely started. 7 days and 7 nights, methodically, through every capability I had, recording physiology, energy state, and psychological response at each stage. The people watching went from horror to numbness, and, by about day 5, to something they were all ashamed of, which was pity. Then I put him in the tank and fixed him, completely, better than he arrived. The decay that the bird's blood had been working on his mind for 20 centuries went into remission for the first time since the dynasty that had employed him. We gave him clean clothes and invited him, politely, to sit down and talk. And then I gave him a present, which was the complete text of the foundational art, which was the specific technique that had defeated him once, long ago, and had been the nightmare of his entire extended life. And then we had, and I promise this is true, an academic exchange. I told him that his mental technique was genuinely interesting work, and that it was a shame that human cultivation could never compete with manufacturing capacity. I told him he was not much of a martial artist, but that he had a real gift for the crooked and unpleasant paths, which was meant as a compliment and was received as one. And a 2,000-year-old man caught himself enjoying being praised by a person who had spent the previous week doing what he had done to him, and I watched him notice it, and I watched him decide not to examine it. At the end of that month, I finished the second stage of my own method. It uses the internal energy as a catalyst to drive the bioelectric activity of specific structures in the brain, and the effect on mental force is not incremental, more than 100-fold. My telekinetic range went from a few kilometers to the footprint of a mid-sized city. Sitting still, without strain, I could feel every stone in a mountain range, and I was reasonably confident I could have taken the top off one of them as a single thought. I said, cool, out loud, alone, in a laboratory, which is the same word I said in a bathroom in a dormitory when I was 20, and I noticed that, and I sat with it for a second. And at that resolution, matter stopped being solid to me. I could see molecular structure, not infer it. See it, directly, the way you see a chair. I could not yet manipulate the forces between molecules, because to do that, you need an actual working understanding of the four fundamental interactions, and I did not have one. But I could see the door. Then, I broke that world's entire social order with a phone. My scientists, who had been living in a 14th century city for over a year, had been quietly agitating for something with a screen on it. The sovereign made them one. I saw it on a desk, picked it up, and had the idea in about 4 seconds. We made 100,000 of them, flat plates of dark gold, unbreakable, unlosable, and we handed them out across that entire martial world for free. Iris and face to unlock. 4 sections, a hall of tasks, an exchange, a library of techniques, and a personal account. The exchange had prices on it. Cultivated fruit, seconds grade, 100 points. Prime grade, 500. The foundational internal art that had been the most valuable object in that world 8 months earlier, 10,000. A fragment of the great swordsman's technique, 8,000. A working replica of the famous saber, 5. And the library had the move that actually did it. Submit your family's secret manual and receive points, or better, submit it to open access and receive a share of the points every time anybody else takes it. I watched a young man I'd met on the road hold one of those plates and go through the entire arc in about 90 seconds. He had spent his whole life in the shadow of 2 more famous men. He looked at the task board with total contempt, and then he looked at it again, and I saw the moment land. Because for the first time in his life, in front of him was a system where effort reliably produced a result, publicly, with the numbers shown. He said, "Points, I need points," out loud to nobody, and he ran. That is what ended 1,000 years of that world's structure, not my telekinesis, a leaderboard. Because the entire economy of that setting rests on scarcity of information. Sects exist because they own manuals. Elders have authority because they decide who reads what. Weapons are heirlooms because there are 11 of them. I made all of it purchasable at a published price by anybody for work. There were attempts on my relay stations, obviously. I did not respond with violence. The offender's token was permanently disabled. And, at the same moment, so were the tokens of every member of his family, with a short, polite notification explaining why. In a world where anybody can now become strong, being permanently barred from becoming strong is worse than being killed, and it is worse for 4 generations. Nobody touched a station again. Meanwhile, I ate. I want to give you the numbers because they're the only numbers in my life I still find funny. 400 years equivalent, 500, 800, and then 1,000, which is where my body stopping being comfortable and I stopped. I put out a hand in a valley to see what that meant, and for something over 100 kilometers in every direction, rocks lifted off the ground, then trees, then, gently, entire hillsides. Roughly 100,000 tons, held without strain. Then I sent the 2,000-year-old to fetch me a dragon. There's a whole prophecy about it in that world, an auspicious date, an alignment, 7 chosen warriors. I skipped all of that. Go and lure it out. I need a living, complete, prime specimen. He was terrified, and he did it. Because I had recently spent a week teaching him what the alternative was, and it came out of the sea in full strength, and it was magnificent. Gold, at a scale that makes the word large useless, with eyes like something poured. 2 of that world's finest went in first, and their blades did not mark a single scale, and a casual movement of its tail put both of them into a mountainside. I hung in the air above it and read. Its energy cycle was, structurally, a biological fusion reactor. Its scale lattice was an ultra-high-density energy structure integrated directly into the genetic encoding of a living animal, which is not a thing that should be possible. And there was a sequence in it that appeared to interfere with spatial dimensions, which I flagged and did not understand for another 2 years. I let everybody who wanted a turn have one, and I commented on their technique as they went, like a seminar, because their failures were data too. Then I raised one finger. Right, warm-up's over. It stopped in the air, and everything it was simply stopped working. Then I spent a month inside it. Softest possible tendrils into the core structure, interfering with the process, irritating the central nervous system in specific places, recording every response, and eventually attempting direct mental contact. At the end of the month, it made a sound I did not enjoy and went unconscious. And I want to be honest that I have thought about that month more than I have thought about the executives in the pods. That was when the old man came down off the mountain. "You've been watching a long time," I said. "You may as well come out." He looked like a farmer, rough clothes, white hair, a completely ordinary face. And everybody standing near me felt their soul move, because they were looking at living history, and they knew it without being told. I introduced him to my 2,000-year-old, who considered himself the oldest thing alive. "This," I said, "is the actual old tortoise. When he was young, he encountered one of the 4 sacred beasts and drank its blood. He is somewhat over 4,000 years old, considerably older than you." The immortal's face did a thing I would pay money to see again. And the old man, for the first time in 4 millennia, was afraid, because a stranger had just said his name, his secret, and his exact age in one sentence. So I took the rest of it. The blood you drank can sustain you, but the source in it is finite. And you divided that bloodline between your 2 sons. Your immortality is closer to collapse than you have allowed yourself to notice. He looked inward, and he found the weakness he had been explaining to himself for 2 centuries as mental fatigue. I offered him stabilization and a doubling of a lifespan that was already 4,000 years long. He said he would like to try a few techniques first. His first was a method that absorbs and digests any incoming energy, and it is considerably more sophisticated than anything else in that world, and I put a finger up, and it went into nothing without a ripple. "Remarkable," I said, genuinely. Several mutually antagonistic energies held in temporary equilibrium in a spiral structure. That gives me an idea for my own method. Then he used his ultimate, which is 4 elemental streams that reshape terrain, and they disappeared. Not deflected, not absorbed. There was no explosion, and no dispersal, and no residue, as though somebody had selected them and pressed delete. Here's how. Micron-scale telekinesis had already mapped the structure of the technique while he was building it, and at the instant of formation, I cut 4 specific energy junctions. It's a model made of interlocking blocks. Remove the load-bearing ones, and the whole thing simply is not there anymore. From the outside, the greatest living legend of that world stood in a field, waving his arms at nothing. When I had enough data, I thought about it slightly harder, and he fell over. And they carried a 4,000-year-old myth into my laboratory like a chicken, and the dragon gave us the finding that reorganized my entire understanding of life. The core of that animal is not an organ. It is not a pill or a stone or any of the things that world's texts insist on. It is something that sits between energy and matter, and it contains the complete encoding of that organism, plus its primordial power in a single object. We called it, for want of anything better, the origin, and as long as that object is intact, the animal cannot be permanently killed. Given sufficient energy, it will simply rebuild itself, indefinitely. Which, when you follow it, means something enormous about that world's mythology. The phoenix blood the immortal drank, and the tortoise blood the old man drank, are not relics of dead gods. They are scattered crumbs of an origin. which means those creatures are very probably not dead. I did not kill the dragon, partly because a living specimen is worth more, and partly because once I actually looked at its behavior, it turned out not to be malevolent at all. It is arrogant because it has never met anything that could inconvenience it, and it is, above all, profoundly lazy. Left alone, it sleeps in its water and does nothing for decades at a time. So I healed it with the fruit and took scales and tissue in small quantities, which, at its scale, is a tickle, and after about 3 weeks, we arrived at an entirely functional cohabitation. Then I kept a promise. She took off the veil she had worn for over 10 years. Under it was a beautiful face with a red mark across it in the shape of a heart, and she stood absolutely still while I looked at it, in the way that people stand still when they have decided in advance not to hope. The physicians of that world had all diagnosed an energy disorder. They were wrong, and I could see it from the second stage in a way I could not have seen it from the first. That mark was not caused by energy. It was caused by contradiction. Her father had spent her childhood forcing a method on her that requires the severance of all feeling, and she is, by nature, one of the most deeply feeling people I have ever measured. Those two things had been at war in her since she was 6, and the war had a physical address, and that address was her face. So I corrected the flow first. Then I spent an hour doing something I had never done for anybody, which was to go into a person's own agitated mind and quiet it, extremely gently, the way you'd settle a horse. Then the tank rebuilt the skin at the genetic level. It took less than the burning of an incense stick. She cried and bowed, and I said what I always say, which is that it was a transaction, and the transaction was concluded. And then, immediately, before she could recover, I'd like to formally invite you to join the Empire. How would you feel about a new world, and about being someone in it? She said yes before I finished. Then I folded the entire institute, the immortal, the 4,000-year-old, the dragon, and the beast into a single field and took all of it home. My scientists lost their minds. A live dragon, a live divine beast, and 2 ambulatory history books aged 2,000 and 4,000 years. Half the research capacity of the Empire went onto one project, and it produced the conclusion that shapes everything my civilization is now. That origin is a biological energy reactor in which a genetic scaffold holds a super-dense energy core. It is the power plant and the blueprint in one object, which is exactly why that animal is effectively eternal. And that gave 2 roads. The first was to write a copy of that structure into the genome of my citizens, every person carrying their own core. There is a phrase from that genre about swallowing a golden core and taking your fate out of heaven's hands, and one of my younger researchers said it out loud in the meeting, and everybody laughed, and then nobody laughed. The sovereign ran the survivability model. Exactly one person currently alive could take it, and it was me. And then my empress, who was 14, put her hand up. She said, if it cannot go inside, build it outside. An artificial core, enormous, external, fed by our reactors, converting that energy into the same output and radiating it over the whole of the capital, and then over every city, and then over the empire. Turn the country itself into blessed ground. Not a cultivation resource that individuals compete for, a climate, something that improves everybody who lives in it, continuously, whether they are a scientist or a farmer or a child, whether they earned it or not. I sat there for a moment, and then I told the room, out loud, that she had just thought like a ruler, and I had been thinking like a researcher. We could not build the core ourselves yet, so we did the intermediate version, which was insane, and which worked. We connected the Empire's fusion reactor directly to a living dragon, fed power into it, and let it convert and radiate. Starting at very low output, with a great deal of monitoring, and with its enthusiastic consent because its own origin grew from the process. The first blessed land in history was a lazy animal on a subscription. Some months later, I put on an ordinary staff uniform and walked around my own capital, because almost nobody there knows my face. To the population, the ruler is a young woman with a title. I am a name in a founding document. A boy of about 7 went past me with a glowing ball floating along at his shoulder and stopped, because at that age you tell strangers things. It was a spotlight ball. He had gotten an excellent grade in his assessment last month, and his father had bought it for him with coins he had earned as a work bonus. The economics of that city, in one sentence. Food, housing, medicine, and education are free and unconditional, and you earn currency for everything else by working and by learning. Two old men were operating an engineering robot in a flower bed with the specific joy of men who have been given a toy. One of them told me, unprompted, that back home, not only was there never enough food, simply staying alive had been considered a blessing from heaven. The other one was showing off. His grandson had won a chemistry scholarship and had bought the family a projector. And there it is. That's the whole thing, right there, and it took me a moment to see it. In the world those men came from, an extra child was an extra mouth, and there were years when children were traded for grain, and everybody knew it, and nobody said it. In my city, a child is the most valuable thing a family can have, and the old man was bragging. I did not fix that. She did. That's her policy, end to end. I also, walking through that district, killed 2 people. A bandit chief with a knife over a merchant's neck 40 kilometers north, and a squad of Imperial soldiers who were doing what Imperial soldiers do to a village 100 kilometers east. It took approximately no attention at all, and I did not stop walking, and I did not tell anybody. That is what I am, alongside the rest of it, and I am not going to put it somewhere tidier in the story than it happened. Then, a 100-year-old man came to visit, and did not seem surprised by any of it. He greeted me by name and said it had been a long time, and I understood he had worked most of it out from rumor months earlier. I showed him the city. And what impressed him was not the towers or the silent machines in the air. It was the density of clean, primordial energy in the streets, which exceeded the sacred ground of his own mountain by a factor he could not express. I introduced him to the 2 ancients, and he was, briefly, out of his depth, because he was 100 and they were 2,000 and 4,000. And then he did the thing that makes him what he is. He took the highest build we had and access to every system, and he went away for a few months, and he came back having fused his own lifetime's understanding with 3 separate systems from 2 worlds into something new. He demonstrated it on the immortal, who volunteered, unwisely. The strike stopped 3 paces out and dissolved. And then the old man put a palm forward, slowly, and for the man on the receiving end, the entire world became a slowly rotating diagram in which every attack he had ever learned was taken apart on arrival and handed back to him. It was a field, an actual mental energy field, generated and held by a 100-year-old with no modifications beyond ours. Both of my ancients finally understood why I had been so interested in a Taoist from what they considered a minor world. And then he made his own decision, which I had not asked for and had been carefully not asking for. He brought his entire mountain into the empire. Every disciple, every hall, the library, all of it. The reaction across that world was seismic. The great temple dropped its beads. The nunnery declared blood feud. And on the mountain itself, morale went vertical. Because the new method plus the fruit meant that disciples who had plateaued for decades were moving again. The negotiations were handled personally by my 14-year-old empress, and afterwards the old man told me, privately, that he had expected to be dealing with a talented child, and had instead spent 4 hours across a table from a born monarch, and that he had not been so thoroughly outthought since he was young. I want to record one more thing from that period. I ran into a young man in the corridor of a new city, in the uniform of a junior administrator, and it took me a second to place him, because the last time I had seen him, he was a sick child on a mountain in the rain. He had gone into our historical archives on my instruction, expecting heroes, and he had read the actual record. Not the martial world's version of itself, the tax rolls, the grain records, the famine years. And he had worked out that the celebrated righteous sects of his world are landlords, that they live off the people they claim to protect, and that the occasional heroic rescue is a coin thrown to a crowd. He told me, with the specific intensity of a young man who has recently changed his mind about everything, that he used to think being a great martial artist made you a great man, and that he now understood a great man is whoever arranges for millions of people to have enough to eat, somewhere to learn, and the standing to live with dignity. Then he apologized for talking too much and went back to work. He had gone in as a clerk against his parents' objections, and he had refused a commission twice. That evening, my empress reported that the population had passed 6 million, that 13 new cities were complete, and that the first children born as citizens rather than immigrants had arrived that quarter. She delivered all of it perfectly, in the voice she had built for it. And then, because I could see the thing under the voice, I asked her which of the 2 candidate materials for the energy conduits she personally found more interesting. The Empress vanished instantly, and a 15-year-old appeared in her place and argued for 9 minutes that the biological option was obviously better because it repairs itself and, more importantly, because it can evolve, and metal simply sits there being metal. She was right, and we used it, and it is in the walls of every city I own. The next trip was the first one I did not take alone. I needed space compression. Not for weapons, for logistics, which is the only thing that has ever decided anything. And there is a world, 10 years after a plague, run by a church, where somebody had solved it. So I took the entire senior faculty of my Academy of Sciences, who had spent 2 years being administrators and behaved on the way through the gate like a school trip. And I took the whole legion, every one of whom now carried 5 centuries of internal energy on top of everything else. The strategy in full was one word, and my Empress wrote it on the briefing herself. Flatten. That world smelled of disinfectant and rust. My people took one look at the local virus, the thing an entire civilization had organized itself around, and were audibly disappointed. It's a very elegant virus, one of them said, and almost completely inactive. It isn't a disease, it's an identifier, a sorting mechanism. In this city, the infected and the uninfected probably breathe different air. A patrol in white-powered armor challenged us in the street, and my scientists discussed them out loud as museum exhibits on an open channel, which the patrol could hear. The exoskeleton is very crude. The joint articulation costs them about 1/5 of their speed. As for the armor, well, then a member of the Legion crushed every weapon and every suit they had while the men were still inside them, without killing anybody, because the instruction was that their network was useful and their bodies were not. The Sovereign had already taken their internal systems and issued us credentials as a special commission of the highest council. The cathedral fell in about 4 minutes. I no longer needed the field for something like that. I looked at a room and the will went out of it. 40 guards standing like furniture with the lights on. Their archdeacon was on the top floor shouting into a radio that did not work. And then a very strange thing happened, which is the sort of thing I now do routinely and did not enjoy the first time. The silenced staff walked, unprompted, to their own safes, entered their own highest credentials, and handed over their own chips, and their director stood in the middle of the room and lectured me, in a perfectly level voice, on how his technology worked. They fold the additional dimensions locally at the smallest scale with high-frequency gravitational waves, and make the volume of ordinary matter go away. Half an hour later, I released them and had it explained that a new era had started, and that it was one in which they could pursue the truth without any restriction whatsoever. The recruitment after that was done by one of my own people, and it was masterful, and I have kept the recording. A cup of coffee. Call me your new colleague. Your church is finished, and here are your 2 options. Join, and receive resources and eventually actual immortality, or decline and receive full support, 3 meals, books, films, and any entertainment you want for the rest of your life. You are free. He had braced for threats. He had braced for a cell. He had no defense at all against being offered a pension. The argument that finished it was the window, through which the church's own elite squadron was being folded up in midair by silent crimson figures. And then a sentence. Honestly, we don't especially care. The Empire has never been short of excellent scientists. What you have is existing knowledge and experience, and that saves us a little time. Most of his colleagues had already agreed, and not out of fear, out of hunger. My people had found 3 structural flaws in his design inside 10 minutes that his team had been stuck on for months. Here's what their technology actually was, which none of them knew. It isn't higher dimensions. It's a fold in ordinary 3-dimensional space, like a very cleverly folded sheet of paper, and it does not touch the nature of dimension at all. And the whole thing runs on a crystal containing an element that does not appear anywhere on the periodic table my empire had assembled from 4 worlds, which is mined in exactly one valley, controlled by one government, to whom the church had been quietly paying tribute for a decade. The demonstration was a rifle vanishing and reappearing identical, and I gave them the part they'd missed, which made 2 of them sit down. It is not folding, it is fixing. Inside that space, the particles are rigidly held and time does not run, which means a living creature would go in alive and come out as an absolutely fresh corpse. In a sense, I said, you have invented the perfect food container. They did not laugh. Then I gave them the specification. Reduce the apparatus from a suitcase to a ring, increase capacity from a rifle to a construction vehicle, and after that, to a small starship. The director shouted that the energy requirement made that impossible, so I put a thread of my own internal energy into his device. The crystal lit up, the whole rig went into overload, and everybody in that room panicked except me, because I was reading the numbers. Transfer efficiency 3%, housing alloy fails at resonance, and possible. 2 projects came out of that, a personal ring, in which the capacity scales with the internal energy of whoever wears it, and a strategic transport, container-sized on the outside, running on our own compact fusion. And later I gave them the actual idea, which took me a week to see. The energy should not power the space. The energy should become part of the space. A closed resonance loop with the crystal, so that the field is self-sustaining and expands as it is fed. 7 days and several thousand failures later, a material came into being inside a containment field. Dark gold, like a night sky, with the weight of metal and the warmth of jade, carrying the spatial oscillation of the crystal and the residue of a dragon and a divine beast. Its bones are the crystal lattice, its blood is particles taken from dragon scale, its tendons are heat-resistant fiber from the other beast, and it is harmonized by several dozen treasures out of a world of swordsmen, atom by atom. I put 1,000 years of my own energy into the first one, and the interior space grew at a ratio of exactly 1:1 to 1,000 cubic meters. And then my scientists immediately found the flaw, which is why I keep them. The control method required non-linear multi-frequency oscillation at subatomic precision, which no ordinary human being can produce. You have built, one of them said, a starship with a toddler in the cockpit. Universality approximately 0. Which was correct, and which produced the actual invention. The user is not supposed to be the driver. The user presses the pedal. The system does everything else. So we wrote an algorithm into the material itself, which takes whatever energy the wearer supplies and routes it along pre-cut channels, and then added the part I'm proud of. Every time you use it, 1,000th of the purest energy stays behind and strengthens the microstructure. The ring learns your frequency. The capacity it has grown does not shrink back, which means the object grows with its owner, permanently, and after the first bonding, it is nobody else's. The first one went on my hand, receive. The rifle was gone, produce. It was back. And I learned the division that runs all of it. Internal energy opens the door, and mental energy does the carrying. Somewhere in the middle of that, I acquired a sister. One of my squads was walking through a defense ministry bunker on an extremely boring assignment when a woman in black with purple hair came around a corner, and 3 seconds of complete silence went through a network of 1,000 minds. Then somebody said, carefully, that she was seeing things because that woman looked exactly like them. The unit's pedant put a number on it. Facial contour similarity, 98.7%. The differences are the hair and the eyes, and her viral load is the same family as the local infected, but cleaner and considerably stronger. The network went off like a school bell. A virus carrier who looks exactly like us. Get her, take her to the doctor. This is the best thing that's happened all month. She, understandably, believed she was surrounded by the church's clones and opened fire. The round stopped 10 centimeters from a face, and the woman it had been aimed at took it out of the air with 2 fingers and crushed it, and then delivered a review. Good condition, very smooth muscle definition. Eyes a bit fierce though, not cute. Agreed, said the network, not nearly as cute as our own. They brought her in like a found cat. I will admit I was thrown when I saw her, which does not happen. That face is within measurement error of the original genome of my own people, in a completely unconnected world with a completely different history. I have never had an explanation. I have a file on it that is now 400 pages long and consists almost entirely of questions. The recruitment was not done by me. It was done by the woman in red, who went into that cell without armor, in ordinary clothes, carrying hot milk and pastries, and sat down and told her own story. That they had been weapons, made by a corporation, injected, stripped of their memories, kept in cold rooms, and given 2 available futures, which were to become a perfect killing machine or to become failed experimental waste. Every sentence of which was also exactly the biography of the woman she was talking to. And then she said the thing I could not have said, because it would not have been true coming from me. Later we met him, and he gave us a life. He made us understand that we were not monsters and not weapons, and that we get to choose. What about you? Was your life a choice you made, or was it arranged for you? She asked to see me. I did not offer her power, because she already had power, and it had never once helped her. I asked her what she wanted, and when she couldn't answer, I said the only thing I had. The Empire cannot give you a better past, but here you can have a future, and you can pick it. Welcome home. She cried, which she told me later she had not done since she was 11. Then I gave her the world. Because we had by that point solved it, and it had taken one night. The plague virus rewrites the host's mitochondrial DNA, which is where the strength and the speed come from, and the price is a wrecked genome, a short life, and an appetite that world had built its entire politics around. And it has a back door, a self-termination sequence built in by whoever made it, keyed to a specific acoustic frequency. So, disperse a benign retrovirus carrying the instruction, then broadcast the activating tone through the global network. 3 days, 99% of the infected population cured, at home, without knowing it was happening. For the 1% too far gone, an injection that returns the mind at the cost of the strength, offered and never imposed. 10 years of apocalypse, closed overnight by a committee of 11 people who were mostly annoyed about being interrupted. And I did not announce it. I put her in charge of it. Let her lead the team. Let her personally end the era that made her. 3 days later, she was standing over a rebuilt city, with children running around underneath a blue sky, and she was crying again. And the sister, who is famous among 1,000 identical women for eating too much, came and put an arm round her and told her it was time to come home. Then we took the last two things, the mining. Their extraction rate was 100 kilograms a month, which I described as too slow, and we brought in tunneling templates from a war I had visited in the 50s, and the director promised 100-fold increase, and I told him I wanted 1,000. And a report on her genome, which stopped me. The fusion of that woman with that virus had woken up an ancient dormant fragment in her, and the only thing that fragment does is interfere, in a small and local way, with gravity. Which is why she could jump the way she jumped, and why, when she was angry, things around her got heavier. Gravity is one of the 4 fundamental interactions of the universe, and a living creature had evolved its way into touching one, by accident, on a planet with no idea it had happened. Which means that a life form can, through its own development, reach the underlying rules and eventually operate them. Which means, eventually, that every citizen I have can. I have not had a better day at work before or since. She came to me a week later completely lost because the enemy was gone and the world was saved, and a weapon with nothing to point at is just a person with a difficult history. I told her that nothing was over, and made her the Legion's only gravity specialist, and she has since done things with that fragment that the woman who woke it would not recognize. And out of the tank she came changed. The killing edge was still there, and something had opened up behind it. She could feel the planet's own gravitational structure. She said, quite calmly, that she thought she could pick the city up. And then 1,000 minds arrived at once to welcome her, and with them came memories that had never been hers. A blue sky, a field of flowers, a young woman everybody addresses by a title, a doctor who smiles too much, and 1,000 sisters eating something questionable one of them had baked at sunset with an expression on their faces that the network had labeled in its own index as happiness. The person who had walked into that bunker did not come out of the tank. Somebody with her face and her strength and a family came out instead. Back home, the Empire had gotten away from me while I wasn't looking. There was a song. That's how I found out. A girl with plates on the edge of the capital teaching a clapping rhyme to a dozen other children about how when the Empire came, the sky cleared and no grain tax was levied and there was white rice at every meal. About glazed tiles and white jade walls and school for free and medicine for the old. And about a ruler who waves a hand and makes a new world so that the swallows that used to nest only in the halls of the powerful now fly into ordinary fields. That verse is not mine. Nobody wrote it in a department. It came up out of the ground. And behind her, on the horizon, one of my machines was crawling across a plain, and where it had been, there were schools and clinics and free supply centers, and the farmers in the fields did not run from it anymore. They put down their tools and watched it go past. The old dynasty still existed on paper. That is the whole conquest. There was never a war. My empress made one observation about it that I have quoted since in 3 worlds. When you can guarantee that everyone eats and everyone learns and everyone is treated when they're sick, the old order does not even earn the dignity of being overthrown. It simply gets forgotten. She had a strategy for the difficult regions, and I want to record it because I have never been more comprehensively outclassed by a 15-year-old. There were gray zones, clans and gentry who complied on paper and quietly strangled everything, who made sure the children did not reach the schools, and what she proposed was not an execution. First, opinion. Scatter simple solar radios, thousands of them, free, and broadcast every day in plain language. Here is how people live in the cities. Here is what your landlord has been taking. Here are the numbers. Second, split them. Work through the token holders to quietly raise up the disinherited branches and the tenants who know exactly where every body is buried. And only then, third, hardness, and only for the ones who had refused everything else. Because, she said, the Empire's power rests on what people believe and not on soldiers, and sending troops treats a symptom and leaves your enemies the word tyranny. 100-year-old sage bowed to her in front of the whole council. And then I came home and ruined the pacing of her plan, and I'd do it again. Too slow, I told her. I'm not playing the long game with people who are already historically finished. I had the Legion collect every landlord, every collaborating scholar, every merchant who had been provisioning the occupation across 4 provinces in one night. She asked, quite properly, about evidence. We don't need to find evidence, we need them to produce it. I took it directly out of their heads. Every seizure of an orphan's land, every arrangement with a magistrate, every year of it, recited by the man who did it, recorded, and then corroborated afterwards with documents and living witnesses, all of it published. And the sentence was the part she found hardest, because it was not death. The leaders went into a prison with good food and adequate heating, and as each new region was liberated, they were transported to it and tried in public in front of the specific people they had spent 40 years grinding. Their relatives who did not deserve execution went to the frontier to open the next territories and earn their way back. Women and children found innocent became citizens outright. She was quiet for a while afterwards, and then she said that it was crueler than killing them because it destroyed the face and the standing and the entire foundation of families that had been legitimate for 600 years. Yes. And then she wrote the line that is now carved over the entrance of every administrative building I own, and she wrote it at 15, and it is hers, not mine. To the people, the warmth of a spring wind. To the enemy, the cold of winter. My artificial core failed. I want to say that plainly because up to that point, I had not really failed at anything, and I had begun to develop the specific stupidity that comes from that. The first prototype came out as cracked, smoking scrap. The converting principle we had taken from the dragon and the fire principle we had taken from the beast rejected each other at the atomic level, violently, like matter meeting its opposite. We tried 13,762 harmonizing agents. None of them worked. And my oldest scientist, who had every right to be defensive about it, stood up in that review and diagnosed us instead of the machine. That Origin is a perfect energy converter, he said, but it is also alive. It is an ecosystem that took thousands of years to sculpt itself, and we attempted to copy it mechanically in 18 months, which is in itself a kind of arrogance toward life. I had been sitting quietly at the end of the table for an hour, which unsettles them more than shouting. You haven't failed, I said. You have used rigorous method to prove that this road has no exit, and that is the most valuable output research produces. Now let me tell you where we went wrong at the foundation. We had tried to imitate the thing without ever asking why it works, and the answer is that it does not convert energy supplied from outside. It is the core. It runs a stable biological nuclear reaction inside itself at ordinary temperature and pressure, which is to say, controlled cold fusion, involving the weak interaction. Which meant we were not short of biology or materials. We were short of physics, the actual 4 interactions, and a specimen to take apart. I knew where one was. There is a creature that lives at the bottom of an ocean, absorbing radiation from a planetary core, and running sustained fusion inside its own body. And an entire organization on that world had spent 70 years failing to understand it. That world nearly ate us in the first 11 seconds. The gate deposited my entire expedition inside the mouth of something, red tissue, teeth the size of doors, and the jaws closing. And my scientists did not scream. They started taking samples. Get the tooth, the density is extraordinary. And this saliva, look at the enzyme concentration. And could somebody please hold that flap open, I can't see. The jaws could not close because 1,000 minds were holding them apart. And from the outside, 3 people on a wrecked boat and a colonel on a beach watched the largest predator on that island fail to swallow a group of humans, who then walked out of its mouth in black coats and rose into the air. My assessment was that it was disappointing, far weaker than the 5th category animals I had fought in another ocean. But its genetics were rooted in the local family, which was what I had come for. Take it alive. They crushed it, folded it, and packed it, leaving only the head intact so we could see the expression, and set it aside the way you pick up litter. Then I went to meet the local king. 102 meters, 58,000 tons, muscle density comparable to a Category 6, and, when I read him, no energy organs whatsoever. Nothing exotic, pure structural biology, a body doing exactly what a body does at a scale that should not hold together. And a cortex, a real one, folded and busy, running at roughly the level of a 10-year-old child. He hit his chest at me once as a warning, which, under the circumstances, was extremely polite. I put him on the ground with mental pressure alone. Settle down. I'm not here to kill you. I want to talk. Then, because I had just beaten a wounded animal, I healed him. 10 seconds of machines in the wounds, and the skin closed tougher than it had been, and he sat there afterwards, looking from his own arm to me and back with an expression of total confusion about how his day was going. He took us to the village. It sits under the skeleton of something enormous, with walls painted floor to roof in the history of the island, and he walked us in like a god escorting guests. And their priest looked straight past a 100-meter animal, at me, and at the ranks behind me, and went face down on the ground. He was not seeing my power, he was seeing hers. He explained it in a way I have never improved on. Behind those women, he said, there is an ocean of consciousness as wide as the sky, and it is what our people have been walking toward for tens of thousands of years, and beside it, our own small resonance is a firefly arguing with the moon. Their telepathy is a local network built on shared blood and shared belief, and it is genuinely ancient. The Legions is a high-bandwidth network built on a gene and an artificial intelligence, and the difference is not a matter of degree. I offered an exchange rather than a conquest, and I said one sentence that made an old man cry. I told him that what I wanted from his people was their wisdom, tens of thousands of years of experience living beside things that could step on them, and he said that I was the first god who had ever needed anything from them except their faith and their lives. We also found in their skulls an enormously enlarged pineal structure, producing biological microwaves on principles that our physicists spent 2 years arguing about, and eventually filed under entanglement with a note, which gave us a road towards citizens who can enter the network with their own brains and no device at all. Then I did the thing I had been thinking about since the first time I put a hand on that animal's shoulder. I called the white ape, across a gate out of the 14th century, into a valley on an island in a world with helicopters. It came out blinking and immediately went completely still, because 100 meters away, sitting on a hill, was something that was recognizably family, for the first time since the day its parents died. The big one made a low sound, and the small one, 2 meters tall, answered him in the sign language it had developed over 15 years with my scientists. They talked for 4 hours through an energy screen. I have no idea what about. I said something out loud, watching them, that I have not repeated to anybody since. Loneliness is the common enemy of every intelligent thing. That animal is the king of that island, and he is the loneliest king on it. The genome came back and explained him. He is an atavism, a once-in-a-million-year reversion. His species is in decline, and has been for a very long time, and every generation is smaller than the last, and he is what they used to be. We rebuilt the small one first, which made it the first non-human ever to carry my sequence, and it came out of the tank with a coat like polished metal, and eyes that had gotten considerably harder to look at, and immediately sat down cross-legged and started meditating, which nobody taught it to do. Then the big one went into a tank we had to build at 50 times scale, with exactly enough compound for one attempt. Halfway through, the process went wrong. The Titan genes lit up and started refusing our sequence, and everything on the board went red, and my people started evacuating the gallery. And I looked at the pattern for about 4 seconds and told them to sit down. It isn't collapsing. It isn't rejecting. It is selecting. It's taking the factors it wants and refusing the ones it doesn't need. Or was evolving, on its own, mid-procedure, making editorial decisions about my work. I went in personally and steered for 3 hours, and what came out was leaner, with musculature that looked designed rather than grown, a coat with a metallic sheen, and something behind the eyes that had not been there before, and its roar had a note in it that belonged to a different animal entirely. It had passively absorbed, during the rebuild, the equivalent of about 500 years of cultivation, and it had absolutely no idea what to do with it. All that power sitting in a body that had no method, like a man who has won a fortune and cannot open a bank account. So the 2-meter one taught the 100-meter one. I want that on the record as an actual event that happened in my life. I appointed a white ape from the Ming Dynasty as instructor to the king of Skull Island, and they spent a month in a biomechanics hall, and between them they developed a method for primates that fuses fighting, hunting, and cultivation into a single cycle. Energy is forged in combat, biological energy comes from prey, and rest converts both into permanent gain. After that, his straight punch produced a sonic boom. We took the world's monster hunting organization by buying it, because they were broke and desperate, and their budget had been cut by 70%. I offered unlimited funding, technology, and the chance to see the inside of the planet. And when they asked why they should believe me, the walls turned into screens showing a silver city on their own island, and their local legend breathing internal energy on a hilltop. We registered them a biotechnology company in Switzerland, put 10 billion into it, and released a fraction of our medical technology through it. Limb regeneration and genetic repair took the global medical market apart in 2 quarters and returned 130 billion in profit, which meant that an organization that had been begging parliaments for money never had to speak to one again. Every attempt to pressure them was answered by my sovereign, and she has a sense of humor about it that I did not write and cannot account for. An intelligence agency broke into a European office, and the following week, a rival power announced an unexpected breakthrough in chip fabrication. A committee scheduled a military inspection of an Antarctic station, and a carrier group in the Persian Gulf lost communications for 9 minutes and nearly reversed into a tanker. A bill was introduced to restrict the company, and the next morning that world's stock market had the worst day in its history. She described that last one, in the log, as a minor adjustment to the parameters of their financial models. The first Titan one went to was not the frightening one. It was the gentle one in a temple behind a waterfall, and I chose her for a specific reason. At the end of her life, she converts the entirety of herself into pure life energy and gives it away, which is the exact mechanism I had failed 13,000 times to build. Her cocoon was pulsing like a heart, and when my mind touched the inside of it, what was in there did not resist. It reached back, mildly, in the manner of something that has never been hurt. We built her an institute and a small reactor to grow by, and her silk turned out to be stronger than any fiber my empire could make, and her light accelerated healing to the point where, in combination with our machines, a fatal wound in a test animal closed in 3 minutes and left nothing behind. And then we went down. They had found a shaft in Antarctica, and it was not a shaft. It was engineered. Perfectly smooth, self-repairing walls, and a recognition system, and an internal field that reduces any organism below Titan grade to component particles on the way past. Which is why we sent the ape first and rode behind his biomagnetic field. 10 minutes into the descent, the shaft reversed its gravity, hard enough to tear steel, and my newest sister put her hand out and her eyes lit, and the whole vehicle went soft inside a field she had grown a fragment for by accident in a completely different universe. And then the dark opened out. There is no sun down there. There are enormous crystals hanging in the air instead, and forests of luminous columns holding up a sky, and mountain ranges going away to a horizon that curves the wrong way, and things flying in the distance that have no business being alive. The old scientist who had spent his entire career being laughed at for the theory sat down on the ramp and cried. The first thing I noticed was silence. That world was thick with life, and there were no large animals calling anywhere. Which is wrong. That is not what a full ecosystem sounds like. And then the ground stood up. What we had taken for a plane was a nest, and what came off it was several billion organisms somewhere between a bat and the locust, whose high-frequency emission liquefies the interior of anything carbon-based. Hundreds of my people took one step forward, and a barrier closed over the base and several kilometers of sky, and everything that touched it turned to powder. The sovereign had their weakness in under a minute. Ancient anaerobes. 90% activity loss in 3 seconds below -50, and then 1,000 mines synchronized and dropped the temperature of 40 kilometers of an underground world, and the swarm came down out of the air like frozen rain. One of the locals said, in a small voice, that this was no longer a battle. This was editing the weather. We packed the nest and took it with us, and inside those animals we found an enzyme that breaks the oxygen molecule. I want to explain why that mattered, because it is the single most important scientific finding of my life, and it looks like nothing. a dormant gene dated to 2.5 billion years from before there was free oxygen in that world's air. And in all that time, it had barely changed at all. Nothing stays the same for that long, unless it does not need to change because it has already arrived at an end point. And the oxygen molecule is held by a covalent bond, which is electromagnetism. That organism does not ignore a fundamental interaction. It uses one. It is, in a literal sense, a piece of physical law that has decided to be alive, and its instinct is decomposition. Which is when my oldest researcher said the sentence that reorganized my entire scientific program. The one at the bottom of the ocean performs biological nuclear reactions, which is the strong and weak interactions. This thing breaks molecular bonds, which is electromagnetism. And a woman upstairs bends gravity with a gene fragment. These creatures are a living textbook of the unified theory. We stopped exploring and started farming. 100 more construction vehicles went down that shaft, and they did not build cities. They built genetics institutes, metallurgical plants on local ore, and enormous ecological farms where we raised specimens and treasures, and, incidentally, a swamp animal from the surface which grows 10 times faster down there and turns out to be delicious. And by the crystal fields, we found the thing the whole descent had been for. Blue crystals with an energy density past anything I had measured and almost no transmission loss, which do something nobody expected. They change what they emit to suit the field they are in. Down there, they produce particles the local giants feed on. Placed in my empire's atmosphere, they began producing exactly the energy my citizens use, which is the raw material for the core I had failed to build. My chief biologist was personally offended that the local wildlife eats them like sweets, and that a local tyrant had one lashed to the end of a whip. Using a top-end processor, he said, to crack a walnut. And behind a barrier that bent light past their pyramids, we found a forest of them the size of mountains, with visible currents running between the trunks, and a stone tablet that the priest brought me with an apology because nobody in his people had been able to read it for 8,000 years. It was not writing, it was a resonance pattern, a mental frequency written down so that a reader could tune himself to it. That is how their ancestors commanded the crystals, to bend light around a city, or to strike at a titan directly through the mind. I put my palm on the nearest one and matched the pattern. The entire forest lit at once, and a mental pressure wave rolled out for several hundred kilometers, and a tyrant on a throne a long way from there sat up. Out of that crystal, titan genetic fiber and shape memory alloy, we made a material the color of sky. It multiplies mental energy by a factor of about 12, which means an ordinary citizen wearing a piece of it strikes like a member of the Legion, and it absorbs and releases almost any kind of energy without loss. Which is the last component. The core I could not build now had a heart. And it meant that when it goes into every city I own, it will not only feed the bodies of my citizens, it will amplify their minds, continuously, as a public utility. I said in that meeting that we were going to take an entire civilization through an evolution from the body to the spirit, and one of my scientists asked whether that was a metaphor, and I said no. And then I finally went and fixed the thing that had been wrong with me since I was 20. Because for all of it, the Empire, the Legion, the dragon on a cable, I still could not aim. Every single door I had ever opened had dropped me somewhere random. A tree, a toilet stall, a woman's bedroom, the inside of an animal's mouth. 8 years of the most valuable ability in any universe operated like a coin toss. There is a world where a handful of people can move instantly to any place they can picture, and where an old organization has spent centuries hunting them for religious reasons. I sent dust-sized machines to sit on the one they were closest to catching, and the first jump he made told us the thing that mattered. 0 energy cost. Not low, 0. He robbed a bank vault, went on holiday, and generated 11 months of clean telemetry for me without ever knowing. And then, he saw a 3-kilometer ship on the news, and, because he was 20 and had no supervision, jumped straight into its power section out of curiosity, where a stabilization cage closed on him and switched his ability off. His hunter followed the trace in about 4 hours and landed in the same cage. And in the same instant, my sovereign reached back down their line and burned their tracker, which was their single most precious object and had taken them 900 years to build, and locked the building and lowered turrets out of the ceiling. An organization that had spent a millennium being the judge of other people discovered, over a 10-minute countdown to surrender, what it is like to be the fish. Their leader sat under a mental interrogator built on technology I had taken from an alien hive, and 1,000 years of secrecy came apart in under an hour. Bases, membership, research, funding, and out of it fell something better than the ability, which was a physicist. Their scientific director, a genuinely first-rate mind who had spent his career in the hands of people who wanted him to build weapons for a doctrine. We removed him, his laboratory, and his entire team from a city on the East Coast in one night and replaced the camera products, and it took that country 3 days to notice. To make the noise stop, I did one more thing, and it is the single cheapest and most effective act of my life. It was the autumn of the crisis in that world. Their markets were already on the edge, one of the great banks was hours from failing, and every institution on that street was holding something it could not price. I had the sovereign take the exchange's trading system and sell everything in my own name at the opening. The blue chips went first, then the index went vertically down, and the circuit breakers did not fire because the system that fires them was mine that morning, and I left a signature in the order book because I am not above it. Their president aged about a decade and a day and ordered every observation asset withdrawn from my island and every record of it erased. Then I sat down under their tracker and jumped, and the instrument recorded absolute zero. Nothing. Not a low reading. No event at all. And the physicist gave me the explanation that had been missing from my life for 8 years. Their people tear a hole in the paper of three-dimensional space. It is fast, and it is free, and it leaves a scar, and their entire hunting apparatus is built on reading scars. I do not make a hole. I erase myself from the picture and draw myself somewhere else, and nothing is damaged because nothing was crossed. He said it was like being operated from a higher dimension by somebody with an eraser. Then we industrialized it. 3 teams, a generator for the trigger arc, a quantum computer to hold and process the anchor, and him on the hard part, which is coupling the two so that a stable passage opens at a chosen coordinate. We destroyed a dozen generators and burned out several extremely expensive chips. At my empire, a failed experiment has never once been anybody's fault. Every one of them is filed, indexed, and paid for. And then a ring the size of a house lit up in a hangar, and a stable portal 3 meters across opened onto the floor of a trench 10,000 meters underwater, and the room went up like a stadium. Machines, pure engineering. No gene, no gift, no bloodline. The authority that world's mythology reserved for gods, reproduced by a committee with a budget. Then I did the stupid thing. I told them I wanted the gene put into me, to see what happened when 2 different kinds of spatial ability met in one body. Every scientist in that room objected in writing. My physicist objected out loud, twice, and used the phrase unimaginable consequences, which for him is shouting. And a young researcher who had been the first volunteer for the gene stood up and asked to go first as a reference point, and then 11 others stood up behind him, and I want to be honest that I let them talk me into an extra month of protocol work because of it. 30 went in, 29 came out with both, 1 did not. A young soldier whose own bioelectric field reacted with the trigger in a way we still do not understand. His gene burned out permanently, and his optic nerve took damage that left him with a peculiar defect. He can see anything close to him perfectly, and can no longer focus on anything far away. He is still with us. He runs a precision assembly line, and he is extremely good at it, and I have never once let anybody file that case as a rounding error. Then it was me. The serum went in, and I felt a bridge start to build itself between my body and something underneath it. And then the thing that has been sitting in the bottom of my mind since I was 20 years old in a dormitory woke up. I have never been able to describe it properly. A silent black hole that has been asleep for a very long time. It looked at the little bridge my scientists had just built inside me, and it opened its mouth and swallowed it. There was no collision, no energy conflict, no damage, no drama. It was simply a higher order consuming a lower one, the way a wave takes a sandcastle without noticing. Every alarm in the command center went off at once. The gene was gone, not rejected, decomposed. The arc energy had dissipated completely. The board read 0 across the whole panel, and my staff started shouting about a catastrophic failure. And I lay in that capsule and felt every rule of that ability being digested and absorbed into mine like a meal. I opened my eyes, got out, closed them again, and moved. Command center. A room 50 meters away, the bridge of the ship, the laboratory, the power hall, the ecological park. Back to the command center, and every one of those was instant, and the trace on their screens was a single point of light that could not be tracked between positions because it was never between them. My physicist could not close his mouth. The young researcher said it in the end, and he was right. He didn't just succeed, he went past it. Here's what I actually got. Anywhere within the reach of my mental field, I can put my body at any coordinate instantly, the way you move a cursor. No delay, no energy cost, absolute placement. The field is city-sized, which sounds like a limit and isn't because of the trick. Jump to the edge of the field. From there, the field recenters on the new position and reaches out again. Jump again. Given enough mental capacity, a man can walk the entire surface of a planet in a few minutes, arriving nowhere in particular, from nowhere in particular, leaving no trace at any point. And when my physicist asked how, I told him the truth, which was that I have no idea. There is something in me older and deeper than the mechanism his gene uses, and it ate his gene as a nutrient. I still do not know what it is. I have a hypothesis that requires the third stage of my own method and about 40 more years. The last thing I did in that world was collect. We reverse engineered the gate into a detector and put a dish on the roof of my ship, and one sweep across a planet produced a map with 173 lights on it. I gave the order that all of them would be in my reception hall within a day and that nobody was to be missing. A woman spending stolen money in a boutique in Paris found a man in her fitting room holding an invitation. A recluse landing on a Himalayan summit found somebody already sitting there who told him he had made his own road too narrow. A veteran who had spent 9 years evading that organization found something waiting in the one place on Earth he had never told anybody about. They came. Every one. Not because we threatened them, though we did, but because my people appeared in front of them doing the one thing each of them was proudest of, and did it better, and then didn't gloat. I gave them exactly 2 options. Stay and become citizens with resources and instruction and a place where the thing you are is not a crime. Or refuse, in which case I would take today out of your memory and put you back where you were, with the gene silenced. Ordinary. Safe. Never again. Over 99% stayed. Nobody, having seen the size of the room, wants to go back to being a fish in a pond with a hole in it. The handful who wanted out got exactly what I promised, gently, and woke up at home believing they'd had an odd dream. And then I put my hand on a 3-kilometer ship and moved it, and its 4,000 crew, and everything in it, across the boundary between universes, with a thought. That world got a financial catastrophe and a century of stories about a spacecraft, and never learned that anything else had happened. Now I have to tell you about my roommates, because I had not forgotten. That is the thing I most want on the record. In 8 years, I had built a civilization and eaten a millennium of another world's power, and there was a permanent cold weight sitting behind my ribs that I had put there myself in a dormitory in Wuhan on the day I moved out. I built a thing to fix it, and the thing turned into the largest project of my life, and I did not plan that either. It started as a game, a full immersion virtual world running on quantum hardware, delivered through a cheap headset because I put all the computation in the cloud where nobody could take it apart. I demonstrated it to my own country's leadership by handing out helmets and putting them in a white room, and one of the generals took 3 steps, produced a sidearm out of the air, worked the slide, and fired, and the case rang on the floor, and he said the recoil was right. I told them honestly that the physics was simplified and would not reproduce wind drift or humidity, and that this was a deliberate trade for scale. Then I turned the room into a meadow, and then into a ruined city, and told them they could set it up as any battlefield they wanted and run thousands of coordinated exercises inside it, and he took the helmet off and took the project. I gave them the source and the team and asked for nothing, because a company that is half state-owned and is asked to serve its country in a matter like that says yes, and because it kept the civilian version alive as a cultural project. The first public world was a survival horror, and the prize for finishing it was an object described only as letting you become the creator of the next world. 1,000 places, by lottery. And 2 of them went to a fat man tying rebar on a bridge, who had spent 2 years listening to a foreman promise him a promotion and had not used a single equation from his degree, and to a thin man delivering food on an electric scooter who had been cleaned out by a streamer he had never met and had decided that freedom meant never having a boss again. They both entered on a whim. They both won. One of them screamed on a construction site until people came to look. The other one dropped his cigarette and stood in the street, smiling at the sky. And in a laboratory in another universe, a man with a civilization looked at a list of 1,000 names, found 2 of them, and quietly entered himself as 1001. The system built their bodies from a scan, and I want to describe what that did, because I designed it, and I did not anticipate it. It shows you yourself, exactly. It does not flatter. The fat man stood in a white room in front of a perfect model of his own body. Sun-ruined skin at the collar, hands that were mostly callous, and a face carrying 2 years of a fatigue he had stopped noticing. He looked at it for a long time and could not look at it for very long. Then he lightened the skin, took the tiredness out, added 4 centimeters, and picked a name that meant something enormous. He met the other one in the central hall, and neither of them recognized the other for 11 seconds. And then they did. And then they had the first honest conversation of their adult lives. One still on the bridge, still being promised. One still on the scooter, still free. And then, inevitably, they talked about the third one. He's the country's darling now, one of them said, chief scientist of a national key laboratory. He's got national affairs to think about. He hasn't got time for us, down here in the mud. And they agreed about that, generously, without bitterness, which was worse. Then they went to find the entrance together, the way they had once queued for a dungeon. And a player with an unremarkable name walked up to the same portal a few paces behind them. The next 4 days were the most fun I have ever had. I walked through a city full of the infected in a black coat, and every single one of them missed me by about 2 centimeters because I was calculating all of their trajectories simultaneously and using not one ability that the game did not give everybody. I drank a bottle of mineral water in a wrecked shop and watched my own amusement park run. The thin one turned on a stream in the first hour, told 100,000 people how to fight, and was immediately knocked flat by the first thing he met, and was saved by a woman with a shotgun who is the most famous character in that franchise, and his audience, who were laughing at him, tripled. And then he noticed the thing that made him keep his mouth shut for the first time in his life, a notification. Basic proficiency in a weapon, level 1. The skills in that world grow from real practice, which means that a body which practices in there learns it for real out here. He worked that out in about 90 seconds and told nobody. The fat one had a worse time. He landed in an underground car park with no weapon, hit things with his fists to no effect whatsoever, found a baton, and had to barricade himself in an office with a filing cabinet. He spent a full day in that room practicing with a stick. Level 1 to level 5, alone, in a virtual office, hitting a wall. And then he went out and met something considerably worse than the ordinary infected, and it cut his baton in half and put him through a police car, and his health went under 20%. And he did not run. He jumped over the thing instead of away from it, got both hands into it and tore it apart with a roar that had 2 years of a foreman's promises in it. Hidden achievement, a skill manual, and an upgrade that poured 5 years of technique and physical experience into his head in about 4 seconds. That night he got off a bunk in a worker's dormitory and did the whole sequence in the dark, in a container on a construction site, and the strength was not there, and the internal energy was not there, but the technique was, and it was his. He decided to become a streamer. Meanwhile, on the roof of a building, I was feeling the mental output of 1,000 players at once, and watching the underlying code of that world start to evolve on its own from the pressure of their emotions, and thinking that the storm should be considerably larger. The end of that test run is a story that world still tells. A 24-hour countdown to a cleansing strike. Under 300 players left. A cathedral full of survivors, and something coming through the roof that could not be hurt by any of them. And the fat man, whose friend was about to be killed, threw himself at a 2-meter monster and hit it in the only place he could reach, and broke every finger on his hand doing it. Then the door came off the cathedral, and a woman in a red dress came in. She fought it in front of 200,000 live stream viewers who were all, by that point, screaming that this had to be scripted, and the building came down around them, and she ended it by putting a length of reinforcing bar through the back of its head. And then she walked, in front of all of them, over to a man in a black coat standing at a pillar, and went down on one knee like a knight. Did you have fun? The internet on that entire planet did not recover for a week. Who is the man in the coat? Why did she kneel? My company released a 2-hour film cut by an artificial intelligence from the player's own footage, and it did 100 million views in an hour, and it was genuinely good, because it was not about power. It was about 1,000 ordinary people who were not equipped for any of it, and mostly did not run. And the top-scoring player of that entire test was neither of my roommates. She was a young woman living alone. Her handle translated roughly as the salted fish king who declines to be flipped over. and she had been dropped, by pure chance, into the underground facility after its defenses had already failed and its systems were dead. Which is to say, into the safest warehouse in the country, with all the doors open. She found biscuits, and water, and a protective suit and a small pistol. And, in a staff lounge, a shelf of books and a working games console. And while everybody upstairs was dying, she sat under the air conditioning and read. But she was not idle, which is why she won. Inside a day, she had cracked the half-dead surveillance system and spent the entire test watching everybody else's footage and commentating on it to herself. That big one's tough, but he can't dodge. That streamer only knows how to hide behind women. And when the countdown started, she got up, walked to a platform, and left on the only transport in that city capable of getting out, which she had known about for 19 hours, and she fired her weapon exactly 0 times. Maximum score on all 4 axes. Use of environment, intelligence gathering, resource management, survival. I sat and looked at her file for a while, and then I said, out loud, in an empty room, so the game can be played like that. And I gave her the prize, which was to design the next world. She was 23, she had a bag of crisps in her hand when we called, and she said she wanted swords. A world of wandering fighters and mountain schools and named techniques where players learn from masters and become somebody. We gave her professional planners and every one of the classic worlds we had rights to, and hid better things in the corners than she asked for. And she has never once found out that the man who signs off on her budget every quarter is the same man who put an unremarkable name in that first lottery. The second wave was 100,000 places, and the country fought over them the way people fight over train tickets at New Year. The world she had built was full of mountain schools and famous techniques, and 1 million modern players went into it like 1 million huskies dropped into a disciplined wolf pack. I went in myself and read the forum first, which is the only honest source of information about anything. Which school has better prospects for a new player? A live stream titled The Battle of Humiliation, in which a man with an unwise handle announced he would challenge every character on a certain mountain. A guide claiming a legendary manual was hidden behind a waterfall, with pictures. And a complaint, upvoted several thousand times, from a man who had tried to flirt with a famous character in a tavern and had been beaten half to death with a stick and was, at the time of posting, still in bed. They wrecked that world beautifully. Somebody opened the first chain of inns with a membership card. Somebody started a delivery service in the beggar's territory. Somebody set up commentary for a famous siege and made a fortune in tips. And my roommate became a beggar. That's the part I did not expect and have thought about most. Because a player arriving in that world has the same problem everybody had. No registration, no travel papers, no family, no skills anybody wants. Most of them ended up being cheated in cities or forming bandit gangs that lasted 4 days. He had a martial technique, which made him a Superman among ordinary people, and he could have gone anywhere. He took a broken bowl and sat at a city gate. He told his stream it was for the experience. He squatted in a ruined temple by the gate every day and watched people go past and listened to accents from all over a country that does not exist. And when somebody threw him a coin or half a bun, he took it and thanked them and was not embarrassed. And in a derelict shrine on the edge of that city, he found a dozen children, 7 or 8 years old, who had been taken from a village to be sold and had run, and were living on what they could steal. He started buying them food out of the coins. Then he started teaching them to defend themselves. Then he was their older brother, which is a job with no exit, and he forgot for weeks at a time that any of it was a game. The local criminal association turned up eventually because the men who had bought those children had backers, and he put 6 of them on the floor without much difficulty and understood immediately that this was not over and that he could not fight an organization. He hid the children in a chamber behind the shrine statue and stood in the doorway alone, and then he did not stream. That's the detail that tells you everything. He turned off the camera, logged out of the world, and spent an entire day of his real life on chemistry forums in his own country asking, in plain language, how to make the most powerful explosive possible out of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. Most people told him he was insane. Several very serious hobbyists gave him extremely good instructions. He logged back in the next morning with 3 oilcloth packages in his inventory. That night, 30 men came up the hill with torches, and the sky over that city lit up, and there was no temple on that hill anymore. He recorded all of it. He had the system's own editor strip every frame of anything gruesome, and leave only the fire and the sound. And he titled it, with no irony at all, a beggar's revenge. He was the top streamer on the platform inside 11 hours. Contracts and money arrived in quantities that would have changed his family's life 3 times over, and he did not care. He went back the next day and sat with those children and taught them to read. I watched all of that on a screen and did not intervene, and then I went and looked at the underlying data, because something had happened in that world that nobody had built. The explosives worked. Nobody had programmed them. There is no gunpowder crafting system in that game. He had learned real chemistry in the real world and performed the real steps in the virtual one, and the engine had simply calculated what would happen, correctly, from first principles. Because at some point in the previous 4 months, it had stopped being a set of rules and started being a set of laws. That world was writing itself. And that is when I understood the second stage of my own method, which I had been failing to complete for 2 years. I had been looking inward. Sitting still, condensing, refining. Everybody does. Every tradition in every world I have visited tells you that the way up is inward. It isn't. The way up is outward. Connect to 1,000 minds, or 1,000,000, and let their imagination and their arguments and their small, stupid joys build something that is at once imaginary and real, and stand at the center of it. I shut the world down for a day and rebuilt its foundations with that in the algorithm. And I called the woman who had designed it, and she told me, before I could say any of it, exactly what she wanted next. That the problem was that it still felt like a game. That players burned villages because there was no consequence, and that a world where a rescued person says thank you and hands over an item is an insult to both of them. She wanted characters who could actually feel things and hold a grudge and fall in love. She wanted seasons. And she wanted an achievement system that measured nothing about combat. A player who learns no techniques at all and runs a forge and whose blades become famous should be recorded as a master. A player who solves a flood and saves a county should be recorded as a hero. I told her that every one of those was already in the update, and then I showed her the thing she had not asked for. A full immersion capsule. Not for sale. Not at any price. The only way to obtain one is to be rated by that world as a master or a hero. Whether you are a billionaire or a head of state, the only route to the best seat is to earn the respect of a place that does not exist. When it went live, the entire ecology inverted inside a week. The players who had been untouchable because they were players discovered that shopkeepers would not serve them, and magistrates had their names. And my roommate walked into a city where people he had helped came out to press vegetables and eggs on him, and an innkeeper refused his money, and the sect leaders who had ignored him invited him in for tea. His title in that system translates roughly as the righteous man of that city. The man who had spent his life robbing new players got a black one and could not buy food anywhere. And on the outside, once certain governments worked out that a person could acquire a genuine skill in there overnight, a single beta place was going for $10 million on the black market, and a foreign entertainment corporation offered my other roommate $1 million for his headset and his account. He remembered his worst years, and he thought about what that world had given him, and then he negotiated them up to $5 million in order to get the offer clearly on the record, and handed the entire correspondence to his own country's authorities. A few days later, there was a small news item about a foreign intelligence network being dismantled, and he received a text message with no sender that said he had done well. He printed it out. I have seen the photograph. Then I did the thing that took me 8 days and nearly took my mind. I sat in a chair and used my own mental space as a server to bridge 2 universes. On one side, a virtual world running on hardware in my own country, 1,000,000 minds twinkling in it like a coastline at night. On the other, across the door, the network of 1,000 sisters in the empire. The 2 signals are incompatible at a level I cannot properly convey. One is a cold digital stream of ones and zeros. The other is warm and biological and alive. Water and oil. I failed on the first day and had to cut the link before the recoil damaged something. I failed on the second, on the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and 7th. 7 days without eating, drinking, or sleeping, in one chair, with my mechanical double handling every external matter so that nobody would find me. And on the 8th morning, with almost nothing left, I stopped trying to reconcile them. I did what my ability had done to that teleportation gene. I stopped translating and started swallowing. I took the digital signal into my own mind, converted it into pure thought, and pushed the thought out the other side. and in a training hall in another universe, a young woman stopped mid-movement and tilted her head. Her sister asked what was wrong, and she said, uncertainly, that she thought she had just heard him. She was told that was impossible, that he was in another world, and she closed her eyes and checked, and then she opened them and she was smiling, and she said that it really was him. The signal was one candle flame in wind. It could carry a name and nothing else. It was enough. It proved the direction. When I announced it at the next scientific conference, the room went completely silent, and my physicist asked, very carefully, whether I could show them the data or let them hear it. No, there is no data. It happens inside my head. It produces no measurable emission, and nobody but me can perceive it. All I can tell you is that it worked. Your job is to find a way to detect it. And that is the day I understood what I had actually built. Because if anybody else had stood up and said that, they would have been humored. Nobody doubted me. They just started immediately on the problem. And a young researcher I have mentioned before found the answer inside 4 minutes, which was that if you cannot detect the signal, amplify the source, which is how, 2 weeks later, I came to be sitting on the top of the tallest building in my empire while every energy core in every city on that continent was pointed at me. My empress ran the countdown from the command center, and I could hear a very small amount of tension in her voice that nobody else in that room would have caught. The cities reported in one after another, and then they connected all of it to one man. If my mind is normally a lake, somebody poured a galaxy into it. My consciousness went up and out and did not stop. I broke through the atmosphere of that planet and kept going. I could feel the snow on the highest mountains on that continent. I could feel, individually, the photosynthesis of the leaves in a rainforest on the other side of the world. I gathered cloud over a clear ocean by adjusting the pressure and the temperature and the moisture in a specific volume and made it rain, and it rained for 9 hours. And I understood, without any doubt, that pulling a mountain out of that continent and putting it in a different ocean would not have been difficult. That is what a man says when he is drunk, and I was drunk, and I want to be honest about it. Because at the same time, at the small end, I found the wall. At micron scale, I could see every cell in my own body, and I could not go further. I could not touch an individual molecule, let alone arrange atoms. More power does not open that door. Something else does. But in the middle of that state, I reached across, and this time it was not a spider's thread between two islands. It was a bridge, wide and solid, and I could hear her calling on the other side of it as clearly as if she were in the room. And I could push part of myself the other way. In a tavern in a virtual city, an old storyteller who had been generated by an algorithm stopped drinking. For about a second, his eyes had an entire sky in them. He looked around the room at the players eating and arguing and showing off, and something moved at the corner of his mouth. Then his eyes went back to being an old man's eyes, and he picked up his cup. In a server hall under a mountain in the real world, a young technician came out of his chair, shouting. For under 1/100th of a second, one non-player character's underlying logic had contained a fragment of code that was not in the codebase. Structurally unfamiliar, logically flawless. They magnified it 10,000 times and put it on the wall, and the whole team stood there and looked at it. He cried, which he apologized for afterwards, and which he did not need to. Because science is not what I believe. Science is what can be observed. And on that afternoon, a group of ordinary human beings personally observed something from another universe. And that meant it could be measured and studied and eventually built. I do that experiment every 2 weeks now. It is on a schedule. I have become a piece of laboratory equipment for my own scientists, and it is the most satisfying job I have ever had. In the slump afterwards, which is real and which lasts about 3 days, I started doing something I had never done. I went and sat in the back of the room while my empress ran the country. The main hall of my capital does not have a throne. It has a round table, because she read enough history to have opinions about seating, and a dome that reproduces daylight, and 30 department heads around the table with the whole empire on screens in front of them. The first few times I came, she sat up straighter and used a more formal register and glanced at my corner about once every 4 minutes. Then she stopped, because she knew perfectly well I would not interfere. And the item I want to tell you about was 37,000 people in the holding city, the ones who had arrived from outside and had no citizenship. The civil affairs officer proposed admitting 812 of them, the ones the system had identified as exceptional, and leaving the rest to wait for the next assessment. And an old sociologist stood up and objected, and he was right, and he said the empire's founding principle is education for everyone, and that you cannot take away a person's right to learn on the grounds that they have not yet demonstrated a talent, because the whole point of education is that talent is not the input. The table split. It got loud. Somebody said that unlimited enrollment would degrade the quality of instruction for the genuinely gifted, which is the oldest argument in the world and is not stupid. She listened to all of it with her fingers on the table, and I sat in the corner and enjoyed myself, because a healthy civilization argues, and truth gets clearer when it is shouted at. Then she stood up and did not pick a side. She built a third thing, a new city next to the holding city, a university town for every single one of them. 1 year of general education for anybody who passes a basic assessment, history, law, culture, foundational science, and physical training. Then an open, public, identical examination. The best go on to full citizenship and specialist academies at the center, and the rest stay and study further if they want to, and work, and there will be jobs and housing and a life. And then she said the part that made a 100-year-old man bow. They may never be the empire's greatest scientists or its greatest fighters. They are still an indispensable part of it. They are the widest and most solid layer of everything we are standing on. I want everyone who comes here, whatever they arrived with, to find their place. That is what education for everyone actually means. Afterwards, we walked in the garden, which is the only place we are ever alone, and she asked me, in a completely different voice, whether her decision had been too idealistic. No, it's better than what I'd have done. Really? I'd have taken the 812. She thought about that for a while. And then she said, carefully, that she thought I would not have, actually, not now, and that she had noticed I had stopped doing that sort of thing about 2 years ago. I have not decided whether she was right. The last world I want to tell you about is a dead one, and I went there for a very simple reason, which is that I still could not touch a molecule. It is a wasteland under a gray sky, saturated with something the survivors call a magical ecology, which poisons everything and produces animals that hunt human beings by detecting the presence of a soul. And I mean that literally. In that world, the thing we argue about, the self, the awareness, the part that is supposed to be metaphor, is a measurable form of energy that carries memory and personality and can be observed with instruments. I landed in a canyon and walked into a hunting party. An archer who reads magnetic fields, a man with a plasma shield, and a girl of about 17 with a spear and a falcon on her shoulder who could feel that I meant them no harm, which was correct, and that I was harmless, which was not. I told them I was a scholar who had lost his way. They did not believe me, and I have spent 8 years telling people that, and I want to note that on the last occasion I told it, it had become entirely true. Then several dozen animals came out of the shadows, and their shields started to fail, and I put a finger up and drew it down, and the entire pack came apart in one horizontal line without a sound. And I asked whether I could come to their village for tea. Their village is the strangest and best place I have ever stood in. Towers built out of scrapped armored vehicles and the bones of dead monsters, and carved window frames and curved eaves on them because somebody's grandmother remembered how a house is supposed to look. Old people doing slow exercises on a square at dawn, children running around underneath the ribs of something enormous, a blacksmith quenching an alloy blade in blue liquid from a luminous plant. And under the white tower at the center, a device the size of a house, beating like a heart, generating a field that makes the entire settlement look like a hole in the world to anything that hunts by soul. But that is only half of the machine, because the field couples to the emotional state of the people inside it. When they are calm and content, the shielding is stronger. Fear, anger, and despair destabilize it. So the Tai Chi on the square is not a hobby. The music is not decoration. The insistence that the children play where everybody can see them is not sentiment. It is a collective survival mechanism that grew, unplanned, out of nothing but the need to not be afraid, together. Technology and human decency, arriving at the same answer in a place with no reason left to have either. I have taken things from a dozen worlds. That is the only one I have ever wanted to have thought of. Their leader was away, and I did not chase her. I built a research base 5 kilometers out of a silver cube the size of a suitcase, brought 400 scientists through, and told them, in front of everybody, to earn the villagers' trust with knowledge and sincerity rather than frightening them with curiosity. They did it in 11 days, and mostly by fixing things. One of my youngest people took apart the equipment of a girl whose ability had been wrecking her nerves a little more every time she used it. He gave it back 90 minutes later with 2 components added. She used it, and there was no pain. She used it again and felt something cool run up into her head. He explained it as a filter and a recycler, and told her that from now on it would feel like a massage. That is how you take a village, not with a legion. Their leader came back 3 days later, and I felt her the moment she arrived, because her soul burned like a star in a room full of planets. She is 140 years old. She personally remembers the world before. She is, by an enormous margin, the finest scientific mind that planet has produced since it broke, and she has spent a century holding one settlement together with her own hands. She came to look at me the way a knife comes out of a sheath. I let her interrogate me and answered honestly, and then I told her that our purposes were the same, that we both wanted to know what that poison actually was, and what a soul actually is, and what is hiding behind both. Her pupils contracted, because I had just listed her entire life's work, including the parts she had never written down. I did not press. I left and told her that people believe what they see and that she should come and look. She came the next morning and found me in the village arcade, beating my own high score from the previous day. I offered her a game. She lost, comprehensively, to a man using the most basic character, which I mention because I wanted on the record that the strongest human being on that planet has been beaten at a fighting game by a man who then explained that her reactions were excellent, but her patterns were rigid. Then I took her out to the base and showed her a single cell, magnified to the atomic level, hanging in the air of a circular room. She had been, before the world ended, one of the great neuroscientists of her century. She understood immediately what it costs to build that model. Then I showed her the panel. Telomerase activity at 100%, adjustable. Cell division with no upper limit. The natural ceiling on replication broken. Her own immortality is bought with drugs. And every time she uses her strength past its limit, she accelerates her own decay. And she has been walking that wire for 100 years with no net. And here was the same result, sitting in a folder, as routine, safe, granted technology. She looked at that for a long time. Then she looked at me and said it as a statement. You are not from this world. It's so much easier talking to intelligent people. She asked whether we were alien. I told her we were human from a different universe. And she leaned back against a bench and laughed, once without any humor in it, because she had spent 140 years fighting for one settlement's survival, and somewhere else humans had done all of this. Then she asked what we wanted, and I said study, research, and collection, and that we had no interest in conquest. And I told her the truth about herself, which is that she is a genuine genius, and everything she has done is admirable, and her platform is too small. She spent 5 days in my laboratory and did not sleep for more than 4 hours at a time. Not because she was afraid of missing something, because for the first time since the world ended, she was allowed to be a scientist instead of a general, and she had forgotten what that was. I did not lecture her. I dropped hints in passing, the way you leave a door open, and she followed every one of them to the end herself, which is why I like her. She opened her own vault to me in return, and I want to be clear that she did not open all of it, and that I knew exactly which chambers she kept shut, and that I never once asked about them. She was running a very long gamble. There is a man on the flying city above that wasteland who is that world's greatest soldier and the last decent institution it has. And she had spent decades preparing a single organism to put into his body at the moment of his death, on the wager that his human will would beat the instinct of the thing she was infecting him with. If she won, she got a weapon that could reach the enemy's heart. If she lost, she made the most dangerous creature that world has ever had. She never told me any of that. I told her, over a card table in an arcade, and watched her go still. And when the moment came, and he was betrayed by one of his own and left dying in a ruin, she took her position on a rooftop and waited for the exact instant when his soul was almost gone and not yet gone, and she made her play. And I got there first. I put a platform under him, and I took the last fragment of his human consciousness, and I put it somewhere safe where nothing could reach it. And then I added a third genetic line to the 2 already fighting inside him, which was mine. Three completely different codes in one living body at war. Either the best thing that world had ever produced, or something I would have had to kill personally. She came off that rooftop like white lightning, and I stopped her in midair and held her there, in a shape that violated everything her body understood, and she could not move a finger, and she could think perfectly clearly, which was the worst part. She watched me spend 11 minutes doing surgery on the only piece she had, and when I let her down, she did not attack me again. She sat on nothing, 300 meters above a dead city, next to a man who had just overwritten a century of her planning, and asked me what I had done. You were playing for the future of your species. I felt the stakes were too low, and she worked out, in about 4 seconds, that this was not raising the bet. This was putting a sun down on her chessboard. She stopped being angry after that, entirely, because when the gap is large enough, anger stops being a useful emotion. Then I told her the two things she needed. That he had to wake up on his own, because that world's soul energy is fed by feeling and nothing else, which is why she had sent him home to the city that raised him instead of to her own village. And that inside him, there were now 3 equal armies and a legitimate emperor who was asleep, and if he did not wake, they would go to war, and there would be a monster. So our goals aligned again. And then a young woman who loved him sat by his bed and held his hand against her cheek and reminded him that he had promised to take her to see the ground and to build a home there, and the thing in him that had been guttering caught. He woke up 3 meters tall, covered in gray plate, with a blade of bone where his right arm had been, and the woman who loved him backed away with her hands over her mouth. And that world did what worlds do. His own city put him on a cart under a tarpaulin, staged a hero's farewell, and had a man in the crowd tear the cover off at the exact moment the speech peaked. The crowd he had defended his whole life screamed that he was a monster. Soldiers who had never met him wept about murders he had not committed. And a politician stood at the front with his face arranged into grief and gave the signal to a sniper. And in the middle of the worst hour of his life, with everybody he had ever protected calling him an animal, the human being in him beat everything else and came back. Because in that world, hatred is fuel too. He tried to explain, and his voice came out as a growl, and that made it worse, so he stopped explaining. He looked at the woman and told her they were leaving, and that they would go down to the ground and live like real people. Then the shot came, aimed at her, and a hand the size of a door appeared in its path and caught it. I was 300 meters up, recording everything, and what I recorded is the reason I stayed in that world an extra year. A powerful emotional impact acts as a catalyst. It causes soul energy to release far beyond its normal level, instantly. And that surge drives the genetics to express themselves more efficiently and more completely than any procedure of mine has ever managed. Love, hate, despair, hope. In that world, those are not feelings. They are forces, and they are at the bottom of the physics. And I had spent 8 years building an empire out of the assumption that the bottom of the physics does not care what anybody feels. The rest of that world I took in a week, and I am not going to dress it up. The dying ruler of the flying city, who had built a system that sorted human beings by their genes and had sacrificed one of his own sons to it, I went through from end to end, told him precisely what he was, and then repaired his body and installed him back on his own throne as a mouthpiece. His son, who had arranged all of it, I killed by accident and then brought back because his brain contained something interesting, which is where the last thing happened. Because when I put a mental probe into that man, something answered. Something enormous and old and completely unlike anything I had touched in any universe. And it hit back, and my probe failed, and I actually swayed on my feet. That has happened to me twice in my life. The gate in the ocean, which simply swallowed my attention without a trace. And this. I traced it to the deepest chamber of that flying city, and I found what was in there, and I have not slept properly since. Half a brain. Gray. The size of a hill. 250 million years old, in a crystal tank, pushing out a pressure that made my own people back away from the glass. Everything in that world came out of it. The poison, the animals, the genetics inside the man I had rebuilt. It is a mother nest that has been running since before there were mammals, and when I put my mind into it properly, my telekinesis went in like light into a swamp. The deeper it went, the more it was bent and eaten, and I got about 4% of the way in and stopped, because I was no longer sure the thing that came back out would be mine. There are 2 consciousnesses asleep in there. One is ancient and malicious and has no interest in anything except continuation. The other is a cold wall of ones and zeros, the wreckage of an artificial intelligence that tried to read it 200 years ago and lost, and is still in there, fighting. And in the deepest part of the malice, I found the same signature I had just been hit by from inside a living man's skull, which means it is awake. which means it has agents, which means that for 200 years, something in that world has been reaching up through people and quietly steering a civilization. And the entire war that woman has been fighting for a century has been, from its point of view, weather. I cannot open it from outside. I have tried. It will have to be opened from within. So that is where I am. 9 years ago, I was 20 years old, and I could not afford a rifle skin, and I got farmed by Smurfs in a dormitory in Wuhan in June, and the largest ambition I had was a job on a construction site with a hard hat and 30 years of sun. Now, there is a country under a mountain range in a century that ended 600 years ago, and everyone born in it is healthier and quicker and better fed than any king that world ever had, and none of them know my face. There is a woman I picked out of a queue of starving children because she looked at me like she was pricing me, and she runs it, and she is better at it than I am, and she was right about a city I would have got wrong. There are 2 men in a country I no longer live in who think I forgot them. One of them is teaching orphans to read in a world that does not exist. The other one has a text message printed out and taped inside a cupboard door. Neither of them will ever know. And in a house I bought for 2 people who have never asked a single question, there is a photograph on a shelf of my mother, standing in the snow in Norway under a green sky, holding a paper cup, absolutely furious that my father took the picture before she was ready. That is the accounting. That is the whole of it. I did not fix that world's poison. I did not close the rift in the ocean, and I never intended to. I did not save anybody who was not useful to me, and I have made a private list of the ones I could have and did not, and I keep it, and I do not show it to anybody. I told a hunting party in a canyon that I was a scholar who had lost his way, and every single person I have ever said that to has assumed it was a cover story. It never was. It is the only true sentence I have said out loud in 9 years. There is a wall in a crystal tank on a flying city, and there is a machine at the bottom of an ocean in another universe, and both of them have beaten me, and I intend to spend the next several centuries on them, because I am going to be here for the next several centuries, and I have nothing else I want. But there is one thing I have not told anybody, including her, including the machine that runs my empire. When my probe went into that half-brain and the malice came back up the line at me, it did not push me out. It stopped. And it held there, in contact, for about a second and a half. And then it withdrew, deliberately, the way you take your hand off a door you have decided not to open yet. It looked at me, something 250 million years old, that has been quietly steering a planet since before there were flowers, spent a second and a half looking at a 29-year-old former engineering student. And then it decided to wait. I have no idea what for. But it knows my name now, and I am extremely interested to find out what it does about that.